Copyright notice. Favorite crush. Copyright 2016 by Victoria Pinder. This book is a work of fiction. The names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, business establishments, locales, or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the copyright owner. Lips together as he held the phone. His hands curled into a ball, then straightened. He stared out his bay windows overlooking the ocean. Another beautiful day on the beaches of South Florida. Not that he cared. Sunshine never filled him with joy. The humidity outside suffocated the spirit, but somehow, with this deal, he'd break free. Yes, you'll see I mean business, Mr. Danvers. My business plans are long-term. Danvers sucked in his breath as if he doubted the sincerity of Jay's words, then told Jay, "And I'll meet your girlfriend. It's always telling with people from Miami. Flashy women and cars do not make for good investments on my end." Jay gritted his teeth and tugged at his free ear, but kept the phone in the other. Miami advertised plastic women on the highway as a special brand. Flashy came with the area code. But instead of sharing that, he nodded and told the potential investor, "I understand. See you next week." He hung up the phone and stared out the window. The brightness showed his reflection and his grim frown. Jay needed to win. His eyebrows squished together. He'd pay the price for success. He had no other choice. Jay's mind raced to his technical girlfriend. Eva was the epitome of flashy, beautiful, and fake. She'd been a friend since high school, and 2 months ago, they had ended up dating. On paper, the award-winning dramatic actress, his money, and their history should be a match. Yet he couldn't imagine his entire life videotaped. If he walked away from her, there would be no regrets. His investors hoped he had a nice, sweet woman on the side. His cousin Sandra and her friend Penny flashed in his head before he dropped the thought. He pushed his hand on the glass window before he stepped back into the shadows of his office. Darkness didn't suit him either. Nothing stirred inside him anymore, though he craved something. Anything other than boredom from the sticky heat of his life. He shook his head and poked his head out of his office. His secretary sat there typing. "Call Eva. Set up an appointment for us to talk today." With the click of the doorknob, he rolled up his sleeves. He needed this deal to put his goals in line with his investment portfolio. His eyes narrowed in on the first words. Long-term growth. Long-term read to his eyes like a rescue rope. He blinked. Life should be lived with long-term goals to reach. Freedom meant change. Today, he'd break up with Eva. He'd always hoped for a woman that tugged at his heartstrings. But hopes didn't earn freedom. He'd proved to himself and the others that John J. Marshall came out of the game of life on top. Of her car, Penny brushed at her worn jeans to get out a small wrinkle. Not that it mattered. She smelled the coffee drawing her to the door. The delicious aroma of freshly brewed Java that could wake her up waited inside. Gainesville had coffee shops, but nothing that held her heart like this place. In high school, this place was her mecca. Her stomach grumbled for the familiar drink at Sodoma Brews. The coffee shop looked almost the same as it had years ago, except for the aluminum tables and wooden chairs with red cushions. She remembered the plaid chairs and brown tables, but the place still calmed her, like she was coming home. She stepped up to the counter. "I'll have a cinnamon dulce non-fat latte, please." Leaving Gainesville after college had always been the plan. Just never back to Miami. But she'd changed. She could live here now. She checked her lip gloss while she waited for the latte at the counter. When she accepted the promotion from part-time to full-time, she knew she would have to face her mother and the catch of the month, Lars, her mother's plastic surgeon. What that woman would do for a free tummy tuck. The job she'd accepted had offered to triple her salary, provided she moved to the Coral Gables office. Somehow, she would have to avoid her mother as long as possible. What was the new man's name with money this week? Penny ignored that last call, knowing the man with the largest wallet always took precedence over whatever Penny needed. She watched the barista get the non-fat milk and finish her latte. She'd succeed here, now. She had to. She'd call Sandra, Iva, John, and Michael later. Wyatt, her half-brother, was stationed overseas, so she'd wait for his weekly call. These people were her real family. The man handed her the latte. The first sip gave her the strength to do this. The tightness in her chest dissipated while she tasted her liquid savior. Sighing, she tasted heaven, the wake-up to her day. Penny, though the unmistakable voice was deeper, she knew who it was without even turning. Her high school crush who never noticed her beyond her brain, pulling at her pink tank top. She wished she'd worn better clothes. John Jay. His steely blue eyes and sandy blonde hair were the same color, but his build had grown more muscular. The leanness of his youth had given way to broad shoulders and hard, muscular arms. He had a straight, faded scar on his left cheek that was new. Probably a bar fight. Rich Boy wore his fancy, perfectly fitted polo and jeans and was definitely hotter with age. His million-dollar smile and devastating dimples sparked a warm flush that sped through her all the way to the tips of her toes. "I'm going by Jay these days. It's less formal." He winked at her, turning off his tablet and pointing her to his table. "It's a good name, but I still prefer Dimples," she teased. "It's what I called you online whenever I needed you." His rich, deep laugh sent that familiar spark through her. Damn, Rich Boy knew his effect on women, including her. He could manipulate her when she went quiet, but she'd learned a lot in college. She'd not let him weaken her. "When did you get back to town?" "I've been in town for like 5 minutes. I stopped in for morning coffee." "How have you been?" "Good. Busy these days, you?" She pushed back her hair, twisting her wrist, telling herself she was not the nerdy girl with a one-sided attraction any longer. "I have a lot going on." Flirty, warm eyes. "How come you never came home after college? The past few months you've been out of touch." Warm eyes sounded new. She refused to dwell or wonder if it was a little forced. "You noticed." "I'm surprised." "I noticed." She almost lost her balance looking at those dimples. Stifling a giggle, she shrugged, intending to be more adult. "I lost my computer connection at home. Question now turns to you. You weren't too busy with the South Beach party life?" "No. I missed our weekly chats." "You could have called me. I had my phone." Not that they had the same view of each other. She was a friend. He had no idea about her fantasies. Staying away helped her forget the unattainable, perfect guy of her teenage years. Sandra kept her up on everything, but she had to ask. Gripping her empty cup tighter, she asked, "How is Tamara?" She knew both his former and current girlfriend from high school, but she hadn't heard what happened to the college sweethearts. "Tammy? I haven't seen her since we graduated last year. I thought you were coming home then." "I am surprised. We all thought you two were destined for the altar." Blonde, blue eyes, like him. They'd make gorgeous children one day. "When did that end?" "The night before graduation at University of Miami. She moved to Los Angeles and neither of us wanted long distance. You know how it is." He shrugged. "I missed you, Pen." "No." He didn't mean that like a man interested in her. They'd never be a couple. Crossing her legs under the table, she tilted her head. "You miss the girl who could correct your math and did problems faster than you." "Only some of the time, but you were the only one who ever could pull that off. And I could probably beat you now." A challenge. This was familiar. "You think?" "I graduated with a mechanical engineering degree, about to start my job with Muller Enterprises, so my skills are pretty fresh." "Finance and accounting. So we're on point with our skills. Seeing you here, I'm getting a good idea. Your ideas cost too much. I can't fly off to Milan this weekend. I am rather busy." His eyes swam with excitement. "Penny, you're exactly what I need. I'm happy you're here. We always got along, didn't we? I always thought so. Can I borrow you? He asked. Damn. Now that was a tempting flirt. Borrow her. What did that mean? On another morning, she'd have hopped up on that one, but wherever this was headed, she had no time for it. I can't reminisce today, Jay. I have to find an apartment to move into. She picked up the empty cup of coffee and stared at the 200 feet to the door and her waiting rental car. Standing up, she pushed her chair out, picked up her bag, and told him, I don't have a lot of time for anything else. You're looking for a place? I need a place to call my own before I start work. He scratched his chin. I know the area, Penny. I have an idea already for a place you can stay. That is, if you'll go out with me Friday. His blue eyes bored deep into her. Then she gazed toward the ground to catch her breath. Thanks, but I think I can figure it out. We're both from here, remember? Look, we'll go together, and I would like to take you out on Friday regardless. But I have a great idea about where you can live. Her eyes widened. Letting him go with her would be a distraction. Besides, with his billions, their definition of a suitable apartment would not be the same. He'd never live in the real world. Don't be silly. I'm sure you have something important to do that doesn't include me. You're important, Pen. You walking into this shop this morning is the answer to my prayers. I need a date with someone believable, someone smart and able to hold a conversation, and you need an affordable place where you can live, a place with a great view. I'd love to drop everything and follow you with a line like that. I need you, and in exchange I can help. It's a win-win in my book. He needed her? No way could this happen. John J. Marshall had the looks, the money, and the connections to make any woman fall at his feet, especially her. She opened her mouth to tell him no. I'd have written you off in high school, but then you turned out to be one of the smartest and nicest men I know. It's why we keep in touch. So, okay, you can come with me and tell me your big plan about why you need a date so bad. Where had that come from? His thoughts on anything could distract her. In high school, she was the unnoticed friend, and she would not go back to being on anyone's sidelines. He leaned closer with that smile that caused her legs to weaken. I guarantee you'll love what I'm thinking of for a place to stay, Penny. It has a view, so let's sit and finish our coffees. You've mentioned the view twice. She placed her finished latte on the table, and he put his tablet away while she resettled in her seat. Just because you're helping doesn't mean you can interfere. Tell me how I became the luckiest guy on the planet seeing your face again. The boy she remembered knew how to flatter a girl. Back in the day, he had spoken and she had sighed and her eyes had drifted up into a dream world where he cared about her, but she had to let that go. Blinking, she dropped her arms and decided to answer his question. I'm here for my first full-time job. I'm so happy to have this, finally. It's been harder than I thought finding the position. Now I have this weekend to get my life situated because I start work Monday morning. I need to impress the new bosses. You will. You're smart. The job is in the Gables? Yeah. She met his eyes. Jay nodded. Good, you're staying. Penny, you deserve a high-paying job. You're one of the few women I trust right now, and I need you on my arm Friday. Smart did not equate to pretty. She deflated fast. In Miami, the value remained firmly beauty over brains. This was part of why she never wanted to come back. I traded my glasses for contacts. Other than that, I'm pretty much the same. She shrugged. I see that. You're adorable and perfect. He put his hand on hers, and a jolt rushed through her. Pathetic to be crushing on a guy from 5 years ago. But here she was, staring into his brilliant blue eyes. This needed to end before he got a grip on her again. What's the favor, Dimples? See, we have history. It will work. She narrowed her eyes. What will work? I need a date to a party on Friday. Someone who will be willing to pretend we've kept our relationship secret for a while. Sandra told me you have a girlfriend, so you have been talking about me? His lips spread into an even bigger smile, if that was possible. My cousin doesn't know everything. You know Sandra. The conversation goes where she wants it to go. She said Eva suits you perfectly. I am surprised you didn't hook up in high school, though I guess you were into Tamara then. I'm breaking up with her in about 2 hours. We agreed on the time already. I decided before you walked in the door, but it left me dateless for Friday. I need to impress people then, but I don't want to pretend with someone I need to walk away from. She gritted her teeth. This was why she'd never date a rich man. She refused to be so easily replaceable. You can't be serious. I need to show that I'm dating a smart woman with class and things in common with me. I can't help you. Don't be serious. I'm not an actress, rich boy. That's Eva. Actress isn't what I need or want. I need someone genuine, and we can help each other. How is she going to impress anyone? Look, Eva's gorgeous, jaw-dropping, a bombshell. Everyone wants to be her. Every guy wants to date her. Why not wait and break up after the event? He stopped moving. Please, Penny. Eva's demanding and expects more from me than I want to give. Please save me. His sad, pleading expression reminded her of a lost puppy in need of saving. She had returned to high school in less than 10 minutes. College hadn't meant a thing. You win, Jay. I'll be your backup girl, though no one might believe you chose the nerd over the award-winning actress. I have one condition. Well, two. Name them. Gone was the pleading face, replaced by one of triumph. His eyes twinkled and that damn dimple stared back at her. He'd find someone else in no time, leaving her safe from his charm. One, you show me this magnificent place for me to live today. I don't want to be homeless or go to my mother's house. I can't go back there. You're a better alternative. Done. His eyes sparkled. Two, I don't have a fancy dress back here yet. My stuff is still up north. Tell me what to wear and I'll figure something out. I'll get you something. Don't worry about it. I buy my own clothes, Dimples. We can consider it part of the favor. Then we can forget this. Tell me what to get. We'll be at a charity event on Collins for dinner, dancing, the press, you know? He shrugged, as if it were an everyday thing having your face in the newspaper, and for him it was. This conversation wasn't going so well. She asked him, "What will the papers say about us? Most eligible man in Miami, heir to the Marshall fortune, dates his high school math league partner." He shook his head, telling her, "Or Marshall, on the fast track with his own company, listed in the upcoming July issue of Forbes as one of the biggest up-and-coming financial titans, shows class with a caring woman. The press in Miami?" He couldn't be serious. She would not be wearing designer anything. Penny pasted a smile on her face. She'd carve out time to hit a few thrift shops tomorrow, searching for something. The press would call it vintage if she found the right one. It worked for prom, and it would work again. Besides, it was not like she had much money these days. Going from $15,000 part-time to $45,000 full-time meant she'd stay frugal. She would have enough to eat and maybe a few extras once she started getting paid. The tight budget, for once, had an end date. Payday, she jiggled her empty cup before telling him, "Let's get going. I need to secure a place with a down payment and security deposit." I called ahead to 3 places with availability before getting on the plane. The list is at the rental office. Give me 5 minutes to make a few calls, Penny. I have a plan. I promise it will work out for you. She nodded, getting up. I'll go get my list. Be right back. Remember, the key factor is budget. I won't be living anywhere near the beach. He nodded, though she couldn't be sure he'd actually listened. Jay had never worried about a bill a day in his life. She needed to be settled in her own place before her mother showed up to swindle her out of every dime she made. Penny had contributed to her mother's lavish lifestyle while she herself had struggled in college with student loans, but a stark look at her non-existent checking account sobered her up. Looking back, she'd been doubly stupid, but she'd face this and climb out of her financial black hole. No one would keep Penny Knightheart down. She'd figure out how to win at being an adult. Cycle. A shiny, sleek black Harley with silver that sparkled in the sun. The back wheel looked as if it were made for the bike to do wheelies. Why would Prep Boy ride one of these? The blackness without loud, obnoxious stickers portraying any affiliation didn't fit at all with him. Where was his expensive, fast foreign car? Her mouth fell open while she played with her throat. Penny stared at him confused while he handed her a helmet. Wow, when did you start driving a Harley and how does your mother let you? I don't need her permission, and for 2 years now. Shuffling a step backward, she couldn't shake the dazed look she must be giving him. Did the scar come from falling off a bike? Dimples, you had sexy rich boy down pat. Did you need to add dangerous bad boy to the list? You're going to have to stop at some point or my entire gender is going to be at your feet. Most women don't matter. He packed his tablet under the seat and tied his sneaker. Not you though, Pen. You're refreshingly forthright, and I can be myself with you. I'm tired of people using me to get what they want. You always wanted me to be better, to help myself. Now hop on. We're going to look at what I picked out for you first. She stared at the helmet, suspecting this outing would land her in a hotel or a hospital bed tonight, but the idea of not caring about anything sounded too good to be true. I took statistics in college and worked a desk on highways last year. 6,686 people died in Florida last year from motorcycle deaths. He handed her the helmet. Put this on. 99% of all people driving a motorcycle don't get into accidents. Yet if you do, the fatality rate is higher than any other traffic accident. Unless you go into a canal, he replied, adjusting her helmet to her head and flipping down his helmet visor, or drink. He adjusted his seat a little, giving her a nice view of his shapely butt. Not 1 ounce of fat there. He didn't seem to notice her staring when he told her, relax and enjoy yourself. We're not drinking this afternoon, and it sounds like you need a little adventure. Adrenaline rushed through her while she stifled a giggle. Even now it was obvious Jay was not used to rejection, but she wished she had his confidence. Truth was, she would jump off a building if he asked her to. She slid onto the seat behind him, and the engine purred beneath her. She pressed her chest into his back and stared at his well-built muscles. Her fingers ached to run down his body, to touch him everywhere. Her quickened breathlessness unsettled her, and she needed to cool down. He glanced over his shoulders at her and told her, put your arms around me and hold on. Right. Her blush would go down her entire body, but he'd never see it. Her heartbeat overpowered her thoughts while she wrapped her arms around Mr. Perfect, making her forget whatever she'd intended to say. She closed her eyes when he turned onto the street and squeezed her arms around him. The wind rushing onto her back sent a shiver down her that mixed with adrenaline and sent tingling throughout her entire body. She gasped when he turned onto the highway, intending to go faster. The fluttering in her belly increased with the speed and the wind rushing through her hair. The warm tropical breeze didn't help at all in the speed. Hot, wind, her skin sparked everywhere while she squealed. She blinked. They were heading into the Grove. Out of her price range, unless he meant near the end in the small Bahamas section, where the rich were slowly kicking out all the less well-off folks. 2 minutes later, he skipped the poor people town and headed to the ocean. Smelling the salt air meant she'd never live here, though she hugged him tight while on this ride. She shook her head when he pulled into the parking lot of a white high-rise. This place would be millions of dollars, not anytime soon on her budget. When he parked, he offered her his hand to help her stand. Gripping him firmly, she swung off the bike, though her knees wobbled. Keeping his hand, she slowly steadied herself. He had no idea how shaken and aware of him the ride had left her, because he pointed to the building, telling her, "Don't knock it until you've seen the place, Penny." She would have. "If I refuse, would you take me back to the coffee shop?" "It's affordable. You'll see." "Why not?" She had 3 days. It wasn't like she could afford the place, but arguing with him would not change anything. Standing up straighter, she brushed off her jeans before she told him, "Might be my only chance to see how the other half live." "Other half? Penny, we're your friends. Michael and Sandra both have nice homes. Eva's place is huge. Eva, the soon-to-be ex. Don't think on her too much. You'll get a new girlfriend soon enough. You don't need to be sweet, Penny. The truth is, I have a lot on my plate at the moment. Distractions like a new woman mean I have to give someone time that I just don't have. Let's get upstairs. He put out his arm to escort her and bowed his head playfully. She accepted his arm and stopped a sigh from escaping her lips. Why not a woman? His arm stayed firm at his sides and he answered fast. I have to focus on work. She had to do the same. She smiled. Work is important to both of us at the moment. Lead away, Dimples. I should be stressed out and pulling my hair out like I planned, but here I am visiting your palace. Relax. I think you'll like this place. She could imagine living here. The white brick walls mixed with an Art Deco flavor tickled her fancy. The black pot in the center of the entry room had to be artistic, though not her taste. Someone rich and famous had to live here. I forgot about fun, so show me. Flirty is new. I'm not. I'm still nerdy. No, you're the same good person I remember. Her cheeks burned when his blue eyes stared at her. She rubbed her arms at her side, and he studied her for that second. Could he see what he did to her? Was she glowing? And why did that look make her want to hold on to him tighter? She was a problem solver, not a beach girl with no brains and overexposed skin that eventually pruned with premature sun aging. She was not going to be her mother and marry the plastic surgeon. A smile grew on her face and she dropped her arms to her sides. She'd never be her mom. Penny preferred to figure things out on her own. She accepted who she was now and needed to tell him. No more hiding. What could she say? Next sci-fi convention is in October up in Orlando. Do you dare show up at one of those? Biting her lip, she stared down at her feet. That wasn't exactly the first step toward being her real self that she'd imagined making. He squeezed her arm as he steered her into the white building, pointing out the swimming area with sun-bleached wooden deck chairs. Wood died fast in tropical heat, making that luxury available for those who could afford to replace everything each year. He guided her up the stairs to see the pool area overlooking the ocean before he said, "We'll see where we stand in October, but sounds interesting. I'm up for new adventures these days." Jay had changed, and for the better, though he still had that rich boy attitude toward getting what he wanted. Sighing, she relaxed, noting at least his voice lacked the haughtiness of privilege. "What made you grow up?" she asked. "All the people that mattered to me left. At I made good connections, but I missed my cousins, Dramatic Eva, Country Wyatt, and you. We were a diverse bunch with different interests. At I met people like me, cool but not as interesting." His father had always struck her as a serious businessman. Maybe that came with age, the genetic disposition to be focused, but she'd bet something else happened. What didn't he say? The doorman nodded at Jay. "Seeing 42B, sir." "Yep, here to show my friend." The man in the gray suit behind the desk never stood up while Jay hit the button. She smelled a setup. Why would they know each other? A doorman's job was to stop intruders. Jay waving at the man meant he knew him. Or did the rich people get to just walk in? No. Doorman only stopped people like her? Jay had obviously been here before. As his face garnered a smile and he waved, Jay must be about to manipulate her into something. It clicked in her head. Rich boy always did whatever he could to get something he wanted. She'd keep her guard up. She followed Jay into the elevator, where he held up a white key. "I hope this place is what you're looking for." "How do you have a key?" "I want to talk you into living here first." "Yeah, right?" She shook her head. "I'm never going to be able to afford a place like this. You're crazy if you think that charm of yours means I blindly follow you into this fairy tale." "My life isn't a fantasy, Pen." The doors opened into the open floor of a condo. She stepped into the ultra-modern apartment. The pale wood floors shone as if they had just been polished. The entry room was larger than the entire apartment she had in college. Outside, she could see Biscayne Bay and a scattering of boats bobbing along, as if life never seemed to touch them. Walking forward, she saw an open space. He pushed a side door open, revealing a kitchen area. The empty place housed more space than any condo her mother had dragged her into. "Come on, Penny. I want to show you the private roof overlooking Miami." "I can't afford this, Jay." I knew out there I couldn't, but this place is easily 10,000 square feet. Excellent eye, 9,498 square feet, and the roommate is looking to share with someone who won't be home much because they are working. She crossed to the bay window. Below was an Olympic-size zero-entry pool with a spa. "I am an engineer, not a rock star. Let's go. I don't have time for this. The person who lives here cannot be looking for me to move in." She turned to go back to the elevator, but he caught her wrist to stop her. "Do you like this place?" "It's beautiful." She twirled around, taking a look at the stairs going to a second floor inside the building. The place had enough space for 2 living rooms and a restaurant to fit into the kitchen. The oven alone would be fun to play with. Living here would be a dream. He put his hands in his pockets. "Then live here. You were going to pay, what, $1,000 a month to live somewhere else and not have the view, the address, or anything you'd get here." "I was hoping for $900. She noticed the outside balcony here painted Miami in serenity, warmth, and light. She'd only lived in the West, where the normal people not on vacation dwelled. She gazed away from him to calculate what she needed. "I'd then look for a roommate and a nicer place, cutting the budget back to where I want it to be, and save money for the future. Take a roommate now. This place would never be in my budget." He leaned on the wall next to her before he admitted, "This is my property, though I've never lived here. I'd like to. I need a final break from my parents too." She added it up, but it didn't figure. "You are not suggesting." "Wait, let me finish." Before she could argue, he led her through the door to a room, then through a second door. "This could be my room. It's clear on the other side of the place, giving you privacy. The first room upstairs would be my office where prying eyes don't follow me at every turn." "Do it then. Move here. I'll visit." She searched his eyes, hoping to understand why he hadn't moved here. She needed to ask what happened to him, but before she could string the sentence together, he led her forward again. They did a quick walkthrough of all the rooms, the living area, dining area, and to the other side, opening a second door. "What's going on?" "This is the master bedroom without a den for a workspace. My money is tied up with my new venture for the next 4 months, and every time I work from home or get a place without anyone, my plans have been compromised. I'll need someone to pay some of the lot fee, say $750. You get to save. I get to move in. We both know each other, and we'd stay out of each other's business. Unlike my mother, you won't steal my ideas, and you cannot invite her here at any time." "No, I'm not living with a harem of women traipsing through my living room every day." He stayed still and his eyes turned to steel. "Won't happen. After Eva the First have sworn off women. Besides, I need to focus on work. I don't trust anyone anymore, but you won't hurt my business or me. Who would dare harm a hair on your head?" She blinked. "Then help me. Stay here. I need to focus on work and prove I can do this on my own." Live with Jay. His seriousness on that didn't match what she knew. She'd watch him date countless females while she lived in the other room with the door closed. Women threw themselves at money. Women like her mother, though his mother had stolen from him too, it seemed. Feeling compassion for him weakened her. The ocean wouldn't keep her calm and collected for that long. "No, this won't work at all for me. Take me back to our coffee shop now." Jumpy didn't begin to describe her skin, and he wouldn't move. Taking a hard swallow, she realized he waited for her arm to lead. When she took his arm, she ran her free hand through her hair. Pressing her lips together, she stayed silent in the elevator, the lobby, and the garage while he walked to his motorcycle. She slowed down with hesitant steps at the end, realizing she had to go back with him. He hadn't done anything wrong, but she could not live with him. She slowly wrapped her arms around his perfect body, letting the smell of him wash through her, suppressing a sigh. No, she'd call herself a complete idiot if she moved in with him. She needed space to breathe, not watching him live his life that close. The traffic and speed kept her tight body from freezing. She held on until he stopped. Looking at the coffee shop, she hopped off fast before he could help her and scrambled to get her keys. He called out from his bike, "Penny, I surprised you. Please think about it." He stepped off his bike, reaching into his jeans. Pulling out a card, he told her, "Keep the number, and remember, you're my date on Friday. I'm counting on you." Pretend date. She'd do it. Just like the rest of the female population, she always fell for his blue eyes and those sexy dimples, but he'd never be hers. She knew better than to hope for the impossible. Hoping for more than she could have was a surefire way to disappointment. He refused to hurry and continued to stare off at the ocean. He placed his hands in his pocket, then turned back into the exclusive 5-star restaurant. Eva's unpredictable behavior stemmed from her work schedule, and she was busy now preparing to star in an upcoming play. With a yawn, he'd guessed she'd overreact for photographers, but he didn't judge her. He smiled politely at all who passed. Business was business, and he understood that part of tonight. His face flushed the second he stepped through the restaurant. She'd be here late. With a determined set of his jaw, he nodded at the hostess and walked toward his seat at the window overlooking the ocean. Miami had such beautiful beaches. He relaxed into his seat and closed his eyes. Tonight would be different if Penny agreed. Her smile was like a warm breeze on the ocean. With an intake of breath, he lifted his index finger to indicate he needed service. A moment later, a waitress took his drink order. With a flick of his light brown hair, he turned away and stared at the phone. Penny never called him. "It's never good to drink alone, son." His mouth pinched together into a scowl. His mother. A vein in his neck pounded as he turned his head. He crossed his arms to somehow block his rising blood pressure. Through clenched teeth, he told her, "I asked you to leave me alone. I asked you not to interfere with your father's business." He gazed past her. "And I have repeatedly asked you not to interfere in my life, Mother. Yet here you are." I was in the restaurant. Was I to ignore my only son? His eyes narrowed in on his mother. This woman would sell him her only son for cash. Did she still expect loyalty? With a sharp, tart answer, he shrugged. "Yes, Jay, be reasonable." The storm of his emotions thundered in his answer. "My business is separate from Dad's. I know it's hard for you to lose control of someone, but you need to leave now." "That's harsh. With time you'll understand my only wish was to help our family." His chest tightened while his expression hardened. "Helped yourself. Look, I have a date and you're not it. Tell Dad if he wants to talk business, he can call me without you on the other line. Every dime I've ever made with my company is from my own hard work and sweat. I'll go, but we're not done with this conversation." When he shut down his parents' company, he'd earn his reward. "Yes, we are. Eva's here now. She's lovely." Penny's unfiltered smile and warmness held true beauty on the inside. Eva's outward looks didn't matter. "She's on your payroll." Jay stood up and put his drink down. His blue eyes stared down his mother, though she stood taller than most women, and she haughtily lifted her head and walked away. He glared while she left, and Eva joined him. The two shared more than just dark hair and eyes in common. They both would send a boy into prison and stay kidnapped to collect the cash insurance policy. Eva nodded at him, sparkling in silver and diamonds. With a nod, he indicated for her to sit. She understood. "Jay." He took a slow, even breath, then nodded. "Eva, you didn't kiss me hello." His eyebrow arched. "Was I supposed to?" Her eyes narrowed on his. She knew something was not quite right when she asked, "Is tonight in public for a reason?" A girl like Penny would never be boring. He took a long pause and stared at Eva. "Yes, I thought so." Penny would never be so cool and put together. He tugged at his ear. "Eva, I want us to be friends. She crossed her arms. So you know? His brows elevated slightly, though he kept his gaze firm. With a nod, he answered, I know. Without warning, she stood up. I'll think about this. Meet me tomorrow. His mouth dropped open. He jumped to his feet and watched her sashay away. He'd expected more dramatics. With a shrug, he sat back down and finished his drink. With his phone, he checked social media. Penny wasn't online. He checked her profile. Up in Gainesville, she had a boyfriend, yet she never mentioned him in person. She listed herself as single on her page, though, and Jay smiled to himself. She must be free. He'd find out. Penny would never be cold with him, not like Eva or his mother. His high school friend's face matched the warmness of her heart. It had been a long time since he'd met anyone like her. The waitress came over and he turned his phone off to quickly pay the bill. Tomorrow, he'd find Penny again, screaming for their toys while the parents sat still, drinking beers under a tree. Inside the apartment, the upstairs neighbors banged on their floor, causing the apartment to shake. In the back, a car was blasting its music so loud her lips curled. She disapproved of everything she saw. Hopefully Jay's apartment hadn't skewed her view of all places. She ran back to her car. She'd never be able to afford a doorman. The first apartment would make her hate living in the area in a week or less. Penny rushed back to her rental car, not stopping to breathe the air. Starting her car, she programmed her GPS with the directions. Jay's place gleamed clean and quiet. No, she shook her head. She'd do this on her own, not live the fairy tale her mother dreamed of. Jay's blue eyes stared at her in her mind. He was seriously sexy. Adulthood made him determined, dangerous, and manly. Living with him couldn't happen. She hoped the second place would be better. Steeling her spine, she started the car and turned to see it. When she reached the street, her phone beeped. Picking up the phone, she saw Sandy had texted her. She dialed her number, not wanting to get into an accident. Sandra, hey sweetie, I was going to call you later today. To tell me you moved back home without calling? Sandra sounded serious until she shrieked, You have to come to my house for a party. I'm in the middle of redecorating my new place, but you know most of the people coming over. This Thursday. I need to see one of my oldest and dearest friends again. A friend not out to trick her into $1 million home let Penny relax her shoulders. Where are you now? Can you meet me for a latte at Sonoma's in a few hours? What time? Glancing at her clock, she saw time moving fast. She'd need every minute to figure out where she was going to live. Biting her lip, she decided her answer. 5 o'clock? I have to finish apartment hunting. Keep your fingers crossed for me. Deal. See you then. I'm so excited. Smiling, Penny let herself relax again. She'd find a way to make living here work before she told her mother. Geneva Knightheart's opinion would diminish everything Penelope hoped and dreamed for. To begin with, the woman did not understand why a girl would major in mechanical engineering instead of something more feminine like psychology. Her mother loved figuring out ways to manipulate people and using their weaknesses to her own advantage. College had been her mother's way of starting her on the road to marrying men for money, but then so had her private school. Penny's father had a sense of honor, though she hadn't known the man well. He'd had an affair and stayed with his wife despite all the drama he had to endure with Penny's mom. He eventually told his wife and stayed out of Penny's life for the most part, but at least the man struggled with trying to do the right thing. His quietness didn't bug her because her half-brother, Wyatt, was already one of her best friends before she knew the score that he was her half-brother through her father. Too bad Wyatt was in Kurdistan on some secret military mission. She'd visit his son later as Aunt Penny. All Penny had was her mom. Avoiding her mother kept her safe from exploding. She'd never be who her mother wanted her to be, and she'd do whatever it took to find a place and avoid having to stay with the mom she had nothing in common with. At the second apartment, she scurried across the urine-smelling parking lot cluttered with broken beer bottles and litter. A couple screamed at each other in Spanish in the parking lot. She locked the car door, refusing to get out. Her pounding heart began to slow. This place was a slum. She backed out of the place, wondering if she would have had the same reaction had she not seen Jay's apartment first, with its elite security system and thick-armed doormen. Jay. She needed to block him from her mind. Where did she go now? She programmed her phone for the third place. Holding her breath, she hoped her last option of the day worked out. This one's address was not too far from her mother. Letting her mind drift, she had to admit Jay's place had potential. In college, she'd lived with a male roommate. Crawford had been so busy with sports that he had never been home much anyhow, and Jay had said he needed to focus. While she drove, she wondered if she could. No. Pulling into the third place, she had hope. The place appeared quiet and peaceful. Good. She stepped out of her car, locked the door, and made her way to the front desk. The receptionist nodded, and Penny felt some enthusiasm spring up. The agent came out with a man a minute later, shaking hands. Waiting her turn, Penny told her, "Hi, I'm Penelope Knightheart. I called yesterday about an apartment." "Miss Knightheart, hello. Please come into my office for a minute. I rented our apartment this morning, but let me look up our next possible opening. Our residents often choose to stay here for years at a time. I can see why. The place is beautiful. Our next possible vacancy is next month. Is that good for you?" With a rent of $900, she could live on her own without anyone, and the place seemed decent. "Okay, I'll make it work and stay with my mom until then." "Great." The leasing agent typed into her computer, "We'll be needing first, last, and the security deposit." Sighing, she signed a check and filled out the paperwork. For a month, she needed a place. She had run out of options, and this place was perfect. When done, she stood up, telling the agent, "Thank you, we'll see you soon." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Going to Jay's had appeal. She could taste the decadence in her mouth. But she couldn't. Walking to her car, she did the one thing she hated. She drove to her mother's. The drive took less than 15 minutes, but Penny stayed in her car for longer, staring at the two-story house with its palatial columns. The circular driveway wound around a large bronze fountain that sprayed water into the air. If Lars was home, her mother would feign exuberance about how her college graduate of a daughter needed to settle down, with a smile pasted on her face. If he was not home, her mother would lecture her about finding a man to sleep with and support her, without the painted smile. Either way, tonight wouldn't be fun. Groaning, she stepped out of the car, her back tensed before she knocked on the door. Her legs shook while she stood there with a bag over her shoulder. A second later, her mother opened the door, saying, "Penny, what are you doing here? I told you I had a job offer in Miami. I looked all day, but the place I found isn't available till next month. I need to stay here with you and Lars. Go stay with your friends." "Mom, I'm your only child. Don't you care that I'll be on the street, homeless?" Her mother grimaced. "Okay, you can sleep on our patio for the night. I'll figure out where to put you after that. Lars will be home later. He's in surgery number whatever, turning a former 300-pound heifer into 150 pounds of delight, complete with 2 sizes larger chest. Too much info. How are you?" "Finally happy, sweetheart. Lars took me to Las Vegas because I had always wanted to sit beside a man in a high-stakes poker game, and he won. That's a stupid goal to have, Mom." Penny let that come out of her mouth before she bit her lip. "Did I not teach you anything? Here it comes." "Teach me what?" "Ferdinand." Penny closed her eyes. She knew this speech, all about how Penny always chose losers, but she corrected her mother anyhow. "Fernando. His name was Fernando. That boy you were sleeping with. He had no way of supporting you. Women do not pay for men. You stick with one who's the best option until an even better one appears. He was looking for a job, and we graduated at the same time. We had part-time jobs to make ends meet. Gainesville isn't a huge place, and we hoped to stay. Doesn't matter now. I left him for a job. You left him because he was no good for you. He had no money." Looking out the window, her mother saw the rental. "Where is your car, honey? It wouldn't have made the drive back. It was dying, so I gave it to Fernando. I also have to go to the dealership now that I'm back to buy one. Plus, I have to find some furniture. Sweetheart, go for men with money in the future. You'll be happier. Stop. Was there some way to make her mother stop? She was well acquainted with her mother's lack of moral fortitude. It gained her a new stepdaddy every couple of years that had become a logistical nightmare throughout her childhood. Penny would never be the gold digger, and her mother sounded ridiculous and lacked any center of moral right or wrong. Staying here would drive her crazy. Patios out there? She didn't even rate a room here. She would be on display through the glass, but she had to sleep somewhere. Walking away without finishing her conversation with her mother saved her sanity for the moment. After clearing off the daybed, she lay down. Jay would never need her money. Paying Fernando's bills had slowed her savings, and she had learned not to date a man without a job. Hard work was its own reward. Fixing the pillow, she thought about Jay's dimples. Jay's house and offer kept her safe from her mother. He'd work, focus, and escape his mother. She fixed her shirt to be straight. She couldn't wait to get out of here. Was Jay serious about his motivation on why he needed her? His blue eyes that stared into hers gave her the impression he'd been earnest. But she could be seeing what she wanted. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, she woke up to her mother's whiny voice. Lars, darling, do you think my butt could use another injection? Penny closed her eyes. She needed air. She could never be her mother, and she had to get out of here fast. She swallowed. Jay would be easier to take. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Staring at the street, she realized she needed coffee. Her regular morning wake-up sounded so inviting. Redirecting her car, she debated Jay or Mom. Jay offered everything she'd dreamed of in a place, except living with him. Well, if she was honest with herself, she admitted she'd like him in he's a good guy and a great friend way. She'd said that out loud. Talking to herself was never good. On the other side, her mother made her want to scream with her loyalty of a gnat with men. Penny knew without a doubt that she would never cheat on any man to move up the social ladder, and Jay would be all she ever needed in a man, though it would never happen in a million years. No. Cooling off would help her make sense. Coffee would make this headache go away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When she stepped out of her car, she noticed his black Harley in the lot again. Blinking, she shook her head before walking in. It was kind of amusing to her that they had the same schedule and tastes when it came to morning coffee. Jay hadn't seen her. His focus was his tablet and reading some pie chart with numbers. She put her head next to his to stare at the tablet before she told him, "Funny, you never had that look when we used to study together." "Good morning," Jay said, and his smile brightened the whole place. He turned off the tablet and set it on the table. "This is important. It's my life, not homework. Live with him, for a month. Living with him might be good." She'd never lived alone, and Miami did have an underside. "Where are you living now, Jay?" "At Michael's. I've been there for 2 months now, and I need to get out." "Why?" "He doesn't let me focus at home." Boys with trust funds tended to throw it around to control people. She lowered her eyes and asked, "Were you serious about your money being tied up?" "My cash flow is tied up in a deal. It's why I need you on Friday to meet a few of my investors." "Why me?" "One of my biggest investors is conservative and believes heavily in family values. He believes I might be too much of a carefree Miami guy out to make a fast deal, not caring about long-term." "You're not. Long-term has always been a goal of mine. On Friday, you would truthfully say you've known me a long time, and that I've always done what I promised or set out to do." She shrugged. "Okay, easy enough." Jay did what he needed to get what he wanted, but he'd also lie if he had something to get, whatever it was he saw. He couldn't have lost that part, but he did like to win. She wrinkled her brow and tried to figure him out. "Let's go back to your parents for a second. What happened with your mother?" "I don't want to talk about it, Pen. She's not anything like mine. Penny, I need to be a man and create my own empire away from my trust fund. She's having a hard time understanding that I'm doing things without her help now." I don't want to be anything like my mess of a mother. His dimples smiled at her when he shook his head. You'd never sleep around on anyone, Pen. You're one of the good girls. Fumbling for her words, she settled on letting her heart speak. You won't turn into a serial killer if I move in with you, though. I don't want to live with a crazy person. His eyes opened wider. I won't. Are you reconsidering? A comfortable warmth spread across her face, and she must have blushed. She ignored the heat inside her and nodded. I need a place for a month. I just can't stay with my mother. I can't stay at Michael's either. He's a good guy, but between him and Eva, I'm going insane. Tell me you're not going to go all dramatic on me. No, I have work Monday morning at Mueller Enterprises. Pushing out the seat next to him, he pointed for her to sit. She did, then patted his shoulder. Dimples, I'd love to live in your gorgeous place with you. He put his phone on the table while he leapt to his feet, pulling her back up into a hug and twirling her around. Laughter erupted, uncontrollably. You're an idiot. I'm getting the good end of this deal. He set her down with her feet pointed forward. His adorable smile weakened her, making it harder to steady herself, though he stayed in her personal space. She'd find a way to repay him for taking her in. He told her, Penny, working at home is going to be so much easier. I can sleep at night without expecting you to break through my firewalls. You're being paranoid, Dimples. Walking away, she swayed her hips a little more, knowing he stared at her. Wait. Looking over her shoulder, she winked while she lifted her arm. I'm getting my coffee. Be right back. Stepping away from Mr. Perfect, she relaxed. For the next month, she'd ignore any of his romantic entanglements. She had headphones, and living with him as a friend was something her mother had never done with any man. Whatever had happened to him, he needed her at the moment, and she could be his friend now and help him out. Sitting at his table, he packed his bags and asked, Do you remember how to get to the place? Sure, she had grown up in South Miami, before all the construction. Where are you going? I have an appointment to go round 2 with Eva in 10 minutes. She knows we're done. She didn't take it well, but it's over. I'm going to get whatever box she intends to throw at my head, then let her have the final say. I'll call the doorman and give him your name so he can give you the key card. You can get in. Can I call you later when this is over? We both have a lot to do right now. Putting her hands on his, she squeezed him in support. Of course, I'll take measurements. She had a roof over her head. Now all she had to do was buy something to sleep in tonight before she met Sandra. Miracle Mile would not be in her price range at all. Jay and his high school friends shopped there. Penny sighed. She missed Gainesville a little. At least there she fit in. Miami had 2 sides, not 3. The rich, and then the rest of the city no one mentioned. She called up Sandra and asked, momentarily thinking she was speaking to her mother and not her rich best friend. Who has a warehouse membership that we know? I need a mattress. Rothy. You are running a mile a minute, Penny. Right, Sandra. I'm sorry. I'm overwhelmed and looking for a membership card to one of those stores where we buy everything in bulk. I'm just moving back. Oh. We get gas there sometimes for the car. Stop at my store. Take my card and go. Good. Leaving her stuff and only packing 2 suitcases meant she had no household goods, not even her measly college stuff. But a clean breakup with no hard feelings was worth the 1 coffee cup she now owned. Asking Sandra for help with a mattress would be out of the question, but she'd tip someone to tie it on the top of the car. When she left all her stuff to Fernando except her clothes, she hadn't left much. Used furniture inherited from other broke college students wouldn't last much longer, and now with a full-time position she could start fresh with everything. Penny liked having a plan. If she had to depend on Jay or anyone else when she could do it herself, then she'd miscalculated what she could do. Most places let you set up a monthly payment plan, so she'd stick to a budget and forge into her life. Living with Jay, though, pushed her moving date ahead. The wind at her back, along with her instincts to stay with the man, couldn't be ignored. He'd changed, and she liked what she had seen so far. Parking her car, she brushed off a little dust in her hair from the earlier ride on his bike. Running into the boutique, she stopped short. The customers wore heels and carried designer bags. Her jeans were threaded and ripping at the bottom near the hem, and her old sneakers had no chance of ever being white again. Pulling her shoulders together, she slowed her run to a friendly stroll to the counter. Blonde, short-haired, petite Sandra, with a huge smile for everyone in life, put boxes down and jumped up and down, hugging her when Penny came closer. The place was white, bridal, and expensive. Sandra bounced up, squealed, then hugged Penny for a second time. Finally, she calmed down and said, "I've missed you. How are you?" Did Sandra inherit the trust fund before she turned 25, like Penny had remembered? Looking at the diamond earring in her friend's coiffed look, she could see Sandra was doing well. Penny told her, "I'm good. My life is working out." "How did you afford a wedding store here? The competition for the socialites must be fierce." "You're speaking to a socialite, or so everyone sees. Business is doing pretty well, and I sold my own design a few weeks ago. I'm so excited." "Amazing. I thought your parents were against you designing clothes." "They were and still are. I had my inheritance, plus Jay helped me out with financing. I'm in better financial shape than my competition and making money. Soon my own wedding dresses will be the premier gowns sold in my store." "Jay helped you out?" "Yeah, he's good with finding investors. If you need his help, ask him. He'll help you, Penelope." She never wanted to ask anyone for help. Looking down to the floor, she fidgeted while she admitted, "I'm moving in with him." "What?" Flinching, she hoped Sandra wasn't thinking anything bad. She eyed the front door to escape before telling her, "Roommates only. He has a girlfriend. Penelope, he's changed." "Wait." Sandra's phone beeped. Looking down, she told Penny, "Jay dated Eva, but they broke up. She's coming over here in less than 5 minutes." "No way. This couldn't be happening right now." She needed to get out of Sandra's shop fast. Eva equaled drama, and Penny didn't need to look her in the eye right now. She hadn't told Jay to break up with her. Sandra picked up her phone to text, and Penny begged, "Please don't tell her about me. Let me ease into it after I get furniture and a good night's sleep. I don't want to be a part of this." Sandra nodded when Penny's phone beeped. She glanced down. "Meet me at Tiffany's Treasures. We need to furnish the apartment and you'll want some input." Texting back, she asked him, "If they don't have anything, do you have a warehouse membership?" "Yes." She handed Sandra's card back to her. "I'll buy my own membership if I must today. It's for the best." "Thank you, and looking forward to Thursday." "Me too." She hugged Sandra and went back to her rental car. Tomorrow she'd get a car. At least living with Dimples meant she could use her small savings on an auto lease deposit, getting something that could last. When she worked, she'd take a portion to save up another deposit for when she moved. Fernando, her ex-boyfriend, had lived off her savings, so not having his bills freed up some cash, too. Jay would never borrow a dime without paying her back, so she'd never have to worry about him. Driving in the Grove was a trip back to another universe. All tourists ever saw would be this part of town and South Beach. Jay likely visited there every weekend, too. Maybe the motorcycle was a new, flashy toy he'd grow tired of in a year, though his scar indicated more. Penny shook her head. She couldn't dwell on him while she found parking. While looking at his choices, she'd figure out what sheets she'd buy and find out how the breakup had gone for him. Eva was an award-winning actress. Jay must have been hit with a shovel of emotions before he walked away. Penny sighed. Jay had been so good to her today. Finding her sunglasses, she walked into the posh store. She remembered how her mother had drooled in this store countless times, always hoping the next guy she married had more cash. Geneva hated being poor and talked about some idyllic childhood that had been stolen from her. Without grandparents to ask, Penny had no reason to be suspicious, but the story had never made much sense. Lars had kept her mother on a short leash with the finances, much to Mom's chagrin. Penny smiled, knowing how her mother would swoon with delight if she'd been invited to shop for furniture here. Jay waved to her at the door. When giving her a hug, she bumped into his briefcase. Pulling back, she listened to him. "We need to pick out a couch, stuff for my bedroom and my office, and furnish the rest of the place. For your help in picking this, I'll buy your bedroom set." Her jaw might have fallen to the floor. Add a dining room to the list too. "I don't need much, but we will need to eat somewhere." "Dimples, you can't be serious. I'm moving out in a month." He ushered her inside the store without batting an eye. "Let's go. A bed in here will cost a few $1,000s. I have to work. I called ahead and I have 2 options." What did he want from her? She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. "Which are?" "I'd pay an interior decorator $5,000 to do all this. She can be here in an hour." She tilted her head, weighing what he said. "Then why would I be here?" "I'd like your opinion either way, as you'll be living there. Option 2 is that I buy your furniture or pay you the money in cash. Doesn't matter what you choose, but I have a situation at work to deal with." $5,000. Her mother would say take the money, but she would never. If she picked out a set that matched the rest of it, she could leave it at his place. He'd have bought it anyhow. Nodding her head, she met his eyes and relaxed her shoulders. "I'll hang every picture, Dimples. I like being busy." His face relaxed, and his blue eyes almost gleamed with happiness now. Whatever had happened to him earlier today had stolen some of his energy. "Thank you, Pen. I need to sit with my computer and not be bothered." "Funny seeing you serious about something." He walked her into the store as a sales associate opened the door for her. "Makes you sexy." He stopped moving. She waved him in. It took him a few seconds to recover. Odd. Strolling to the living room section, which was first, she scanned the showroom. Jay's hand went to her back when the saleslady came up to ask them, "May I help you? We need to furnish our new place. I hope you have a few hours." "You were both smart to come in here. Is there a budget I'm working with, or is the sky the limit?" "Penny will keep me honest. She's making the decisions. Would you mind shopping while I connect to the Wi-Fi to work? You have something important." She nodded her understanding and hugged him, then told the saleslady, "Let's get started." Jay found a seat near the door and opened his tablet, staring intently. What business did the man have? Investors and a financial company made sense, but something else was driving him to be that focused. She'd never asked, but for a place to live while she settled into her new life, she'd shop. Sleeping on a bed for a month from Tiff's would be heavenly. The sales clerk pointed out hand-carved foreign chairs that would not be comfortable to sit on. Penny preferred a level of comfort, and Jay needed a place to relax. She found a light tan leather living room set with one of those chaise lounges she'd seen in magazines all her life. She peeked at the price tag. For this place, the number sounded normal. Jay didn't operate in her limited world, but it was far from the most expensive item. For the dining, she went more modern, streamlined, keeping that under what she expected as well. The saleswoman pointed out strange table designs complete with hammered-in monkey arms holding up a glass table, but Jay would prefer simple. For his office furniture, she remembered the 3 times she'd ever been to his bedroom in high school to collect a book or something for him. Even then, he had used a dash of purple, knowing it was royal. She picked out teak, but found a deep purple desk set that he'd like. She glanced over at him. He didn't blink at anything going past him except his tablet. Following along, they reached the bedroom section. In bedroom furniture, she saw something she loved. She'd be the princess in any fairy tale in that set. For him, she picked out something more boxy and masculine. When they finished, they returned to Jay. He stared, engrossed in a spreadsheet. "Dimples, we're ready for you." His eyes stared up, but his mouth fell open. "You finished shopping already, Pen?" "Of course." She nodded, then told him the news. "Issue is they cannot deliver until tomorrow, and you're paying." He took her hand to help stand up before he let go. In his future life, Jay would make any socialite a perfect husband. He let her make all the house decisions, and she'd be there for only a month. While waiting for the sales girl to put the receipt together, Penny told him, "I'm surprised you're not engaged to one of the Miracle Mile women. Your mother must have pushed you on the yacht club at some point." "I'm a member. We're going with those people on Friday, remember? Fun." He handed over the card. "I don't want to go back to my mother's." "Don't. Stay." She laughed. "Are we camping without furniture for the night then?" "I suppose. Moving would be a long process. I do have camping bags. Won't Michael miss you?" He lived with Sandra's brother, though that combination made no sense in her head. Michael generally despised everything he saw, looking down his nose at the world. "He'll be relieved I'm not coming back. Is there anything else we need to buy?" She rolled her eyes. Furniture hardly made a house a home. "I still need to buy sheets, pots, pans, lights, bathroom hangers, etc. "I have an idea." "Another one?" The racing of her heart told her she wouldn't be offended. "We'll stay at the place. Tonight we'll be bonding. Too bad we don't have marshmallows to roast on an open fire." Biting her second finger in her hand for a second, she asked a question with a lilt in her voice. "Does the camp gear have an air mattress?" "Yes." Smiling, she joked, "You're not a nature/hunter type like we went to school with." That was Wyatt. He signed the receipt and took his card back. Glancing over, she saw she'd spent more than she thought. Looking at him, she asked, "Where did the extra $4,000 come in?" "Delivery and setup," the sales clerk told her. "You won't lift a finger. Everything will be perfect, and if you need any furnishings, we're associated with Christina's Collectibles. I can call ahead to ensure someone is ready to help you with everything you two might need." "That's across the street," Jay said. "Can you handle shopping there while I finish with my report? Then we can go out to eat and relax. It's been a long day." Helping him made her happy and lifted the guilt that she'd be sleeping at his place. She nodded. "I'll be like that my first day on Monday. Walk with me." He opened the front door of the place. "Did you like your sheets at your parents' house?" "I'll like whatever you pick." She raised her eyebrows to joke. "I could pick pink flowered bed sheets. You won't fail me like that, cutie. And get your stuff too. Consider the sheets part of the set. You're taking care of the details. The business deal you're working on is a big deal for you. Biggest one I've been associated with so far." Opening the door to Christina's, he nodded while finding a seat near the door. The sales clerk came over. "Did you walk over from Tiffany's?" "Yes. I need to get furnishings." Jay smiled, then stepped back to let her make the calls. "You and your boyfriend came to the right place. Let's get started." Penny hesitated for a second. She didn't correct the mistake. Spending his money like she was, the mistake was honest. Penny never dared to believe it, and Jay didn't act like a boyfriend. He was a dear friend, and that was what she needed at the moment. Promise everything would arrive tomorrow morning and be unpacked. Penny stood next to Jay, who closed his tablet the second she did. Not the first time he'd done that. "What kind of business did you start?" "It's online mostly, but I'm financing businesses and taking over failing ones if I can turn them around." "Turning sinking ships around. Sounds good. Financial stability has always been on my list of accomplishments in life. You have no idea what it's like growing up with a fiscally irresponsible mother. I don't want to subject any child of mine to having to become the adult. You won't." He put his tablet in his briefcase. Living with him for a month meant she wouldn't get too attached, but spending time with Jay sounded tempting. They'd never work out as a couple, and her little crush would be one-sided. He had options way beyond an old friend, and she had a new life to begin. "With getting a new place in a month, buying a car this weekend, and paying off my student loans, I'll be on a budget for the rest of my life. Not tonight, every night." Reaching out, he touched her shoulder, reminding her of a friend. Her muscles relaxed. She needed friends more than anything else anyhow, and needed to set her head right for the next month. Glancing away, she hid her shiver when he said, "Look, you did most of the work today." Let's drop off the sleeping bags, then head out to someplace near our new home for dinner, where we can talk. I'm buying. She had to set boundaries. I don't want to put you out. Relax. I'm hungry and I owe you. Today has been a long day for both of us. She shrugged, then he walked her to the parking lot. Okay, tomorrow will be busy too. Furniture moves in and I need to go car shopping. I'm afraid that will take forever. Looking at her bag, she fidgeted to find her keys when he told her, I'll go with you. It's mostly the financial deal that holds everything up. He stared right at her and she couldn't meet his gaze. You're busy. Free Wi-Fi is available everywhere. I'll talk to them to speed up the deal while you shop. Shouldn't take long. Pulling away, she gazed out the window. You don't have to. I already need to ask you a favor. What? Friends helped, and she'd do this for anyone. Looking back at his blue eyes, she lowered her voice. Do you think you can follow me to the airport to return the car? Moving home from college, the post-college part-time work started to take a toll on me. I haven't stopped moving in days. I can see you're on overdrive, cutie, and I've been working. Don't worry about it. We're friends, and tonight we should relax, talk, and get to know what happened in the 5 years since we spent time together. Cutie had been what he called her all the time. It hadn't been a big deal, so why did her pulse race? She forced herself to walk slow and not let him see how he affected her when they walked out of the store. Perfect. Plus, we should lay down a few ground rules and signals. I don't want to interrupt any important date you have. Meet you at the condo? Leaving her at her car door, he told her. See you there. Gripping the wheel of the car, she shook off her desires. She'd never be his and needed to stop this train of thought. She'd set up a few house rules to make transitioning easier, but her heart racing had to be from excitement, her first job. She'd moved home in a day. She'd accomplished her goals without her mother. Everything was falling into place now. But then, getting good grades all her life had meant she always had to stay focused on what she wanted. Jay would be who her mother would choose for her. She'd never turn into her mother, though the fear of ending up becoming a gold-digging wannabe socialite slowed down her driving and her pulse. What if living with Jay meant she'd fall at his feet, begging him to love her, and she'd lose all her honor and hopes of becoming a solid, independent person? Pulling into the garage, she shook off the thought. She refused to let that happen. Jay was her friend, not the love of her life. She knew the score. She glimpsed his motorcycle parking next to her before she opened her door. Stretching her legs, she caught him staring at them when she brushed off her jeans. Did he notice she had worn them yesterday? She opened the trunk and took out a bag. He came beside her and took one of her 2 boxes. Leave me the key and I'll get the second one once I put this down. Nodding, she accepted that friends helped each other. She handed over the keys. Thank you. I want to shower fast before we head out. I have toiletries in my bag. The second box is mostly housewares I took when I moved out of my ex-boyfriend's place. It's not much, but we can use a pot or something if we need it. I still need to ask about this guy. They walked to the elevator. We graduated last year, and you didn't come back right away. Is he the reason you stayed away? No. Yes. Which one? What happened to you? Telling him this meant she stayed real and didn't hide her issues. I couldn't get a job. I didn't want to come home without one. And I was living with a boyfriend who didn't have internet or much of anything. What? Why would you date someone who can't afford the internet, Pen? He sounded like her mother. Rolling her eyes up to the metallic ceiling, she told him, it's who the person is on the inside that counts, not his bank account. I don't hold you having more against you, Jay. You're a sweet guy. I'm not sweet, Pen. Only you think that. She met his glance again. Untrue. Sandra sings your praises. She's my cousin. What happened to this boyfriend? The elevator opened right into their apartment. Walking out, she answered, nothing. Turns out I shouldn't have bothered with him, though he was nice enough. He tried hard, but I never once had that thrill. Breaking up was easy. How was the big breakup with Eva? Take that shower. I'll get the other box. We'll discuss Eva at dinner. Fair enough. If you didn't love her, it's best to end things. Her neck pinched backward before she forced herself to relax. She'd never be gorgeous like Eva. Jay would find someone in his league and she needed to keep her guard up. We'll talk. He stepped into the elevator and the doors closed behind him. Eva must have broken part of Jay. She'd always been closer to him in school anyhow, and quiet around Eva. Penny had always intended to study mechanical engineering and never lived her life larger than the rest. She'd been the girl behind her glasses no one had noticed. Eva possessed that quality that made everyone who knew her love her, and Penny could never hate her. Picking up her bag, she went to the empty bathroom in her room. The walk-in shower appeared to be designed to not need a shower curtain. The glass-plated doors would keep the water from splashing out. She sighed, then closed the door. She bit her lip to check out this luxury, then turned on the water. She hadn't expected rainfall on her head or the sounds of the rainforest to greet her ears. Grinning, she realized she had a spa going on in this bathroom. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. When she stepped out, who knows how long later, her shoulders had lost all their tension. She sighed. She'd packed a cotton dress in case she needed it, and decided to put it on. 10 minutes after, she joined Jay in the empty living room. He was squatting with his tablet. You work more than I expected you would. I might never have earned your high grades, but I didn't have to. My grades were always good, and I am good at my job. The potential for this project could make me richer than my parents without using one dime of their money. She met his eyes and understood something. We're both seeking freedom. You'll get there sooner than me. Student loan drama. But I'm so happy for you. Dimples, that's amazing. She pulled him into a hug, where he squeezed her hard for a split second, giving her a preview of his rock-hard body under his clothes, before he pushed her away fast. Okay, no hugging, let's go to dinner. I'm sorry, Penny, you surprised me. Hugging can stay, we've known each other forever. The elevator door opened right into his living room. She'd seen the setup in movies, but until now she'd never experienced such openness. She blinked and stared at the empty elevator. She'd have to get over the shock. Then he put his tablet on the counter and powered it off, and she gazed only at him. He walked over and joined her. She swallowed, then whispered, "We're friends. I trust you. Else the first wouldn't live here with you. Tonight, I'm buying you a drink. Other way around. You did the work for me today. You get rewarded with dinner and drinks." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He led her into a small, quaint oceanfront hidden restaurant in the Grove. She smiled. This is one of the yacht people watering holes. I missed the ocean. You don't get to see much of it in Gainesville. We'll plan a trip to the beach soon. He promised when the waiter came to hand them menus. 2 mimosas, please. She raised her eyebrow. You had one the last time we were all together in high school to say goodbye at Sandra's house. I missed you and the rest of the coffee shop crew, as Sandy called us. Most people make the friends you miss in college, and I made friends. But not seeing you again, or Sandra, Eva, Michael, and Wyatt, hit me hard last year. I was happy with my computer contact, but I should have wanted more. My mother kept me away, and Wyatt's in Kurdistan. Wyatt's serving overseas? No one's heard from him. What are you talking about? We talk on the phone once a month. His jaw dropped again. Funny. Wyatt wasn't the guy, was he? No. He's nice guy, and I collected stuff in college to send to his base or to his family. The waiter brought the mimosas. Penny smiled, raising her glass, and said, "To our new beginning, Jay and Penn's new place." Clinking glasses with her, he nodded in agreement. Cheers, in another life, she'd have hoped for something more. And to our new jobs and future success. After clinking glasses again, they took another sip. Laughing, she told him, "We need to talk about rules. I have one. If you bring a date over, she goes to your room, avoiding the common areas. If I start dating anyone, I'll do the same thing. Let's plan on at least once a week having a meal or a drink together. We need to stay current with each other. Then spill. How did the breakup with Eva go? She acted surprised when she shouldn't have been. She knew we weren't getting along and I wasn't happy, I told her. It's done, and I don't want to think about Eva anymore. Why did you date her then? You know she's dramatic, and it wouldn't be easy. She reminded me of happier times in my life, but Eva could never pretend to be what I wanted. Exes are that for a reason. Where did you live before today? At my parents'. I had my own side to the house, but it was suffocating. I needed to get in this place. When I saw you the other day, I realized who would be perfect. You. She laughed. Perfect, describing me? We're friends for good reasons. Jay had a twinkle in his eye. She caught a glimpse of it and smiled. Jay sat still and waited in the dark until he was positive Penny slept on the air mattress. He stared hard at her reflection in the moonlight, then snuck into his office to go upstairs to the pool. He could speak freely outside. The pool had seats and he needed to make a call. A calmness entered his heart. Living with Penny was going to change his life, and for the better. His shoulders rolled back and he smiled. She'd be perfect as his date to meet Mr. Danvers. He picked up the phone, but part of him held back. He'd never hurt her. He hesitated before he hit call. His former kidnapper worked for his mother, and Penny would need protection. Jay clutched his phone, took a seat, and turned on his tablet. His ears sharpened to the splashing of his pool while his eyes focused on the intense light blue under the water. His pulse calmed and he dialed. 2 rings later, Gonzalez answered. Hello? Jay set his jaw and kept the pitch in his voice low. Mr. Gonzalez, it's Jay Marshall. The boy? With a sharp movement, he pushed his chin up. I'm an adult now. Why are you calling me? His chest thrust out. He'd cut the cords to his mother's backup. I'd like you to end your business with my mother. It's profitable for me. Your mother is a smart woman. He inhaled deeply. I'll pay you to retire from this business. How much? Good. He straightened his legs in the chair. Last year, you were paid $250 million. The profits for the hotel investment have dwindled with the economy. I'll come in and pay you $1 billion to end all future business and take this one off your hands. Your parents were wrong with what they did to you. A fluttering in his chest started. He could pay off his mother's help and end all control she tried to exert over him. It was a long time ago, yet this is a personal family matter. Let my lawyers draw up a deal and we'll be in touch. With his hand on his knee and a smile on his face, Jay kept his cool. Perfect. Son, I understand your mother. She's made me money with her insights, but everything comes to an end. Understand any deal we finalize is because you offered me enough to walk away. He clenched his fists to hold his composure to finish. Of course. Jay hung up the phone and a wide grin grew on his face. Tonight, he'd taken steps to win. No one would have power over him again. A dark cloud came to his thoughts. Whenever the deal with Gonzalez happened, Penny could not be anywhere near. An angel like her would never betray him for cold, hard cash. Unlike any other woman he met, Penny's smile warmed him, and unlike anyone else right now, his instincts told him to trust her. One more time, she knew that shower had taken longer than she intended. The air mattress deflated while she moisturized her face. Jay could have gone for coffee at this point without her. She threw her jeans and a clean shirt on before she ran out to see Jay sitting on the floor with his tablet. She spied his camping backpack with a roll-up sleeping bag neatly on the kitchen counter before she went to stand in front of him. Thanks for waking up early to drive me to the airport and waiting for me. I made an appointment at the dealer online for the car I liked, but traffic near Miami International gets evil later in the day. Sleeping on the floor wasn't exactly what I thought I'd be doing. We need to be home at noon so you can deal with the furniture people. Right now, though, I need my coffee. We'll stop. I'm glad we found a way for me to help you. It makes me relax knowing I can live here. She smiled while folding his sleeping bag once more, making it smaller. Let's go. "You can do whatever you want, Pen. You're smart." He saw her brains, not a dazzling personality. She let that sink into her head, glancing away. Heading out to their vehicles, she told him, "It was you that helped me survive high school. Being the only girl on scholarship in my class meant everyone knew I couldn't afford to go there. You were smarter than them and deserved to be there. See you at the rental place." She watched him mount his motorcycle. The rich prep boy turned jeans-wearing motorcycle-riding hotness revved up more than his motorcycle engine, though she couldn't let her feelings get too serious. He'd never look at her. Brains. It was all he saw. He broke up with beauty personified yesterday. Longing for that man who didn't notice her at all made her the fool. Shaking it off, she started the car, heading for the highway to get to the airport. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 40 minutes later, she signed the paper, handed the car keys over, and met Jay in the parking lot. He offered his arm, which she took. She appeared like a fresh out of college student, and he looked put together. He motioned to help her climb on. She followed, grabbed hold of his waist, and held on for when he went fast. Inhaling the scent of his warm body unleashed her imagination. The strong shoulders on his muscular body meant he'd look like Mr. Perfect on the beach. To compare, she'd look embarrassed next to the bodies meant to be worshipped. It would be better to avoid the option and not see his sexy body underneath his clothes. She'd put that on the list of rules for what to wear outside the separate bedrooms. It was okay. She needed to stop obsessing about him anyhow, though the tropical heat outside wasn't the only thing getting under her skin. When they pulled into the dealer, she released him, feigning tremendous interest in the vehicles around them. Hopefully, her face didn't show her blush. Car dealers are notorious for taking too long with the paperwork. "I'm going to talk to the finance people and sit with my tablet while you shop. I don't want to be here all day." Slowing down, she stared at a yellow car. "Perfect. I'll find you." He nodded before she walked away to look at a black sedan, though she swore someone watched her hips sway. She must have imagined it, and she kept her silence. When he went inside, she moved to the front door. At the entry, she picked a younger salesman. "I'm looking for Kenny. I have an appointment to talk about a car." He smiled at her. "I'm Kenny, making you Penelope Knightheart. This way." Her heart didn't race when she saw the plain white four-door small car, but she didn't need to love a car. It would be cheap on gas and have affordable payments. The car didn't look like much of anything, but it would work fine. While she was eyeing the car, another salesman came over to talk to Kenny. She stepped away to find something to like about her choice when Kenny said to her, "I'm shocked, actually. We have a mint condition Jeep Wrangler, black with tan roof, priced at the same amount this white one is. Would you like to see that one first before it sells to someone else?" Her jaw dropped. "What? That's my favorite car ever. I have wanted one all my life. I need to see that." 2 minutes later, she smiled. She'd figure out the gas later. Wow, her eyes must still look like saucers, and she didn't care. She almost tripped while staring. The machine seemed brand new. How many miles? 1,000? That was it? She took the seat to take a test drive while suppressing a giggle. While test driving the car, her mouth wouldn't form the question for a few minutes. The smoothness of the ride left butterflies in her stomach. She'd be in heaven with this car. Tilting her head to the side, she asked, "Why is the Jeep priced so low?" The man gazed to the ground before he answered. "We're running a special a day on cars we don't specialize in to get them off the lot." She gave him a crisp nod when they headed back into the lot. Smiling to herself, she told him, "Keep the keys. I'll buy this one." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the office, Jay sat silent in the corner, waiting for her and working on his tablet as always. The seriousness on his face showed his concentration. He didn't notice her when she walked past. She sat down in Kenny's cubicle and the paperwork came 10 minutes later. When done, she ran to Jay and hugged his shoulders, despite the fact he was working. She noticed a spreadsheet with his mother's name on it before he turned it off to hug her. Jumping up and down, she told him, "I bought a Jeep. Tonight I'm driving us to dinner." His chin sat nicely on her head while he hugged her. "I'm happy for you. Let's get home, cutie." The furniture arrives. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Jay found a spot near a window in his bare office and squatted on the floor with his laptop. His tablet charged in the plug next to him, and he sipped his coffee. She watched him and nodded to herself. Tomorrow she worked. Yeah, life would be easier when she had his focus on work and a design due. She cleaned off the kitchen and her leg muscles quivered. Nervous energy needed a release without staring at Jay. She needed to run. In the kitchen, she put her pots and pans away and stared at the clock to see she had an hour before calling out, "Be right back." "Okay," his voice echoed in the halls. Her sneakers squeaked on the floor when she ran to her car. Food shopping would be fast when it was simple meals for a few days. The grocery store wasn't far, so she hopped into her car, which purred when it started. With her hands behind the wheel, she raced the short distance on the open road. After parking her car, she jumped out, almost running into Fernando. She blinked when he smiled. "Penelope, you look good. New car?" She had left him in Tallahassee. "What are you doing here?" "I had a few days off and wanted to check on you. I should have told you a few things before, and I need to apologize." "I'm happy." Interrupting him, she told him what she could. "I've got a new place, a new roommate for a month, a new job, a new car. You shouldn't be here." Jay's blue eyes and determined chin flashed in her mind. The man worked hard, and she always respected work. Fernando tried to take her hand in his, but she stepped back. "Baby girl, go home." "I'm not your baby anymore, Fernando." The relationship between them had never brought her joy. It was easy having a partner in her determination not go back to Miami, but she had grown up now. "Penny!" The unmistakable voice belonged to none other than Eva. Turning around, Penny saw the dark-haired beauty with ice blue eyes and flawless complexion. Suppressing a groan, she pasted a smile on her face while Eva joined them in the parking lot. Did she live in the neighborhood? Blinking rapidly, she knew she needed to escape. She refused to get involved with Eva and Jay. She didn't have nearly that kind of power and would be a damaged bystander in the fireworks. When Eva came close, Penny hugged her. "Eva, it's good to see you. How is Jay?" Sandra must have told her about the living arrangements. "Good, Fernando. This is Eva. We went to high school together." Fernando couldn't speak. "Good." Eva still had that wow. Penny inched back toward her Jeep. Eva nodded her head at Fernando, saying, "Hello. It's nice to meet a friend of Penny's." Fidgeting, she reached for the door to her SUV. "I have to get going." "Wait," Eva called out, tapping her feet. "We have to catch up. You've rekindled your friendships with Sandra and Jay, and I want to be on the list." "You are going to Sandra's party?" Eva tolerated her in high school due to their mutual friend, Sandy. They were not close without the cute blonde between them. She'd have to find a way out of that somehow. Having Eva upset at anything was always something to avoid. "I have to go. We should get together tomorrow. Meet me at our coffee shop," Eva told her. "Okay, if I can." Her pulse spiked before she peeled out of the parking lot, as she could get groceries elsewhere, where less people knew her. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After parking her car in the assigned spot in the lot, she put her head on the wheel to calm down. She counted to 3 before she peeked up, seeing the moving trucks. They were early. Racing to the elevator with her few bags of groceries, she joined the furniture on its ride up. Jay was in the living room directing people when she stepped into the place. Going over to him, she put her hand on his arm, silently telling him she'd do the rest. He patted her hand, then walked away. She'd do this job, then tell him about running into Eva. Without a second thought, she pointed to where everything went and had the movers change where stuff had been put down. 4 hours later, she stood in the living room exhausted. She had a bed to sleep in for now, a car, a job starting, and once she bought some new work outfits, she'd be happy. Jay peeked out. "Everything's done?" "Yeah, everyone's gone. I never ate lunch, so would you like to grab an early dinner?" "Love to." "I'm hungry too. Where did you disappear to earlier?" She found a sweater, then joined him in the living room again to leave. I wanted to make us some lunch, but I ran into Eva and Fernando. Who's Fernando? The ex-boyfriend. His eyebrows rose. And I'm meeting Eva for lunch tomorrow. Don't tell her you're living with me. It won't go over too well this soon. She sounded like she knew already. I don't want her striking out at you for things you're not a part of. He'd never choose a girl like her. She guessed that, but hearing it still hit her hard. Eva might blame her for Jay, though in the name of old friendships, especially their mutual friend Sandra, Penny would take that blame graciously. It would be impossible for any guy to choose brains when beauty shone so brightly. Miami bred the importance of radiating beauty as being the most important trait for any woman to possess, and Jay had grown up here. Car somehow made driving in rush hour traffic tolerable. She examined every car on the ride while not looking at him during their conversation, which helped keep her voice steady. Jay broke the silence and asked, "At UM, we used to come here every Wednesday." She smiled, then answered, "You said they were like you. Keep any friends?" He turned toward her and her pulse increased. "From my fraternity, I kept connections." She tilted her head toward him. "Dimples, it doesn't surprise me at all you joined one of those." His eyes widened. "You didn't?" She shook her head. "No, I had no time for parties. I worked." He pointed her to Monty's, the open pier with a cool breeze. "Found time for Fernando, though." Shrugging, she replied, "We worked together at the burger place. Then we dated and decided to room together, despite my mother's protests." "You don't do what your mother wants," Jay surmised. Looking over, she met his clear blue eyes and softened. "I try not to. If you run into mine, let me know." She pulled into the adjacent parking lot, scouting for a spot. "Sure." He pointed one out, and she followed. "The happy hour crowd will still be here. It's possible we'll run into someone. I haven't been here in years. They better still have the chicken sandwich." She smiled, remembering. The place had a decent-priced menu, old-school Florida laid-back ambience, and a mix of college students, working stiffs, and yachters who parked next to the place. The place had a vibrancy during the day that reminded anyone who visited that South Florida got the tropical air too. They found a table near the back, and he ordered beer and wine for the table. Sinking into the back of her seat, she relaxed. Everything would be fine. Penelope? Not who she expected. Her hands dropped to her sides and her eyes flew open. "No, not now." "It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Hernandez," Jay told her mother. Hernandez being the fifth husband. "It's Mrs. Lars Anderson these days," her mother corrected him. Stepfather number 8. Not that Jay needed to know the rotation. It was possible Penny had missed one or two. "Mom, we're getting something to eat." Biting her bottom lip, she hoped her mother would leave quickly. She twisted in her chair as her mother put her hand on her arm. "John J. Marshall, you are looking as handsome as ever. He's much cuter than Ferdinand, sweetie." "Fernando." Her mother never called him by his name because he was poor. In Miami, the class system remained in full force, though Geneva intended to keep climbing the ladder any way possible. "But you remember Jay's name so clearly. You were John in high school, but Jay is more handsome. You filled out quite nicely." "But I haven't seen my daughter in almost a year. Would you mind giving us a minute?" Jay must have seen the panic in her eyes when she stared into his baby blues. "I'll be at the bar, right over there." He whispered to her, "Give her 5 minutes, Pen." Frowning, she nodded and took strength from Jay when he pointed to his seat at the bar. Her mother took his seat and she mocked, "Please, sit down. We have so much to talk about, don't we, Mom?" Her mother leaned forward. "Don't let your face freeze like that. I have one question, though. Did you dump Frankie for Jay, sweetie?" "Fernando." "And no, Jay's my friend." "Friend as in you arrive in Miami yesterday, stay with me one night, then don't call your mother because you've been busy breaking one of the richest men in town up with his girlfriend?" No one would believe that one. Eva and Jay were gorgeous. Penny didn't have the height, her hips were a little too wide, and her face lacked the unique goddess quality that Eva had. Penny considered herself pretty enough, but not in that league. Mom, it's not like that. It's exactly like that. Have you slept with him to confirm your place in his life? Mom, Jay interrupted from behind. Where did you hear that? Her blush must have reached her toes, and she stared down at her feet. He walked past and stood next to Penelope. She'd watched him protecting her, and all she could do was study her shoes. Her mother told them, "It was in the newspapers. You were shopping and admitted you were dating." I woke up upset that my daughter didn't call me. The store. Sliding down in her chair, Penny hoped to disappear. It was her fault. Tell everyone you know that Penelope and I are dating. She'll be with me at the benefit on Friday. Raising her eyebrows, she stopped moving. His date. Gulping for air, she didn't know how she'd handle this. Mom, I'll call you tomorrow. I need to talk to Jay. No, are you staying with him tonight? I can't walk away not knowing where my daughter is sleeping. Yeah, she stammered, not raising her eyes. Her mother must be loving this. Jay and I are staying in the same place for now. The place I rented isn't available till next month. I'll talk more tomorrow, in private. High-pitched, but her voice grew smoother. Why would Jay lie? And to her mother? Her muscles went rigid while she sat in the chair, unmoving. Geneva jumped up with a smile on her face. She'd get hell for that one. He had wanted to keep their living together away from Eva, but he claimed her as his pretend date to his mother. This wasn't making much sense. Her mother walked away from the table, and Penny kept silent until Jay took his seat. Looking over her shoulder to ensure her mother didn't listen to them, she glared at him. Why did you tell my mother that? I agreed to be your date on Friday, but lying to my mother about us is not something I like. His leg brushed against hers under the table while he scooted closer, then pulled back. She kept her chin high while he told her, "Look, you avoid her. I get that, but she has a big mouth. If she tells lots of people, it becomes easier on me. Of course it's about you, and my life becomes hell. Jay, we need to tell the truth. I need you to pretend to be my date and my girlfriend." Her eyes narrowed as she snapped, "Why? You get offers. Not from you, Penelope. And you're who I need. You don't make any sense." He took her hand. This time she didn't pull away. "Please, I need this. Tell me why. Business. I'm at a phase in my work where I must appear stable, on a path to a family life, and not reckless and irresponsible. In finance, dating Eva made me appear too much of a risk taker, and my clients became uncomfortable. You're sweet, kind, adorable, and smart. In what kind of universe did Jay work? Was all of yesterday a plot to get me to move in for the month? I didn't set it up that way, but it worked out to my advantage. Can you please do this for me?" Jay's blue eyes melted her resistance. Her old crush held its flame, fluttering in her chest. Looking at him hit her hard and fast. Damn. Okay, but just for the week. I'll tell my mother after it was a lie. Come Monday, I'll be at my new job for most hours anyhow. His dimples grew wider. And you'll tell everyone we're dating? The waiter came with their food. She stroked her throat, pretending to be hungry, but she slowly stared up into his intense eyes. The man had a plan, and, whatever it was, she was now helping him. Wishing for a kiss made her weak, and she swore she wouldn't be. Looking down at her sandwich, she told him, "Yes, now hurry up and eat. I want to get out of here." Penny peeked up at him a few times. Jay, needing her, broke down a few defenses. If he had asked her for a real date and a real relationship, a jolt inside her told her she'd have agreed. Faking this could be dangerous. After stopping for groceries and wine, they made their way home. Penelope showered and changed for her run to the mall before coming home to go to bed. But the question of what Jay's business was played in her head. There was something she didn't know. Her feet clamored on the cool tiles under her bare feet while she made her way out of her room. She listened to his suite for a minute before gathering the courage to knock. When she did, the door opened. Putting her head in, she noticed that Jay wasn't in his office. Taking a step into the room, she heard the shower going in the other room. She wrinkled her nose, deciding he must be getting ready for bed. She put one foot in front of the other, and her pulse increased when she walked toward his desk. No papers laid out anywhere. Going behind the desk, she inspected the cabinet. Poking around, she didn't see anything interesting. Not one speck of paper existed. "Find something, Penny?" Twirling around, she saw the wet-haired Jay in his boxers without a t-shirt on. Her pulse raced while her eyes memorized every part of his exposed skin. He came closer and her lips fell open. "I asked you a question. What are you looking for?" Rubbing her ear, she fidgeted. Her body tingled. She fought her stupid crush, pulling her lip into her mouth before she could tell him about her stupid fantasy world. Opening then closing her mouth, she decided what she needed to say. "I know this is about business, but if someone asks me anything about you, all I have are memories from years ago. I don't know what's going on with you anymore. What do you remember?" Swallowing hard, she met his eyes. She struggled to find the right words at the moment. She became quieter, but forced out the words. "I expected you to be a ruthless prep boy jerk who had life handed to him without effort. In high school, for the first month, I avoided you and your friends until I became friends with Sandy. After our first conversation, your warmth became obvious. After our third, you became my hero, saving me from social disaster. You're still the best guy I've ever met, though you are up to something big." His hands settled on her hips, and she stared up, surprised. "Penny, He trailed off, instead pulling her in for a fast kiss. Her entire body came alive. "Wow." Stepping away from her, he caught his breath. "Good night." "No." The word flew out of her mouth. She had to know if that second had been real. She walked back into him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him down for a kiss. Lightning went through her body when his lips touched hers. She lost focus when she shouldn't. Pulling out of his embrace, she ignored the fluttering of her heart and told him it was real. "Okay. Good night, Jay. I have to go shopping." Racing out of his office, she ran back to her room, grabbing her bag. He followed her into the living room, in his boxers still, and she ran to the elevator. Nervously fixing her hair, she held her breath until the doors closed. When he couldn't see her, she put her hand on her lips. All her life she dreamed of that moment, but nothing had prepared her for the sparks coursing through her now. Living here was temporary, and to him, all that mattered were his business plan. She had her own life to start too. But Jay would be the icing on the cake. Blinking, she washed that thought away. No, she couldn't be like her mother. She'd never use him. He deserved love, and so did she. Jay and her together sounded ridiculous. She'd never dare kiss him again, or else she'd lose her good intentions. Her body was electrified, and all she wanted to do was jump into bed with that man, forgetting everything else. Every nerve ending in her lips still hungered for his kiss. Living with Jay for the next month, faking a relationship on Friday, and starting a new job all added up to too much, too fast. She needed a cold shower. But first she had to go clothes shopping. Then she'd meet Eva later in the week, pretending to admit she dated Jay. What would she say to her now? Penny's mind raced while she rushed down the highway. At least in Miami, stores stayed open late, and she did need to round out a work wardrobe. Ratty jeans did not look professional. On the half-hour drive to the Dolphin Mall, she let her mind relax. Her skin jumped when she thought about Jay and what she'd like to do when she went home. Letting out a small yell, she decided to tune him out, so she sang along with any song she could find on the radio. Outlet shopping would be less expensive, though she'd make up for it with bulk orders. His kiss and how she ran her hands briefly in his sandy blonde hair melted her. She had enough changes in her life, but staring at a mistake hadn't been on the agenda. She groaned before reminding him, "I'm not your baby, not anymore. I never really was." Fernando had cute brown eyes, but her fingers ached to touch Jay again. Her lips tingled when she thought about a few hours ago. and the hardness on his body showed the dedication he had to everything he did. In comparison, the boy staring at her right now was just that, a stupid boy, and she now preferred a man. Jay, to be exact. Stepping out of her Jeep, she locked the door and kept 2 feet from Fernando, who followed her inside. Eva first, Fernando second. Eva sat with Sandra. Fernando waved at them. Clearly, they became friendly yesterday. Penny imagined a huge bullseye on her forehead when she ordered her chamomile tea. Waiting for her drink at the counter made her jumpy. Hopefully the drink would calm her like it was supposed to. "Here you go, ma'am." Jay's kiss and what she hoped to do with his body tortured her, when she should have been focused on being rested for the first day of her new job. Spending the last few months without a full-time job while deferring her student loan bills weighed heavily on her. Her mother hadn't offered a dime to pay for anything. Now, soon she could start fresh. The job gave her hope. Good. When her alarm clock flashed 5 o'clock in the morning, the second before it beeped uncontrollably, she rolled out of her comfortable bed. She'd sleep tonight, after a full day of work. Yes, work kept her honest. Dragging her butt into the shower, she hit a different setting button to see her other options, and rainwater. Giggling, she let the soft sounds and sometimes sideways water calm her twitching nerves. 20 minutes later, she stepped out of her home spa, found a towel, and picked out her favorite new brown and pink skirt. After wiggling her feet into her fancy high-heeled brown sandals, she stared at herself in the mirror. She appeared happy, good. With a smile, she finished the look, brushing on a little. After assembling the rest of her makeup into her new oversized black bag, she needed only one more thing: coffee in a trusty cup to wake her body up before heading into work. 20 minutes later, she had halfway finished her latte when Jay texted her. "Missed you this morning. Have a good first day at work." Smiling, she calmed down. Jay, being her true friend, gave her hope for everything else. If that had happened, it might have changed their dynamic, and she needed a true friend in her life now, more than ever. ******. Finding a spot in the parking lot hadn't been. She carried her mostly finished coffee, her heels ticking on the marble floor of the spacious lobby. When she signed the roster at security, the man's eyes didn't have any light in them. She let the security guard wave a wand looking for metal over her body. Did she look dangerous? Funny. He waved her through. "Come this way. The owner wanted to see you the second." It was the first day, and she hadn't had the chance to wow anyone. Yet. She glanced at the clock, still 2 minutes before she had been scheduled to arrive. Am I on a list? She assumed she must have more paperwork to fill out. Yes, that made sense, but something didn't add up. Penny bit her lip while she rode the elevator to the top floor of the building. The security guard pointed to the door. Paperwork was usually done in human resources, not the president's office. Gulping, she gazed at the security guard, who told her, "I have to get." She hadn't done anything at all, much less anything wrong. Squaring her shoulders, she hadn't done anything at all, much less anything wrong. Squaring her shoulders, she proceeded inside. A secretary nodded at her. "Miss Knightheart?" "Yes." Her hand only slightly shook when she clutched the doorknob, hoping somehow something would stop her. Lightning didn't strike to knock out the power, and the man stared up. Perhaps she had overreacted. Opening her mouth took effort while she struggled for composure. The man stared up. Perhaps she had overreacted. Opening her mouth took effort while she struggled for composure. Good morning, Knightheart, but we've had to eliminate your position. I have my secretary drawing up a package for you now, which includes a generous amount. Knightheart, but we've had to eliminate your position. I have my secretary drawing up a package for you now, which includes a generous amount to cover your move and a month. It's not about you. His eyes returned to his desk, refusing to look at her. Get out now. I have other things to do. Sign the paper. No job. What? Did he just say that? Her ears turned red. Why? I didn't. Could she say anything to change this? She stood there motionless while the secretary came inside the office. The secretary stood in front of her. Let's go now. Her eyes would water any minute now. Please, uncaring, the woman answered. Penny swallowed, needing to stop the tears, and followed the secretary out the door to stand at her desk. She couldn't cry. She needed to show them how wrong this was. The secretary pushed Please sign this saying that you were adequately compensated for your time and the inconvenience of moving. She took the pen in her hand without thinking before she argued. I didn't do anything. The paper glared at her, telling her that she had screwed up entirely. She had spent all her money in the past 2 days. Apartment, car, clothes. She took a deep breath, refusing to hyperventilate. If she didn't sign, she wouldn't get the... Staring at the paper for a minute, she couldn't think of any argument. Looking up at the sky, she then took the pen and followed the directions for signature and initials. The secretary checked the boxes, ensuring everything was in order. Before peeking inside, Penny noticed her paycheck. It covered what she had spent, but she wouldn't have any extra money. She had paid a security deposit on a place she'd never be able to afford now without this nice salary she was expecting. What was she? Coldness took over her body. Soon enough, she'd have nothing, again. Gainesville left a sour taste in her mouth. Hard work was supposed to pay off with a pleasant place to live and a car. Her cheeks were wet from tears as a security officer walked in to escort her off the premises. Asterisk. Outside, near her car, she covered her mouth until no more tears came out of her eyes. She'd been fired? What? No one had an answer. She stared at the car. How could she afford it? Or her student loans? Or her half of the rent? Or the whole rent on a new place? Her heart raced while panic struck her and paralyzed her with fear. Her mother's answer would be to smile and flash her chest to get money out of an unsuspecting man. Penny's skin turned. She'd never be like her mother. Looking at her smartphone, she had an idea. The weight on her shoulders lessened considerably. She needed a job. She'd have to find another job. Fast. She gulped for air. A red help wanted sign across the street caught her eye. A pizza shop. Turning quickly, she went inside. A temporary job would stay. With the money in her bag and a low-paying job, she'd buy herself time to figure out her next move. Good. She worked better with a plan. Eyes. Last night's sex dream starred Penelope, though he wouldn't tell her. Instead, he shook off the amorous thoughts. Today, he finalized a short deal to finance their favorite coffee and keep that in business. Then he had a meeting with Danvers, and tonight, he'd do something nice for Penny. Every time he thought her name, a warmness filled his chest. Silence greeted his ears. She must have gone to work already. He sat up and stretched. With a yawn, he headed to the shower, but his phone rang. He glanced at the number, grimaced, then continued. His mother, he'd need coffee before he spoke to her. An hour later, he scrubbed his plate from breakfast and flipped open his tablet. His mother's email stood out. Determination ran in the family. He read her warning that he wasn't prepared. Next, he scanned the few papers his secretary had sent him. First was the advertisement for a planning engineer. His mind wandered to Penny, but she already had a job. He nodded to himself, then responded, I'll get a team together to interview the candidates that meet the qualifications. He'd need someone to ensure his building structures were secure before he offered anyone financial backing. A vision of Penny with a smile as she sipped a latte and laughed next to him played out in his mind. Unlike everyone else in his life at the moment, even thinking about her seemed to make him more peaceful. He printed the PDF to sign. Last, he checked his email from Danvers. Looking forward to meeting you in person, Mr. Marshall. Looking forward to meeting you in person, Mr. Marshall. Your plans are impressive. I had received an earlier report that you have a reputation for being untrustworthy and unstable. From my impression, this report must be wrong. Who would report him unstable? Who would report him unstable? His mind steamed while the answer popped up. His mother. He shook his head, then smiled to himself before he typed back. Penny was the perfect choice for his date. I don't have time to be anything but... Finished, he stood up and went to his printer. The contract had all the right sections. He picked up the papers, signed, then put everything on his color scanner. With a click of a button, his secretary would receive this, and he'd pack the originals for her. The deal was complete. He now owned the place where he'd first laid eyes on Penny. A grin grew on his face. She deserved a good first day. Groceries. She'd like eggplant and chicken with pasta. He rubbed his chin. A smile grew on her face. He'd like to please her. So he found his flip-flops and headed downstairs. With a wave to the doorman, he stepped into the hot Miami heat. After he glanced at the name, a sigh escaped his lips. He fixed his headphones, then answered, Mom, son, you cannot continue to stand in the way of your father. Dad isn't the issue. Why are you living with Penelope Knightheart? You know her family. He spotted Why are you living with Penelope Knightheart? You know her family. He spotted Penny's mother inside the store as she spoke to the cashier. He stayed near the window outside. Everything you do is to ensure your life is how you want it. Every time we talk, I grow more determined. Everything you do is to ensure your life is how you want it. Every time we talk, I grow more determined to go against you. The thought struck him that Penny Knightheart equaled fun and innocence in his life again. He would not involve her with his family. The thought struck him that Penny Knightheart equaled fun and innocence in his life again. He would not involve her with his family. She had brought him back to life where he enjoyed the warmness of the beach again. Jay would be upstairs, pulling at a random strand of her hair in the elevator. She couldn't stop the stress. Student loans, moving, eating. At least she had the pizza gig for extra cash. She'd have to find a new full-time job. When the doors opened, she decided to not tell him. Not until she had another job. She smelled the air and her mouth watered. Chicken marsala, if her nose proved right. Jay had done too much for her already. She'd gotten this job to be independent, and she'd not ask anyone for anything. She had to prove this. Hey, I made us dinner. She stepped into the living room, tasting the pasta in her memory. Glancing to her left, she saw the chicken and pasta dish sitting gracefully on the dinner table, complete with napkin settings and dishes. You rock. Tell me about your day. Terrible, but dinner is making it better, Dimples. You're clean and adorable. Let me go change out of my clothes I sweated half the day in. His eyes beamed with pride, causing her to blush. Food will be done in about a half an hour. I'll pick a movie for us. Friends. This was normal for Friends. At least, she drilled that in her head while she hoped the blush didn't go all the way to her toes. We're relaxing at home? Hurry, I want to hear about everything. She'd get a new job first, then tell him. She didn't need Jay to fix this. She'd studied for far too long to take a handout, though she couldn't ask for a hug at the moment either. She might want another kiss, and she had no time now for complication. She lived with the guy. In her room, she dropped her expensive new clothes on the floor and stepped into the shower. The grease of the pizza pan smeared on her elbows beckoned her to her heavenly shower. Botanical retreat sounded refreshing, so she hit that setting for her shower. A light mist sprayed her head, relaxing her. Living here gave her this at least. Penny let out a moan. She'd be good for tonight. Friends, no benefits. Not until she could stand on solid footing, confident in her smarts and work ethic to keep pushing her ahead. After pulling on a pair of sweatpants and nightshirt, she joined Jay in the dining area. He looked adorable in his jeans and solid color navy blue t-shirt. He had already served the food and opened a bottle of wine. "You are one of the best friends a girl could ever ask for." Putting his hand on his heart, he fell backward with a smile. Ouch. Clearing the air was good. Last night's kiss burned in her mind again, though she denied it for now. "We are friends, it's what I need." Winking, he asked permission to eat. She picked up her fork to dig in while he told her, "I guess I can use. I am focusing on work at the moment." She almost knocked her glass to the ground, though she caught herself. Ignoring her idiocy, she met his eyes. "You should, Dimples. You're doing amazing." His dimples grew. "Thank you." Telling the truth without lying took a lot of thinking. She slowly let out, "I was on my feet a lot, running around. It's stressful, but I'll figure it out. I don't want to talk about it." Shrugging, he took a sip of wine before asking her, how it could be fun, and how she spent years of her life planning it between them. Not that he knew that. Taking a sip of her own wine, she winked. "What movie did you pick for us?" And leaning closer, he whispered, I spent a lot of time with the chef in my mother's house growing up. She talked a lot, and I found her interesting." Pushing his shoulder back across as he put his glass to his mouth, she wished she had kissed him. "There is a lot you don't know about me." Shaking her head, she put her chin up to dare him. "What else? 2 more secrets." He stopped moving. "2 more?" Sipping her wine, she calmly nodded. "2 more?" Sipping her wine, she calmly nodded. "Yeah." He circled the glass with his finger. What would he do to her body with that motion? "Your mom was fired from my dad's company I befriended you despite being told to stay away from you." Her jaw dropped. Was he serious? "It's why mom pushes so hard for you and me then. Unlike most women, you'll make any man the luckiest guy when you become a wife and mother." Huh? His cheeks turned red. Was he blushing? "You surprised me, and it's been a long day. Tell me the next secret about you." He leaned closer. "You surprised me, and it's been a long day. Tell me the next secret about you." He leaned closer, like he was about to share the biggest one. "Give me aliens and a space war, and I'll be at the movie." Move her lips a fraction more, and she could kiss him again. "Give me aliens and a space war, and I'll be at the movie." Move her lips a fraction more, and she could kiss him again. "Okay, Dimples, that means we're watching a sci-fi movie then. I like the ones with a princess as the star." "Okay, Dimples, that means we're watching a sci-fi movie then. I like the ones with a princess as the star." His face contorted. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Putting the last dish in the tray, she hummed while listening to him in the shower. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Putting the last dish in the tray, she hummed while listening to him in the shower. Jay's hand grazed her shoulder, making her look back. No shirt, but a pair of cotton pants. If she didn't live here, Jay's hand grazed her shoulder, making her look back. No shirt, but a pair of cotton pants. If she didn't live here, sighing, she let him adjust in his seat while not peeking at his shoulder. Perfection personified, sitting next to her while the movie roared on. Sighing, she let him adjust in his seat while not peeking at his shoulder. Perfection personified, not moving. She rested there, inhaling his fresh, soapy smell. Every time someone screamed on the screen, she pushed close, not moving. She rested there, inhaling his fresh, soapy smell. Every time someone screamed on the screen, she pushed closer until his hand went around her back. Her mind wasn't on the movie, but on how tasty dessert would be if he did more than hug her. The beep rung in the air, killing her fantasy world. "Who's calling?" she asked while he picked up his phone to see. His eyes grew larger while he read his screen. "My mother's coming up." Pulling her t-shirt up a little, she asked. "What?" His hands went to her waist, pulling her closer while he said, "I don't have time to explain. Just do this for me." She opened her mouth to ask what, but he claimed her lips, pulling her into his body. Her body softened while his kiss sent her straight out of her known universe. Her entire body rocked closer to his lap while his hands traced down her back. "What the hell is this, Jay?" His mother's imperious voice called out, landing her back in her body, sitting on his lap. "You're living with the riffraff?" She wiggled, but he sent her a pleading look. She stopped, then he kissed her cheek. "Mom, Penelope is my girlfriend. This is my condo. You don't own any stake in my company or my house, and I expect you to be nice to Penny." Sighing, she rubbed her face to his, recognizing his chin needed a shave. The roughness made her own skin more sensitive and aware, stealing her voice. "Jay, she's not good enough for you. You must see that." His mother's nostrils flared. "Get out. I didn't invite you, and you're being rude." He kissed Penny's forehead again, and her eyes fluttered. His mother gave her the coldest stare, numbing her body. She should say something. Eva would have a... In the background, she heard his mother's dragon breathing, but with Jay's arms around her waist and his... "I came to deliver this from your father. Put it on the counter, then go," he told his mother. Then he kissed the side of Penny's mouth. In the background, she heard his mother's dragon breathing, but with Jay's arms around her waist and his warm lips on hers, she lost all other thought. She rocked and brushed against his growing erection. At least she wasn't the only one aroused. She had opened her mouth to say something to his mother when Jay swooped down, claiming her lips in another kiss. She wrapped her arms around his waist, forgetting everything else, while he deepened their kiss, pushing her down on the couch. Slowly, moaning, she took one more hard stare his body. Jay stepped back and turned around. She must have left. Her entire body had no control, because he came back to kiss her. She traced his face and stared into his eyes. Breathing heavily, he whispered, "We..." Her own body moaning, she took one more hard stare his body. His need pushed into her, and if they took their clothes off, had he propositioned her? Our own rooms. He still hadn't caught his breath, and his lips were so close to hers. "I'm sorry." Running her hand in her hair, her own body exerted too much heat. All she could do was nod. Pulling away took all his energy, just as sitting up and not touching him took all of hers. Sighing, her body quivered at her door, aching to run to him. She didn't. She let her moans of running her hand in her hair before she traced her finger down her mouth. Reliving tonight, she hoped one of the channels in her bathroom spa could cool off her spiking temperature. She'd have stripped his clothes off if he hadn't sent her away. Her body quivered at her door, aching to run to him. She didn't. She let her moans of almost pleasure float out of her mouth before she made her way to bed. Tonight, in Dreamworld, he'd finish what he started. Next morning, her mouth watered for her early morning coffee fix. On her budget, she should cut the expense of the brew, but not today. Dragging herself out of bed, she stared at his fancy coffee maker, but couldn't shake her cravings. So she found her flip-flops, then snuck out of the condo with a pair of jeans and a t-shirt in her backpack to change in her car. Not telling Jay about her plight had to be for the best. Ugh. She'd think about him later. Stopping at the coffee shop, she decided to change there. Stuffing her nice clothes in her bag and drinking her morning cup woke her up and energized her. As of today, she'd found a new job, or at least started the journey. Whatever happened didn't matter, including Jay not wanting her sexually last night. Looking in the mirror, she told herself firmly to not think about him. Then she started the SUV. As she drove to work, she focused on the earthy aroma in the drink. The drive was hypnotic and fast, but after she entered the parking lot, she felt calmer. She was almost herself. As she found a spot and turned off the engine, she checked that her tablet was still in her bag. Everything was in order, so she skipped into her job with more blood rushing in her veins. With a nod to her coworkers, she clocked in and put her apron on. Serving pizza was temporary, and at least the place catered to the 9-to-5 crowd. Going back to part-time work had to be temporary, and she couldn't let herself be comfortable. Nothing happened for most of the day, but on her break, she went outside, used the free Wi-Fi, and emailed dozens of resumes. Nothing important was in her inbox. With a sigh, she went back inside. Fingers crossed she'd get a break. Work made her not stress or wonder when someone would call, or think about how her lips still had a small taste of Jay's kiss whenever she sucked in her bottom lip. At 5 o'clock, her shift ended. As she walked to her car to go home, she took out her tablet one more time to check the job postings. A flashy title caught her eye. Seeking mechanical engineer to be responsible for overseeing capital projects. She could do that. Clicking, she realized the address provided was 2 doors down from the pizza place. Perfect job, perfect location. She leaned against her car, sucked in her cheeks, fixed up her cover letter, and sent it. Then she hopped in her car and drove home, but on the ride she gazed down at her jeans. Jay could not know she'd lost her job. She had to pretend. What would happen tonight? Did they pretend nothing happened? No, she'd figure out something while staring at him. She'd never been shy in her life. Near the park, she parked her Jeep, then pulled out her bag, wiggled on the skirt, and changed out of her jeans. The button-down shirt appeared wrinkled, but she leaned down to pull her t-shirt off to put it back on. Tomorrow, she would change back into her work outfits at work, then slip out the door before heading home. Before getting out, she closed her eyes for strength. Why had he kissed her? She needed to know the score between Jay and his mother. Last night, the kiss, the deception, the fake dating. He had to have a reason, and there was more to it than business. Why her? Was it her mother? Taking the elevator up, she paced. When the doors opened, he wasn't in the common areas. Going to her room and putting her stuff away, she found perfume. She'd need it. Lightly spraying herself reinvigorated her questions. She stayed in her business clothes for strength, then marched to his side of the condo. She knocked on the door, but the vibration sounded weaker than she would like. "Come in, Pen." "Right." Peeking her head in the door, she saw him sitting on his black leather chair at his fancy desk, looking out the window. He put his finger up, pointing to his ear, before he said, "Those figures sound good. Finish getting the proposal in order and email it to me before you go home." He smiled at her while listening to someone. "Great, thanks. Talk later." She almost took the seat across from him, but he bounded up from his chair. "Penny, what can I do for you? How was work?" Meeting the directness of his gaze, she let out a breath before telling him in a straight voice, "I need to talk about what happened last night. I let you talk me into pretending for business, but I need more details." His face turned a little red. "You're right, but my reaction to kissing you hasn't been a lie." She took in the sight of him in his cargo shorts and blue t-shirt that matched his eyes. The erection or the walking away? Leaning closer, he smiled, showing his dimples. "Direct. I do like the new you." Standing up on her tiptoes would give her access to take his lips in hers again, to see if the surge she experienced was always one-sided. "No, don't distract me." Stepping back, he ran his hand through his hair. "I don't want to use you, and you don't know enough to make a fair choice." Putting her hand on her hip, she raised her eyebrow. "Tell me," tapping his leg, he admitted. "It's my mother." Penny squinted. She hadn't expected that one. "Okay. You are not a mama's boy intending to please her. What can your mother do to you now? We're adults." Looking out the window and not at her, he lowered his voice. "No, I'm not. Mom is controlling. She runs her fingers through Dad's businesses, ensuring she stays in on every deal. My father lost the fight with her and lets her run things from the sidelines. I will not." Following his pose, she mimicked him. "Good for you." His arm brushed against hers while he waited to meet her gaze. When she stopped moving, he told her, "My business already makes a decent profit, but she's been after me, sending women into my life that will do what they are told. Eva took the bribe. When she gets over her dislike of you, she'll offer it to you too." Her mouth fell open. Eva took money to date Jay? Why would his mother do that? She seeks controlling interest in your company? He threw his hands up. Yes, just to ensure her family stays together. She's pushed women into my life in the past 2 years for that purpose, and one investor has seen me with all these women once, and I can't lose money over this. I need to nip the idea of me playing anyone in the bud. And Penny, you're the type of woman a man would wait for." Her head still tried to grasp it, and no words came out at first. Shaking her hands a little helped her shake loose her mouth. "What will your mother offer me? Money to leave you?" Sighing, he put his hand on her arm. "That's possible, but it will be more a teamwork move to help stabilize me in front of some men with a lot of money at stake. She'll slowly try to get you to report to her what I'm up to, anything you hear me doing. I need to know I can trust you not to do that." Leaning in, she hugged him. "I won't betray you, Dimples. You've been too good to me." His hand moved slowly before he hugged her back. "Thank you." His soap had a touch of the forest, and she took one more whiff of him, sighed, then pushed back a little. "Just so we're clear though, I'm perfect because why? I don't understand." He clenched his hands together at his sides and went still. "Because you're the one woman in my life that I've always respected." "Oh." She had no other words. Her mouth wouldn't form more syllables. His dimples caught her eyes again. "Is that a problem? Tell him," the voice inside her yelled. But she couldn't. Not yet. She sucked in her cheeks and decided. She'd stay quiet until she had a job. "I'm nothing like her or my own mother. I will not use you for your money. If I can't pay my rent, kick me out. I'm not asking for any handouts." His eyebrows fell before his lips hovered close to hers again. "I trust you, Penny. It wouldn't have worked if I didn't." "Oh." What could she say? She touched her tongue to her lips. She wanted that kiss. Lowering her eyes, she stared at his mouth. "Thank you for clearing this up with me, Penny. I've always..." His lips grazed hers and fireworks exploded inside her. Everything would be so easy, but she couldn't. Pushing him back, she somehow found the strength to say, "I have to go, Jay. I need air right now, but I'll be back." Composing himself took effort. She saw his body go rigid. "Okay, you win, for now." Her body heat told her she had made a huge mistake, but her mother's smiling image in the back of her head stopped her. If she kissed him again, she'd lose her focus. First, she needed a job so she'd never be tempted by his money. Running out of his office, she rushed back to her room. The energy coursing through her made her want to strip and go back to him naked. Pulling off her skirt, she had the mental image of forgetting everything. Whatever he said comparing her to her mother hadn't been right. Staying here would lead her back to his room. She eyed the door. She needed to leave. After pulling on a pair of jean shorts and a t-shirt, she headed out fast. In the parking lot, she weighed her options. Yesterday, he'd kissed her out of necessity. The first time in his office? Just now? Why? And if she acted on her attraction, their friendship changed. A voice told her that going up and stripping for him would make her happy. She'd been his biggest cheerleader. Gulping for air, she focused. She needed to do one thing at a time. New job, then move out. Then think about Jay and how sex changed everything. Not having sex might have changed it already. No, the mess in her head needed to be solved. Jay was a friend, and one night of kisses in public shouldn't spike her temperature like last night, on their couch. People watching them would help to keep the soul-crushing kisses tempered. When she stopped dwelling on every detail, then she'd be calm enough to decide when or if they'd end up in bed. Jay flipped on his tablet and read his emails. He stretched his arms but stayed under the covers. His secretary's email stuck out. He sighed, then his gaze focused on the words. "I've narrowed the candidates for the engineer down to 18. I am scheduling the interviews." He nodded to himself. "Thanks, I'll be in for the final round." He rubbed his eyes, then stretched his muscles to wake up. Penelope would be perfect for the job. He smiled to himself. He might be biased. If he spent all his days with her, he'd be too happy. First, though, he needed to keep Mr. Gonzalez and that business low-key. He wouldn't bring Penny anywhere near the men who'd once kidnapped him. After his mother's last encounter, he'd not put anything past her. He picked up the phone and made a call. 2 rings later, the man answered. "Hello?" Jay cracked his knuckles before he folded his hands on the table. "What did your lawyers think of the idea?" "Everything is professional on your end, Mr. Marshall. Let's set up a meeting to discuss a few key aspects." Jay smiled to himself. "Perfect. I'll have my secretary set everything up." "Sounds good, and I'll keep everything confidential on my end." He released his hands, though kept still. "Excellent. I'm looking forward to it." He hung up the phone. With his hands to his side, Jay swiveled in his chair. Everything would end well, and his mind raced to Penny. She worked for his father's company, and she had no idea. His father probably didn't know, and his mother or Penny had never mentioned the names of each other. The company was a small subsidiary anyhow, and Penny was an excellent candidate for any office. He shrugged off the idea of visiting unannounced, though. Instead, he picked up his phone and dialed his favorite cousin, Sandy. She answered immediately. Jay, his cousin's bubbly voice reminded him of simpler days. Back then, Penny was a friend. His heart ached. "What do you know about Penny's ex?" "Fernando?" Sandy's voice rose in surprise. "Did he bother her again? I heard she clashed with him and Eva at the grocery store." His brow furrowed. "When was that? Why do you care? I thought you didn't care about anything or anyone anymore." His collar grew tighter. "I always cared about you. It's hard to ignore me for long. I'll just keep calling you. But now you moved Penny into your house." His heart warmed and his mouth opened. "She's a good roommate." "Bull, you named your investment company Penelope Investments and claimed it was a literary reference to the Odyssey." A wide smile grew. "It is." "Liar." With a shrug, he admitted the truth. "Okay, I thought about Penny. After Mom had me kidnapped, I wanted to start a company without my parents' interference. In high school, Penny had been the only person who successfully avoided her mother's interference. But that was years ago now. She inspired you. She is a good friend, or you are too blind to see she's your soulmate. You read too many romance novels, which is funny, cousin. You don't date anyone. Michael and Eva don't know this, but in high school, I was very much in love with Wyatt Colburn. Then he joined the Marines, and I never saw him again." Goosebumps appeared on his arms while he put the pieces together. "You disappeared for half of freshman year in college. Did you follow him?" "No, I'm not that weak." She cleared her throat. "I had health issues." With his arms crossed, he stood up. "I never bought that. You were devastated, and it took the rest of the year for you to start smiling again." Says the man who stopped talking to everyone that year. "We're both adults now, and you are living with the woman who inspired you." His body heated on his upper back. "I'm hanging up now. Call me later. And Jay, you know I love you and Penny both. I just want everyone to be happy." The clear blue sky calmed him. He stared out the window. Out of all of us, you deserve the best. See you soon. Bye. Jay shook his head. Penny deserved a man who would love and take care of her. He wasn't sure he was capable of that depth of openness. He blinked, then focused back on his work. Business he could control. Penny, he wasn't so sure. Checking her phone on the way out, she saw she had a voice message. Unknown Miami number. Her heart raced as she hit the button to hear, "Please call us today to schedule your interview." Yes, she'd make that call on her first break. Her hands shook with excitement. Getting a new job and avoiding Jay tonight would help her nerves. Tomorrow she'd go to Sandra's party, so tonight she had to get a new dress. Friday she'd figure out what to say to Jay. On her way to work, her phone rang. Wyatt. Hey hero, what's going on overseas? His voice sounded gravelly and tired. Just came back from a 2-week mission and needed to hear a friendly voice. Giggling, she pulled her Jeep into the drive-thru at the coffee shop. Woot woot, so I'm the voice. How is your family? He moaned. I spoke to Mom and Dad before you. Dad's heading up a task force in DC. Mom's helping him plan. My Charlotte sounded adorable. Though sometimes I wish my entire family wasn't in the military. You'll see your daughter soon enough. Charlotte is with your parents. Paying for her coffee, she took the cup from the window and said, I'm not so lucky. I wish my mother wasn't a gold digger. I'd rather have people to be proud of. I'm proud of you, sis. So how is Tallahassee? Her half-brother, total sweetheart of a man. I'm back home in Miami now. I had an offer for a full-time job in the Gables and I'm living with Jay in the Grove. His voice caught in his throat. Jay? Sandy's cousin? Why did he sound that shocked? Yes, I'm home now. How come you don't call her? It's complicated, Penny. Don't mention Charlotte to them, though you better visit her. She was missing something big. Okay. Did you secretly date her? No. Are you dating Jay? No. She blushed to her toes again, but thankfully he couldn't tell over the phone. But you still have a crush on him. He must be a mind reader. I wish you were here, she told him. She decided to park her car in the lot and stare at the main road. Having Wyatt around would calm her nerves, make her less nervous about everything. Doesn't matter, Wyatt. It's getting complicated and I need to find a job. I thought you had a job. She took a sip of her coffee. Priorities. She had to set herself straight first. Job. Then Jay. She swallowed, then answered. I lost it. I have a call for an interview to be scheduled, so hopefully this is temporary. Now spill about Sandy. His voice became short. I don't talk to Sandy because there is nothing to say that changes anything. Clutching the wheel, she asked, So you liked her? He laughed, though it didn't sound heartfelt. Penny, for the secret half-sister I'm not supposed to know about, you're pretty smart. She laughed more fully, hoping to shake him out of his funk. Apparently my mom kissed Jay's dad too. I hadn't known that one. Ouch. You're not like her, Penny. You're far too honorable. I wish. I don't want to fall down that rabbit hole. You're being crazy. Believe in yourself. And if you like Jay, don't let Geneva stand in the way. Damn. He made sense. Voices in the background spoke to him. Look, sis, I have to go. Talk soon. Wyatt. She'd lucked out getting him for a brother. If he were her, he'd have a schedule set, an order. Taking stock in him, she firmed up her spine. She had to get a job that paid her bills soon, because she'd never end up like her mother. She'd marry one man in time, be happy, and take care of herself. Depending on men and using them for favors soured her, but she'd get it right. She had no choice. Maybe giving in to Jay would loosen up everything. He'd be her one exception, making him dangerous to live with. Her boss raised his eyebrows and she kept cutting the pizza. She should have turned it on vibrate. After heading out to the customer, she nodded at her boss when her phone beeped again. Stupid thing was set on reminder beeps. Biting her lip, she whispered, I'll turn it off. See that you do. She put a pizza on the table, smiling at the customers and ensuring everyone had a drink before she walked away. She had 30 seconds before her boss noticed. Picking it up, she hit the silent button on the side and read the message. Penny, I need one small favor. Jay. Wow. Her entire body froze. Playing with her collar, she bent below the counter and typed fast. Super busy right now. Call you soon? He texted back before she straightened her back. Smiling up at her boss, she let her eyes roll back down to read. Eva's going to your party tonight. Can you bring the contracts back to her? I'm not going. Last night, she'd spent most of the evening visiting Charlotte and dropping off toys. She had wanted to buy a dress. At least 20 minutes later, while waiting for a pizza, she typed fast, "You're going. Sandy's your cousin." Walking to the back, she tucked her phone in her apron, though she wiggled when it vibrated. Jay again. Picking up another delivery, she ran the food to the next table of happy people, took care of the drinks, refilled the other table's drinks, then left. Hiding behind the counter, she smiled. She'd like to touch Jay again. It had been too long. You don't want to pretend to be my girlfriend for 2 nights in a row. I'm giving you the night off. Adorable. She missed him. If she landed her job tomorrow, she'd fall in his bed. She needed his strength. I can handle you, Dimples. We're leaving at 7. Heading back to the kitchen, she heard the slight vibrating noise. Walking to the sink to wash, she read his message. You're confusing, Pen. See you soon. Going with Jay to 2 parties in a row sounded torturous to her crush, but she needed to stop overanalyzing. She'd pull herself together because she would not allow Jay to skip out on his family. Sandra deserved better, and so did she. Serving pizza was temporary, and she had to have faith in herself. If she did, she could be with Jay. She stopped moving and let that sink in. She'd been stupid the night before. Utterly, entirely stupid. A light bulb over her head flickered, and she laughed to herself. We'll need to fix that. After work, she went home, changing into her jeans and a nice light purple top before Jay knocked on her door. She came out carrying her silver-spiked heels. What's up? His face lost its color. You talked to Wyatt? Wrinkling her nose, she shrugged. Yes, I talk to him whenever he calls me. Why? His entire body didn't move. I need you to pretend to be my date tomorrow, more importantly. I can't share you with him. Walking over, she put her shoes on his desk to confront him. Are you jealous? Without blinking at all when she approached, he asked back, Should I be? Suppressing a giggle took strength when she put her hand on his arm. No, but we're not dating, so it shouldn't matter. His hand rested on her hip and she smiled. If it did matter, why does he call you? She and Wyatt had accidentally found out their relationship, but had never made it public knowledge. She put her hands on his chest and smiled. We were always friends. We've talked weekly for years. How do you even know? He didn't move. He called me. Her eyes widened in surprise. Wyatt called you? Pulling away from her, he told her. Yeah. He threatened me if I hurt you. She held her hand lightly on his chest so he wouldn't move. Oh, don't worry about that, Jay. I'll handle Wyatt. His blue eyes had circles underneath. She hoped he'd smile to take those away before he told her. Penny, if you are in love with him, then you have to tell me. Her father had asked her and Wyatt not to discuss their family with their friends. Tracing Jay's arm, she moved closer and forced a smile on his face. Part of her wished to forget the past. I do love him, but I'm not and never will be in love with him. That's gross. Now drop this conversation, Dimples. We're running late. He glued his lips together, though a spark entered his eyes. His anger confused her. They were friends. She was allowed to have friends, and for some reason she kept her mouth shut, not telling him about Wyatt, not when he was upset. Besides, distance kept her safe. Pulling back from her touch, he packed a folder with papers. Are you ready to go to Sandra's? She hoped they'd go together. His jealousy shouldn't exist. Sighing, she told him, Let's get this over with. Following her out the door, he put her shoes on the kitchen counter. She'd forgotten about them and turned around. He watched her slip her feet in and told her, "I bought a bottle of wine for us to give." Her eyes followed him while he opened the fridge, taking out the bag. She called out, "I'll put it on the seat next to me. We're going together, on my bike." His dark, pensive face broke her. "Tomorrow, fine, we do what you want. But tonight we're seeing friends, Jay. When we break up, we're going to be friends with the same people. And for the record, you're not cute at all at this moment." His eyes darkened when the elevator opened. Getting inside the small room forced her to gulp for air. Jay lowered his arms to his side. "I don't want to fight, Penny. And I was jealous. It won't happen again." Keeping her eyes locked on the ground made telling him easier. "Wyatt won't ruin your plans. He's my brother." His intake of breath made her eyes move up to meet his. "Penny, you should have told me. You were sulking like a spoiled rich boy. I didn't like it." The elevator door opened, and his dimples returned. Without touching her, he led her to his bike, and his butt did look great in his jeans. She only half heard him until he stopped to hand her a helmet. "I was jealous. There is a distinction. Now get on, cutie." Now was her chance. She nodded and took the offer while he put the wine under his seat. He helped her sit before he joined her, broad shoulders made for leaning on, and all she had to do was inch closer. After the party, she'd tell him she wanted him. Waiting had been stupid. Hugging his rock-hard body sent a surge through her while his motor churned so loud she couldn't say a word. Speed and daring. She needed to be more like him. The edge where she did what she wanted meant she'd live her dream. After the party, she'd strip him naked. Yes, she needed to be more like him. The edge where she did what she wanted meant she'd live her dream. After the party, she'd strip him naked. Yes, a few cars waited near her front door already. Jay stopped the vibrations under her leg, indicating the ride had ended. Inhaling his delicious male scent, Penny let go of his back and tried to control her raging hormones. Letting out a small sigh, she let him take her helmet off her head. Her gaze immediately went to his blue eyes, which only increased the fluttering in her heart. Squeezing her hand, he whispered, "Let's go in." Nodding, she waited for her breath to cool her down. They were at a party. He put her helmet in the holder and retrieved the bottle of wine. When she reached out to take it from his hands, an electrical spark raced through her. His eyes widened before he took her hand in his. Walking up the steps with him while her skin stayed hyper-aware only made her alert. Hitting the doorbell while hugging him didn't cool her down at all. However, when the door opened and a smiling, bubbly Sandra came out to hug them both, Penny relaxed. More friends. She needed this too. "Jay, the flowers you sent me for my table are beautiful." Sandra hugged Jay while Penny stood next to them, holding the bottle. "Is that for me?" Sandra stepped back from him to greet her. Thrusting out her hands, she let go of Jay to offer it. "Yeah, a bottle of his favorite wine. You're both making me happy. Come in." Penny followed them into the house while Sandra told them, "Remember when I introduced you both, and that mutual eye roll you gave each other? Who knew we'd be here now? I was playing Wyatt on a video game," Jay recalled. "I didn't like Penny until she bested me in class with a math problem." His detailed memory made her laugh. "Math makes sense. There is a right and a wrong, with no wiggle room of maybe I wish real life followed more order." Sandra put the wine down, pointing out Michael. "My brother is here, looking to talk to you." "Good. I'll have another guy to talk to." Jay smiled, waving to Michael. "But first, Sandy, Wyatt called me today." Penny started. Why would he throw that out there? "He called you?" Sandy's voice went low and faltered. Penny pressed her lips together while she held her elbow with her hand. Jay leaned into his cousin to tell her, "He's stationed overseas in Saudi Arabia after his deployment. He wanted me to say hi to you." "Kurdistan, actually," Penny corrected Jay, which only made Sandra's eyes widen even more. Something had happened there, but Penny had no clue or how to ask. Sandra fidgeted with the bottle in her hand before taking a step backward to the kitchen. "I have a few things to do. Please sit down. Enjoy." Reaching out, Penny grabbed Jay's arm and whispered to ensure her friend didn't hear. Wyatt didn't do anything to you. What happened between them? Jay shrugged. I don't know. She gets upset but wants to know how he is. Her tongue wanted to say something, but she held back as Sandy walked back toward them. You haven't moved. Penny let go of him, straightened out her shirt, then said, I wanted to see if you needed help. Sandra's smile came back. Ah, well, come and help me in the kitchen. Penny brushed past Jay's arm and she caught his blue eyes staring at her. Lowering her gaze, she followed Sandra to the kitchen. Sandra stopped to fix a fruit tray. I'm glad you're here. Eva's in a mood. Penny shook her head. Oh, I have the papers for her outside. I forgot. Let me run out, get the keys, and bring them for her. Letting out a deep breath, Sandra let her shoulders fall. Yeah, Jay agreed. Good. Penny nodded, her heart racing now, to ensure her friend stayed calm and happy. She dashed back out, almost knocking into Jay on his way into the living room. He put his hand on her waist. His face brushed the top of her head, stealing her every breath. What's going on? Give me the keys for a second. Her hands went to his stomach, intending to push him back, but her fingers curled into his shirt. Winking at her, he reached into his pocket, traced her hand, and slowly removed it off his blue shirt, handing over the keys. Lowering her gaze and a smile growing on her face, she stepped outside to get the contract and be done with that business stuff. Outside, she let the warm pink night sky relax her. Tropical heat always calmed her down and allowed her to think. Sighing, she relaxed her shoulders, found the manila envelope, locked up, and stepped back inside. She had all the time in the world. When she opened the door, Eva's loud voice boomed in the air. You dumped me for Penny. She's smarter than me on paper, but it's a low blow coming from you. She's not in your Master of the Universe plan, so how do you think that makes me feel? Master of the Universe plan? Penny called out, refusing to turn into the shrinking Violet, afraid to speak up. Are you trash-talking me or Jay? Me. Jay ran to her side, putting his hand on her hip. She nodded at him, adding her hand on top of his while he whispered, You were to give her the contract, letting me avoid her. Penny squinted. That was his explanation? Why did she say that about you? Eva rolled her eyes. Please, Jay's a snob. You must know that about him. Jay's face contorted. No, that's not who I am. Just because I never wanted to sleep with you doesn't make me the bad guy in your life story. Now leave Penny and me alone. Are you gay, Jay? Is that what's going on? Eva snidely asked while raising her shoulders mockingly. His body on hers hadn't been a lie. Penny let out a fiery breath before yelling back, It's hard for you. I get that, but he wanted me over you. Get over it, Eva. Penny's hand shook while she handed the folder to Sandra. I don't want to talk to anyone anymore. I'm going home. Jay's hand on her back led her away, and she stayed in his embrace. Wait, Michael called out. His voice hadn't been heard at all. She stopped and turned while she asked, What? Michael took a deep breath and then went white as a ghost. He must be about to tell the truth. He sighed and told her, Pen, don't let Eva get to you. Jay isn't the snob she claimed, but she did tell the truth on one part. Eva is denying much of recent history, and it's not about you. I'm happy for you both. You're rambling and not making sense, Michael. How would you know my recent history? Jay homed in on one fact. Michael turned red. Because I was sleeping with Eva 2 to 3 times a week while she dated you. Throwing her hands up, Penny said, Your family. What happened to loyalty? Jay retook her hand and she turned to him. Molten hot anger fumed in her entire body, though he kept her calm when he massaged her back, whispering in her ear, I've got this. She nodded and relaxed. Jay turned to his ex. Eva, not everything in life is about you. With that, he quickly led Penny to the door. Her arms ached to offer him a hug, but his body tensed and he made a fist on his side. She stayed next to him, quiet, while he let the steam out of his body. The stifling humidity must have slowed him down too. Living in Miami, the heat expanded the body, forcing it to mellow. Penny stayed silent while he handed her a helmet. Putting it on, he fumbled a little before reaching under her chin, telling her, "You stood by me." With a jolt, she remembered how his body reacted to her. "We're friends," killing me with the friend zone. He laughed while putting his helmet on and giving her a hand to climb on the bike. She nestled into him, resting her hands on his legs while he revved the engine. "Getting me all worked up is dangerous, Penny." She coughed out her embarrassment, realizing her hands went on the upper part of his thigh muscles, close to his manhood. Laughing at herself, she slipped her hands higher fast. He was right. They weren't just friends. He backed up his bike, then took off for home. With an empty feeling in the pit of her stomach. Jay had promised her that tonight they'd talk and have a good time at his party. She cleared her throat. Her lips were parched for coffee. Normal. She needed it to stop her dry throat. Heading to the closet, she picked out her best interview outfit and turned to look in the mirror. Her pupils were bigger than normal. No way. She had no time for a cold. She needed a job. Turning away, she packed her work clothes into a bag. She crossed her fingers. New job. She needed it. She'd be secure if she did. Her hands only shook a few times as she applied an extra layer of makeup. Closing her eyes, she told herself to relax. She'd do great. The forced smile stayed on. After cleaning up her room, she stepped out into the living areas. "You look cute today." Jay's voice sounded scratchy and raw, sending her insides soaring at the compliment. "Tell him." The voice in her head hit her hard, but she couldn't. Tonight, and this weekend, alone, they'd have 48 hours to share. She held her mouth closed, hugged him, holding him tight for a second before she inhaled his mouth-watering manly smell. She turned away. That was almost better than coffee. "Thanks. Wish me luck. I'm looking forward to tonight, Pen." She was too. Stepping into the elevator, she gripped the metal bar in the back and jumped. Sighing, she settled down. Soon she'd come clean about her job and have a new one lined up. She had heart palpitations while parking. She had to get this job. 3,000 wouldn't get her far in Miami. The Jeep, rent, loans. Adding it all up, she figured she had 6 weeks until she suffocated. "Stop it," she told herself out loud before getting out of the car. Worrying never solved anything. Her quivering muscles couldn't be helped. Sighing, she made her way into the building. After going up the stairs, she stared at the impressive block letters in the lobby, Penelope Investments. She crossed her fingers, hoping it was a good sign. The owner had her name. Yeah, her racing heart slowed down a bit. After signing in, she stepped into the waiting room, where at least a dozen people sat in chairs. Someone's heavy perfume caught in her throat, making her wince. She took a seat and told herself to calm down and ignore it. Closing her eyes, she remembered Jay's sexy man smell. Tonight started off a fun weekend. He'd never face her troubles, but then he worked for himself. She'd never have the upfront cash to invest in her own Penelope firm, though she'd have that man naked in her bed tonight. A giggle burst out of her mouth while other people scowled at her. "Miss Knightheart, the committee is ready to see you now." Nodding, she stood up, straightened her skirt, and followed the indication of the secretary's wrist. At the door, Penny fixed her top, rolled her shoulders, then walked inside. 2 men and a woman sat across the glass table. Modern square vases, black wood moldings, all screamed to her rich but classy. Penny straightened her spine, then took the seat in the middle of the firing squad. A woman with glasses asked, "Why did you leave Tallahassee to move back to Miami without a job?" Her mouth opened with a ready answer. "I moved in faith, believing I had a job waiting for me here, but the company restructured and my position was eliminated shortly after my move. Now I'm seeking a job that uses the skills I acquired at UF." She bit back her smile. She'd sounded like an adult there. The man to the woman's right fixed his glasses, then asked, "You're a gator?" Nodding, she smiled. "Yes, sir, though I will work with anyone." The other man added, "The boss is UM. He enjoys the hurricanes. So is my roommate." She smiled, relaxing. "I'm not into sports anyhow, so it won't be an issue." The woman wrote something down, then glimpsed at Penny's shoes before telling her, "Your qualifications are impressive. Can you tell us a bit more about how you see the job you're applying for?" She answered the question, and about a dozen more before the woman told her, "The final candidate will be chosen on Monday morning. Are you available for a second interview with the CEO that morning?" "Absolutely." Penelope stood up, holding in her excitement. "I'll have our secretary call you when she makes the schedule." Penny didn't contain the excitement in her smile when she left. She made it past the cattle call outside. The job fit exactly what she needed, and it paid well. She couldn't wait to meet this Penelope woman. Her steps had an extra bounce all day, and time flew by. At 5, she bolted for the door at the pizza place to fly home and get ready for tonight's party. On the second light home, she realized she hadn't bought a dress. Putting her finger in her mouth to bite instead of scream, she jerked the car into a parking spot. There was a department store around the corner. If she ran, she'd get something there. She stared at her phone. She had no time to shop. Then it rang. "Jay, I'm running late. I don't have a dress." He laughed at her. "Shopping is a job unto itself. Come home, I'll have something delivered. I'll call one of my favorite places. Consider it a perk of tonight's job." Could she take his money? She let out a breath. "Okay, I'll pay you back. Don't worry about it." Putting her hand on her forehead, she had to bend. "I'm on my way." "Good." Pulling herself up to the steering wheel, she added, "Shoes too. Matching shoes. I have my silver shoes, so tell them whatever you order they must match silver shoes." "Are these shoes in your closet?" Turning the key in the ignition, she hesitated. "Yeah, I'm going in to get the pair." After checking her mirrors, she pulled back on the street. "Okay, why?" "I'll take a picture to send over." She pulled onto US 1. She'd be home soon. "Oh, good idea, Dimples. See you soon. Don't forget you're my girlfriend tonight." She giggled and hung up the phone. Tonight they'd enjoy each other. She needed the release, and somehow he'd be the one. Fate worked out after all. She sped home fast. She'd almost ruined his night, forgetting the dress. When she pulled into her assigned spot, a van from Sandra's bridal boutique sat in visitors' parking. Aw, she'd been oblivious today. Duh, her best friend owned a store. Jay invested. She'd never shopped on Miracle Mile for a dress, and didn't do that edition right. Fingers crossed that meant discount. Holding her breath, she swiped the elevator. The pulsing in her veins whispered to her to kiss that man, but she'd play it cool. He sat on a kitchen stool talking to someone on the phone. His black dress pants were tight, and she stared at the muscles in his legs. She gulped, gazed away, then raced past him. Behind her, she called out, "I'm grabbing a fast shower. You're in jeans." Biting her lip, she tilted her head. "Long story. Talk later. Shower." After closing her door, she cleaned up. 15 minutes later, she shook the water out of her hair and sat down at a vanity, turning on her hot flat iron. The humidity wouldn't matter if she stayed cool. Picking up her body lotion, she lathered herself up with the scent of vanilla. The scent relaxed her. Almost an hour later, she stayed in her robe and peeked her head out. "Is the dress here?" Jay strutted, all proud of himself, handing over a purple dress on a hanger. Reaching for it, she brushed past a box attached. "You bought shoes." "I wanted the best and told Sandra." She picked everything out. "We'll talk later." She'd yell at him later. Picking up the dress, she dropped the shoes on the bed. The purple had a modest-cut jeweled neckline and one sheer long-sleeved arm, all made from silk. The right leg had a cut on the leg, but until she put it on, she'd never imagined the slit went up to her hip. She stood up and stared at herself in the mirror. Her entire leg could show if she stepped forward too fast. She could not wear this. It would be modest and pretty if not for showing off that much leg. One wrong move and she'd show everything to the world. Staring at the wall brought her clarity back. She had no choice in what to wear. She'd have to be super careful tonight. She sat on the bed and gazed at the box. Opening up to look at the shoes, she almost dropped them. Louboutin? The silver shoes cost more than her severance pay. I can't wear this, she called out through the door. He called back, let's go, it's fine, I get a discount with my cousin. She picked everything out for you. Going to the door, she touched the handle while calling out, it's not modest enough, I won't be comfortable. His voice sounded close. She exhaled and listened. You're there to be my date, convincing people we're dating. The red carpet look is what I need. Please, Penny, you promised. Gulping, she made her move. Watching his eyes grow wider, staring at her, and his mouth drop open sent heat coursing through her. She lost part of her argument. You're beautiful, Penny. Did her blush go down her leg? Looking away from him, she hoped not, though the liquid warmth running through her had little to do with the humidity of Miami. I'm going to make a fool of myself. He touched her hip. The silk offered no protection. Gulping, she gazed up, and he spoke low and slow. Stand next to me. Keep your head up and don't let my mother or any of her people get to you. Her knee bent up, touching his leg. Looking down without pulling away, she told him, easy for you to say. He leaned closer. His mouth came close to hers. I'll be kissing you when we arrive, and throughout the night. If you freak out over anything, come to me. Her heart thumping, she hoped he'd start without the audience. Dimples, you make it sound easy. Stepping back, he ran his hands behind his head for a second. It's boring and simple. I wish we were watching a movie in our sweats. Going forward, she stood next to him, offering him a smile. I'd like that too. Trust me tonight. Taking her hand, he kissed her cheek. Later, she'd let the flirt out of her. But first, she fought back a sigh. She couldn't sigh all night, every time he touched her. It would be bad. Leading her to the elevator, she clutched his arm tighter. When the doors opened, he led her to a waiting limo. Tonight, she'd be Cinderella. Tighter. When the doors opened, he led her to a waiting limo. Tonight, she'd be Cinderella. Oceans sparkled from the artificial lights of the hotel's exclusive place on South Beach. The crashing waves held back, elusive, in the evening night, much like how her body reacted. She couldn't settle down. Jay spoke on his phone to someone about business while they hummed along in the quiet limousine, so she sipped on. Her mother would love this offer, and no matter how sweet the drink in her hand was supposed to be, it didn't go down right. The limo rolled to a clean stop to the voices of people saying, "Smile. Look this way," echoed in the walls. Jay put his phone away and touched her shoulder. Your eyes are big. Don't be afraid of the red carpet nonsense. We're not celebrities. Gasping for air, she admitted. I don't know. When she stepped out, she'd enter a world she had avoided all her life. She froze. Before she had a second to breathe, the chauffeur opened the door to blinding lights. Jay leaned to her ear. Stand up, smile, and wait for me. Nod. Before she could straighten up, the blinding whiteness disoriented her. His voice echoed in her head, and she pasted on a smile. Jay's hand on her back calmed her, though she needed to grab his arm. He'd lead, she'd follow. When she turned toward him, the lights stopped blinding her, and she smiled, seeing how his dimples grew wider when he gazed down at her. Laughing, she stepped closer, opening her mouth to say something. She understood the split second before he intended to give her a light kiss. Sighing, she hugged him even closer, so her breasts touched his body, deepening the kiss. Every cell in her body stirred, craving far more. He groaned, ending the kiss, though keeping her in his arms while people snapped pictures. He gave her a sweet hug, then walked her down the red carpet to the open doors of the hotel. As they got closer to the building, her sight began to clear. How did he see through that? She went up one step, and the crowd of people in designer dresses, drinking and laughing, crystallized. Tonight, she'd see something far prettier than her prom. He spoke to the doorman while she waited for a moment. When he came back toward her, he told her in a low voice, "You are amazing, Penny. Come say hi to a few investors with me. Nothing about that kiss." His groan made it sound like he was pained to end it. She'd ask after this party. They walked through the bar area. Socialites were gathered with noses in the air, just like she had imagined. Rolling her eyes, she kept a firm grip on his hand. The party already had that Miami pretentiousness everywhere. Women posed with simpers on their faces while men offered drinks. Turning away from one source only brought another group in her sights. The heat of the day added spice to everything, from the bartender flirting with a few older women to the younger man with 3 women draped around him. Recoiling slowed her down for a second. The decadence and entitled culture spilled into everything she hated about rich people. Jay kept her moving, and soon he walked her to the oceanfront section outside, where a small group stood with drinks. The people here appeared slightly more serious than the drones inside. Sparks shone in a few eyes. Straightening her shoulders, she relaxed. In her mind, she promised him she'd be the pretend girlfriend to make him proud. "Pen, this is Wilson, Phillips, and Danvers." He nodded at the men. "This is my Penelope Knightheart. We thought you were a lie, Miss Knightheart." "Marshall made you sound idyllic," one of the men said. "Jay's last name, cute," another man added. "Ignore Wilson. I'm Danvers. In New York, we expect our women to be smart, but I did have doubts Marshall's view on the matter equaled what my mother had instilled in me. She'd impressed them without opening her mouth. What did these people think of Miami, and why did that cause her body to tighten up with agreement?" Shaking the man's hand, she told him, "Your mother sounds like a good woman. Jay talked about me. Did you doubt it, Pen?" Jay beamed down at her with a twinkle in his eye. A shiver ran through her. Tonight had to happen. Squeezing his arm, she shrugged. "Dimples, I'm surprised you talked about me at all." He stepped closer to her while he told the group, "I'm going to get her a drink. Please keep her safe for me. I'll be back in 2 minutes." A cold shudder rushed through her. He intended to leave? She touched his belt on the side, forcing him to look at her. He winked and nodded, and somehow she understood. She'd be safe, though he took her hand. "Be yourself and relax." Letting him go, she flashed a smile at the 3 men. While Jay walked away, Danvers told her, "We sound like a law firm without our names, I'm sure." I needed to see the type of person Marshall spends his personal time with to get a full picture of who I'm doing business with. Would you mind indulging me with a few questions? Be yourself. Jay needed someone who knew him. This explained why it had to be her. Sure, what's the question? Where did you meet Marshall? Tapping her hand on the table, she hoped they stayed this easy. In high school, I became friends with his cousin Sandra. She brought me into the math league. Danvers nodded at her. Good. Unlike most sharks here, Marshall plays a long-term game. I like that about him. Would you consider moving to New York? For a job, absolutely. Leaning closer, she mimicked his movements. Absolutely. I've wanted to leave Miami all my life. I'd love to get a job where I can raise a child to be proud of the inside person. It's more important than the outer shell of anyone. Jay's deliciously warm hand on her back made her lean back into him before he handed her a cocktail. She stepped closer, giving him every indication to stand beside her. His dimples returned when he stayed close. Taking the glass in her hand gave her something cool to hold. Jay told Danvers, "Told you she's a keeper." At least he recognized her value. Something hit in her gut hard. She'd never thought he would. Jay was a smooth-talking rich boy, always with an agenda. What had changed him, and why hadn't she noticed? Her eyes stayed staring at that scar near one of his dimples. Maybe it hadn't been a bar fight. Could be more. Why had she never questioned him? She should have asked, and would tonight, when they were home. Sighing, she took his hand, hoping he saw the real her too. Eva's voice echoed through the air. "Penelope, Jay, there you both are." The sparkle in Jay's eyes disappeared. She smoothed out his shoulder and offered a gentle squeeze. Penny refused to let Eva say anything to ruin his business. When she came close, Penny turned and greeted her with an offer of an air kiss on the cheek, just the way everyone else in Miami said hello. Pulling back, she stayed at Jay's side while tilting her head. "Eva, how is the play Jay sponsored for you coming along?" Giving her the Hollywood glamour smile and pose, Eva animatedly beamed excitement. Penny dropped her mouth in shock while Eva told her, "Amazing. It's why I came over. To thank you both." Penny couldn't stare at the glare without letting it steal her own self-confidence. Peeking to her side, she glanced at the other men's reactions. One straightened his tie, another brushed at the cloth of his pants. Jay remained frozen. Chewing on her lower lip didn't stop the slight thumping of her own heart. She'd never get that reaction. Yep, Eva's beauty surpassed everything else in the room when it came to how men saw women. At least Jay had asked for her on his arm tonight. It warmed her up a little. Penny's eyes returned to Eva's beauty. Penny reached out and hugged her with her free hand. "I'm happy to hear that. Jay was talking business with these men." Eva's eyes sparkled. "Come with me for a minute, Penny. We'll get our picture taken, showing we're still friends." Jay squeezed her hand while she nodded at Eva. She whispered up to him, "I'll be back in 1 minute, Dimples. Talk to your friends." Gulping, she followed Eva inside to the glittery people. She'd get her answers about him when they were alone. Going inside, she saw Sandra and Michael sitting at a table. Sandra sprang up and hugged Penny. "I'm so happy to see you. Last night, I was so angry at my brother. Please don't be angry with me. I had no idea. I could never stay mad at you." Penny nodded to her best friend before turning to Eva and Michael. "You both should have been honest with Jay from the beginning." Eva lowered her eyes, and her cheeks turned a little red. "Penelope, you're right. I thought Jay would be perfect and not want me because of my looks. I was wrong, though. He has this wall around him near me that he doesn't have with you. Last night was the first time I saw that he cared about anything." Eva had always been the strong one in the group of girls. Nothing ever dug deep enough to get to her. Clearly, something had. "Swallowing," Penny said. "You'll find the right one. Don't be nice to her, Penny." Michael shook his head. "She made that play for Jay when you weren't here. Now she's admitting what I told her." Sandra put her hands on her hips. "What did you tell her?" Michael gazed at all three of them with his eyes horrified that they didn't see something. "That if Penelope came back to town, he'd dump Eva." Sandra yelled back at her brother. "Shut up. You couldn't know that. I lived with him," Michael added. "He's been driven and angry until Penny came back. He'd calm down only when told not everyone would stab him in the back, and he spoke about life being easier in high school." Sandra backed down and touched Penny's arm. "You're making my cousin human again." Penny swatted her arm off. She couldn't be serious. What were they talking about? And why did she think his scar blended into whatever they talked about? "Look, I have to get back to him." Sandra nodded. "Okay, we'll get lunch. The three of us girls can go shopping. It will be like old times." Sandra and Eva shopping while she followed behind, broke. If she landed the job on Monday, she'd agree. Right now, she smiled and told them, "See you soon." Flashes of light followed her on her way back, but she squinted, refusing to be blinded again. Stepping onto the patio area, she sidestepped some man leaving when she gazed across the open air. A tall, buxom blonde aimed straight for Jay. Not that he noticed the woman. He talked to the men. Hanging back, she needed to watch. The girl stared at her friends, then walked backward into Jay's conversation. He moved a little away from the woman, and Penny's heart soared. He'd stopped being dazzled. She boldly walked ahead now. All her life, she'd taken the side door, escaping men who got women without effort. But now she saw Jay seeking more. Sliding next to him, she kissed his cheek, his smile showing that dimple appeared before his hand went to her back, to keep her close. Penny's body warmed as she peeked behind her, seeing the beauty walk away. Jay massaged her a little. Relaxing, she gazed up at him, then he asked, Everything settled in there? She stroked his arm. Yes. Sandra and Eva want to do lunch. A small tremor shot through her and she sighed. His lips came close to hers before he stepped back to tell the others, "Will you excuse us?" She followed his lead and heard her own heartbeat. She wondered if her skin flushed, showing how warm her body was, and it wasn't from the humidity in the air. Looking back, she saw the spark in his eyes, only making it worse for her. He stopped at the quieter dockside walkway to the ocean. She smelled the salt in the air, only making her moist mouth thirstier for him. He tugged her hand up closer, then asked in a low voice, "Penny, can we go soon?" "Good." Before she could say anything else, he claimed her waiting lips in a kiss. Wrapping her arms around him, she couldn't say anything. She didn't want to. He tasted better than anything she'd imagined in her high school dream. A moan escaped her lips. Her fingers played with his hair while she didn't let go. All that mattered was keeping him. He stepped back, though his breathing wasn't even. "I don't want to stop. Now, no regrets. No one else ever had them, and she shouldn't either." Focusing on his eyes, she stroked his arm before she could say anything. Finally, the words formed. "Good, I don't either. Take me home." Him to touch her, though getting into a limo had to be done one at a time. Sitting down, she lounged on the back seat, taking up the entire space. Propping her head on her hand, she laughed when he picked up her legs to join her. He kept her naked leg in his arm, stroking her skin, sending fire throughout her body while she sat up a little. The limo pulled away from the curb, and she had a new idea. That little spot of skin couldn't get all the attention. Climbing on his lap caused him to chuckle and show off his dimples. Putting her hand on his face, she stroked that sexy smile that reached his cheeks. He hit the button to roll up the partition while she settled more firmly on his lap. Rubbing her lower back, he held her closer to him. Awareness of how his erection grew became obvious, even through their clothes and her sheer thong. The only underwear she found that wouldn't show under the dress. He stroked her body, then whispered, "Penny, this isn't a one-night thing for me." She couldn't think about anything but living in the moment. "Stop talking and kiss me." His eyes closed and his hand went up her spine, to her neck, massaging her. "That's not all I'll do." She ran her cheek on his and teased her closed lips on the stubble of his chin, causing him to close his eyes and sigh before guiding her face closer to his to claim a kiss. Her hands traced his shoulders, lowering to his torso, unbuttoning his jacket. His kiss sent smoking hot desire through her. She couldn't think and lost track of everything but the electricity rushing through her veins and the need to touch him. She stopped moving when the limo stopped. Letting her go, his hands traced down her body, stroking her exposed thigh. With firm eye contact, he told her, "We need to get upstairs." With a few swats of her palm, she tried to smooth her hair into place, but it didn't work. She'd need a brush to fix herself, but with his hand waiting for her outside, that could wait. She shook her head to get the heat out of her body. Then she caught her breath, took his hand, and stood as gracefully as she could muster. Her knees went weak and she swayed, but Jay was close. She grabbed hold of his shoulder. After steadying her with his hands, Jay stepped away to speak to the driver. Reaching down, she took off her fancy designer shoes to hold in her hand and walked to the front door. Her heart leapt in her chest when she heard Jay's feet running to catch up to her. He squeezed her hand at the door, pulling her with him. Before he called out, "Race you to the elevator." She caught his hip, pulling him back to her, while she figured out how to win. Running her hands up higher, she used that motion to push herself in front. "Dirty cheater, Pen," she giggled. "Dimples, you were just getting a sample." At the door, she turned a moment before he pressed into her. Her neck craned up his jawline while she pressed the button on her right. He ran his hand through her hair, again, and stroked her face with his thumb. Stifling her moan took effort. She closed her eyes, daring herself. She could do this. Opening her eyes, she reached out to grab his sexy butt, getting her to turn around. She followed his demands, being rewarded with a kiss that ignited every nerve ending in her body. The ding of the machine behind her rang, sending a shudder through her when he walked her backward into the elevator. She fished her keycard out of the bodice of her dress while his eyes sparkled in surprise. She held in her breath, and her skin flushed before she swiped the plastic. He swallowed, licking his lips before he leaned forward to hold her, brushing against her exposed thigh. The skin under her dress craved his fingers running over her entire shivering body. He told her, "I will have you." Arching her eyebrows, she dared him. "No, it will be the other way around." His mouth fell open while he reached the inside of her leg. Shameless and sexy. Challenge accepted. Facing those sexy blue eyes, she ran her hand through his hair. Watching his skin flush, she admitted, "I spent years planning how you and I would be." He used her dress against her, circling his hand in the fabric on her backside, pulling her into him for another kiss. A moan escaped her lips. The ding didn't stop the heat inside her, though he smiled, keeping her body in sync with his while they exited the elevator into their apartment. He smelled wild, clean, with a faint calling to the outdoors. Taking another whiff made her inarticulate. At the door to her bedroom, he pushed the handle open while she smiled. "You going to undress me now?" His eyes widened again. "Is that part of your fantasy?" "Hell yeah, it is." She rolled her head back and laughed, giving him access to her neck. He growled out in between kissing her neck. "You won't be disappointed then. Your body and soul are mine tonight." Big talk. She hugged his shoulder closer. He stepped back while he focused. Took him a second to get it. The dress was complicated. His fingers found the zipper underneath her arm, causing a gasp to burst out when he brushed against her gradually exposed body. Cocking her head up, she smiled. "Now show me. Stop talking, sexiness." He kissed the bottom of her chin while he unzipped the rest of the dress, leaving only the button holding her entire disheveled dress together. Boldly, he traced the back of his hands to her legs, lifting her up onto her bed while the dress fell, leaving her bra exposed to him. Opening her legs to kiss him closer, he stepped back, stood next to the bed, studied her dress, his forehead wrinkling until a smile built. Kissing her soft lips, he found the last button on her hip under the embroidery and unsnapped. She pushed at his suit jacket, which followed her dress to the floor. As he joined her on the bed, his lips kissed the upper portion of her breast, leaving her lightheaded. Her fingers trembled while she unbuttoned his white shirt, a barrier to his body on hers. He trailed his mouth lower onto her breast, the bra offering no resistance, falling lower while he tasted her pink, swollen nipple. Her body bucked backward, pushing her chest farther into his mouth while she sighed. Running her hand through her hair, she shivered. He unhooked her bra. His eyes shone while he memorized every part of her body. She stroked his neck while he took his shirt off. Sitting up, she refused to let him go and explored his strong chest while he threw off his pants. She kissed his belly button, forcing him to moan. "Penny." Impatient now, she squeezed his butt to get him back on top of her. She needed his muscular body to erase any distance between them. His fingers pushed her panties to the side. "You're more than ready." Whispering in his ear, fighting off a moan. "I've been like this for you since the day we met." His lips came closer to hers while his fingers went deeper inside her. She released that moan while his dimples grew. "Damn, I was a stupid fool." Tugging off her underwear in one shot, she played with the waistband of his boxers. She reached behind him and squeezed his tight backside, then stepped up closer to him. "More dimples, I'm on the pill." The dimples next to his smile showed, and she rolled his boxers to the ground. He stepped out of his clothes, then claimed her lips in a fiery kiss. Soon enough, he found a condom and pushed himself inside her body. Her body bucked with tremors of delight before she lost all sense of herself, calling out his name. They smelled of warmth and cedarwood in her bed. He snuggled closer under his arm, his hand slipping down her back. Sighing, she relaxed, hearing his heartbeat. His fingers traced her arm, warming her when he kissed her shoulder. Penny, turning her head, she met his baby blue eyes while she yawned. Dimples. He kissed the top of her forehead while she adjusted to lie flat on her back, then let her hand trail down his muscular chest. Pushing her head up, she met his lips with a kiss. Growling, he held her closer. Mourning, her hands tugged at his shoulder. Is this his dream? His cheeks scratched the skin on her face with his stubble. Both of his hands reached down, pulling her on top of him. If it is, I need another sample. Laughing, she pushed her legs over his, straddled him, and her body heated up. His morning hard-on caused her to grin and bite down her lower lip. Tracing his shoulders to pull him toward her, she whispered, "Good, 'cause I need you." Heat in the apex between her legs sent waves of hot desire coursing through her body. His erection grew beneath her, before she pushed her body down on his. He let out a groan before he moved her hips lower, adjusting himself to semi-sit up. Greedy this morning, sexiness. Her skin must have pinkened in a blush while she touched his body until he pushed deeper into her. Throwing her head back, she trembled, unable to say anything. Soon she lost all sense of control. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Her head lay on his chest while they caught their breath. He laughed, hugging her. Damn, every day should start like this. Sitting up fast, she met his eyes. Yes, are you hungry? I'll make us breakfast. Grabbing her arms before she ran off, he tilted his head. You don't have to cook for me. Let's go to the bakery down the street for a bagel and hot coffee. Batting her eyes, she crawled back toward him. Let's get a coffee at our favorite spot instead. They have bagels. Claiming her lips for one more kiss, he let out one of his sexy growls. Sounds good. She rolled away, getting off the bed, and walked to her closet. She swayed her hips, knowing he watched. She breathed with her chest higher, but she dressed with a pair of shorts and a tank top. Brushing her hair, she pushed out her chest to let out a sigh as she watched him leave. Her eyes stayed on his body. He'd been hot before, all lean in high school, but those defining hard muscles turned him smoking hot. Gazing in the mirror, she saw her eyes appear different. Smiling, she giggled. Did hot sex transform her? Standing up, she thought herself silly. Heading to the living room, she met him when she bounced toward him. His eyes widened, her heart banged in her chest, though she didn't know what that was when she told him, Let's go, Dimples. We have to stop at the convenience store. Looking up, she shrugged. Why? Something was different about those condoms. I want to buy another box. Her mother came to her. Staring at her feet, she remembered how her mother had tried to get pregnant a few years ago and had visited the infertility specialists to get drugs and trick the then husband. Her mother had taken extreme measures, though thankfully it hadn't worked. She shook it off. She'd never do that to Jay. Warmness stilled her heart when she stared back up. Let's do this. He nodded, putting his hand on her shoulder. Good. When we get back, we'll shower together. Laughing, she reached up to touch that infectious smile of his. You're adorable, Mr. Perfect. He hit her shoulder in jest. Who's that? I thought I was Dimples. Winking, she gave him a saucy smile. You're both. It's what I called you for years in my head, though it wasn't always nice. You've grown into the name so well, though. Walking her to the elevator, he hit the button. I like Dimples. She let him brush against her shoulder. Then it stays. The elevator opened. He held her into his body and inside the elevator kept his voice low. Sexiness, you'll be my undoing yet? When the doors opened, she reached into her back pocket. You drive my Jeep. I'm not dressed for the bike this morning. He eyed her car and asked, You sure you don't want to drive? She stepped away and nodded. I'm positive. This way I can tease you, seeing how good of a distraction I am. She tossed the keys in the air. He flexed, catching them. Her heart hammered in her chest again. He laughed. Wild woman, let's go. Following her to the passenger door, he unlocked it and helped her in. 2 seconds later, he joined her in the car. We have a date soon, motorcycle to the beach and a picnic. She grinned when he started the car. "You're on. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." 10 minutes later, they pulled into the coffee shop. She unlocked her door to get out before he had a chance to open it for her, though he offered his hand to help her out. She reached out, squeezing his palm. "Sexiness, let's get that latte of yours." Beaming at him, she couldn't help her happiness. Jay was better than she imagined, keeping her close while they made their way through the line. On their turn, Jay said, "1 non-fat cinnamon dulce latte and 1 cafe cubano for me." The server typed in the computer while asking, "Would you like extra shots for the cubano, sir?" Showing his dimples, he hugged her closer. "Nah, my girl here won't drink the poor man's crack. It's too strong for her, thanks." She squeezed him in a hug while she laughed. After using his card to pay, they stepped to the side. She was bouncing up and down in her sneakers, waiting, when her mother's shrill voice called in the air, "There is Penelope, my baby girl." And Jay, he froze at the new voice. She turned her head and he dropped her hand, standing deadly still. His eyes blazed and his nostrils flared in that split second when he spat out, "Mother." His mother stepped closer, coming between them. "We were talking about the two of you." Penny's mother winked at her, taking her time to see what she and Jay wore. Did she turn white like she did when her mother plotted something to get a man? Her hands curled around her waist, where he'd been holding her a moment ago while her mother gave her a thumbs up. Wincing, she saw a plan unfolding in her mother's mind, and she glanced away. She hoped the ground would open up and swallow her. She'd never be her. No. The coffee person behind the counter told them, "Orders on the counter." Jay picked up both drinks fast, taking a huge step away from his mother. She eyed the door, stepping right to his side. He ground his teeth to say something to his mother. Taking his hand, Penny tugged him back. "We're on our way somewhere. Talk to you both later?" Grabbing her drink from his hand, she steered him out, though he kept cracking his knuckles. His mother had done something major. She'd ask him about it when he calmed down. Running his hands through his hair, he opened the car door. She brushed against him getting in, and he put his hand out to help her. Before he closed her door, he said, "My mother went to yours. This is bad, Penny. If my mother who hates yours is now talking about us, then she's planning something bad." The color of his face returned to a normal shade while she nodded. "Let's just go." Noisy breaths preceded him closing her door. When he opened his door minutes later, he patted her knee. "We need to form a defense," Penny fretted. She didn't know how to tell him that her mother would cause the bigger problems. It was in her eyes. Their perfect day was ruined fast. Her mother would love that she even hoped for a relationship with John J. Marshall. He was everything in a man her mother had always searched for but never found. But he was also everything Penny swore she'd never want in a man. And now it might be too late for her, 'cause she was falling for Dimples.
Sitting on the couch, he pushed his shoulders back, not finding any comfort. Following him, she held back, unsure how to start. Her eyes flew up to his when he met her gaze and spoke first. "Penny, I have to tell you, my mother intends to sabotage my company because she has a diabolical need to control me." His mother, sighing, she fidgeted with her clothes in an effort to explain herself. In a quiet voice, she told him, "My mother will not stop until I wind up pregnant with your baby, collecting child payments for the next 18 years. I won't do that. I'm not a gold digger." Giving her a curt nod, he set his jaw. "Sexiness, no, of course you're not. I trusted you even when I thought I lost the ability to trust anyone." Putting her hand on her forehead, she managed a small smile. His words warmed her. Sitting up, she inched closer to him to put her hand on his knee. "Your mother is controlling. It doesn't mean all people have that capacity." Leaning closer to her, he commanded her attention with his eyes. "We have to focus, sexiness. My mother must believe she can work with yours to get what she wants." What question did she ask first? She should have asked a lot. Straightening her shoulders, she asked, "Which is?" His calm breathing was a good sign, though he tightened his fists. Information. I have enough of it to take out my own father in business. I decided against it because my dad does whatever mom says, but he's not a bad person, just weak. She cannot believe I'd let dad off the hook and thinks I'm playing him in business. My company will make more than they ever did by the end of the year. She rubbed his back. That's really good. Turning toward her, he took her hand from him and held it. Mom cannot use the trust fund she amassed to control me like she used to. Lowering her eyes, then looking back up, she nodded. Good, congratulations. Shaking his head, he kept her hands in his. Penny, they are going to use my soft spot for you. I need to know if I am being stupid when I trust you. Her legs turned into his. I won't let them manipulate me. I have enough issues at the moment. His brow furrowed. What issue is getting to you? Now was not the time. Besides, her interview on Monday could solve the drama, and she would refuse to speak to her mother. Taking her hand out of his, she forged on. Like, will all this drama with our mothers mean I will be showering without you? A laugh erupted out of his mouth, followed by that smile. Leaning closer, he kissed her lightly. Still tender and delicious. I wish I had known years ago that you were all I needed. A silly grin must have spread on her face. She broke through. Yeah, keep talking like that and you'll never get rid of me.
Yeah, keep talking like that and you'll never get rid of me. Next to him after a small nap, she ran her hand on his arm, sighing. It was possible that she was falling for him, hard. His fierceness against the world only made him sexier. He stirred. She parted her lips, then debated. Should she tell him she'd lost her job on the first day and that she worked at a pizza place? Hesitating for just a split second, she decided it could wait till Monday. If she had a new job, then it didn't matter. Instead, she whispered, Dimples, it's Sunday morning. He traced her arm without saying a word, just a sigh. Peeking her head up at him, she continued. Sandy invited us to her house after she goes to church. I don't want to go anywhere. If we leave the house, I'm afraid something will end this. He kissed her shoulder while his hands stroked her breasts. She stifled a moan. I'll call her to cancel. He pushed himself on top of her and held her hands, and his body only made her muscles relaxed and hot. Before claiming a kiss, he whispered, She'll understand if you don't. 7 times? She giggled the moment he rolled away the first time. His sexy dimples whispered to her, Sexiness, let's go for the double digits before the weekend ends. Laughing, she kissed him, pulling him on top of her. You're on then. I'd like to see who's more eager after 10. Petting her hair, he smiled. It's a dare. I like it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Monday morning, she woke up next to him while he slumbered. Looking at his peaceful face, she envied him. She'd sleep if she could. Suppressing a yawn, she kissed his cheek, whispering to his sleeping ear, I'll see you after work today, Dimples. When she emerged from the shower, he rolled over with his head propped on his hand while he took in the sight of her. She leaned on the bed to kiss him when he told her, Sexiness, I might be in around 6 myself. I have to go into the office, but don't cook. I want to take you out. Deal? She smiled, kissed him, and bounced to the kitchen to get something to eat. Leaving the apartment, she hugged herself in the elevator. Everything would be amazing. She had Jay. She had her interview at 3, and with any luck, she'd tell Jay her troubles tonight without becoming her mother. Walking out of the elevator, she didn't care that she bounced. All was right this morning. Serving pizza gave her a little short-term money. She'd at least stave off complete financial dependence on Jay until she found a job. Her heart raced every time someone's name sounded like his. Her customers told her repeatedly she seemed happy, which meant she only thought of Jay once every 10 seconds. His work mattered to him, and she'd never be her mother. Clocking out at 2, she left work to change for her interview. One of her coworkers saw her in her suit and called out, "Luck, sweetie, thanks?" She nodded and headed for her car. Straightening her hair, she sucked in her breath, looking at herself. She needed grounding. Picking up her phone, she dialed the student loan people. They would give her a good dose of reality scare, and she'd have to file for a short-term financial forbearance. She hit the buttons while she waited in the parking lot. Rolling her eyes, she put her makeup away in her backpack when the computer told her, "Account satisfied." Raising her eyebrows, she hit 0 for the operator. Maybe she dialed wrong. Dabbing at her makeup, she waited until the woman on the phone repeated the voice message. "Miss Knightheart, the account was paid in full. You don't owe us anything." Gulping for air, she stopped breathing. No. It was impossible, except that she was living with Jay. She'd ask him later. She told the woman, "Thank you." She blinked. Jay had done this. She stared at the wheel of her Jeep, knowing the deal had been too good to be true. She punched in the numbers to the lender where the message repeated, "Account paid in full." Her lips curled. When had he done this? She'd never asked him to take care of any of it. She shook. She would not become her mother. Not going to happen. Didn't she make that clear? Putting her hands over her nose and mouth, she forced herself to breathe. In, out, 10 times. She'd go to the interview. She'd needed this job. Tightening her grip around the wheel of the car, she sped down the street. How could he? No. She'd argue with him later. The job. She glued on a smile she didn't feel before she parked and refused to let it fall off her face. She would be a great mechanical engineer, and working for a woman with her name sounded fantastic. Jay never. She stopped her blood pressure from mounting by counting to 10. The tension in her back needed to unwind because she had to get this job. After turning off the engine, she focused on the clipping sound of her heels on the pavement. In the office building, the sound changed on the marble. The tap became different when she stepped into the elevator. Her shoulders relaxed when she stepped onto the floor of Penelope Financial, and her smile grew genuine when she said hello to the receptionist. "Please take a seat, Miss Knightheart. You're 10 minutes early." Nodding, she relaxed when she took the seat. Mechanical engineering. She'd studied this because math made sense, buildings made sense. Looking to use people for money didn't make sense. She refused to go down that road. "They are ready to see you. Please step this way." The receptionist opened the door for her. Jumping up from her seat, she tightened her fists. She'd get through this and impress the people. With confidence in her step, she walked into the room. The chair waited in the middle, again. She kept her head up and smiled at the 3 people while heading to the center. The 4th one had his head down, but her eyes narrowed, taking in his sandy blonde hair. Her eyes sharpened on Jay writing something down on yellow paper. Her heels froze in place. The woman told her, "Have a seat, Miss Knightheart." His blue eyes flew up in shock, while she quietly sucked in her breath, unmoving. Calling out, he told everyone, "Get out now, Penny, please stay." Crossing her arms, she jutted out her chin. "No." The 3 people flew past her out the door. Sucking air in her nostrils, she turned to leave, but he blocked her way. Jay's big eyes opened before he took her arm in his hand. "Why are you here? You have a job." Pulling away, she yelled, "No, I don't, but that's hardly the biggest secret between us." "Why is my name on the door?" He inched closer to her, but she stepped backward, shaking her head. Dropping his hands to his side, he smiled. "Penny, wait. The job beside me is yours. It always has been." Her legs planted themselves in a wide stance while she put her hands on her hips. "So you manipulate me, get people not to tell me about your company, and all the while think I'm beside you? Jay, everything has been a lie." He ran his hands through his hair. "What happened to your job?" She threw her hands to her sides dejectedly. "The position was terminated before I ever started there." Jay took a step closer to her, but she took a step back. He kept his chin up. "Where have you been?" She bit her lip, then answered, "Working at a pizza shop." His voice was low. "Penelope, I named my company after you. Penelope Financial." She dropped her hands and her body shook a little. She covered her face. She was becoming her mother. She couldn't look at him in the eyes. "'Cause you saw me as the biggest idiot you ever met?" He brushed her arms, stepping closer. "Because you were the one person in my life that didn't use me for my money. You liked me." Turning away from him, she covered her face with her hands. "No, you're not going to manipulate me anymore. I'm so tired of lies and money and how people use it to get what they want." I liked you for you, but you turned me into my mother, using your money to keep me. Leaning into her, he told her, "Stop, I called the student loan company." Her chin trembled. He froze in place. A whimper escaped her lips, but she couldn't. Pushing him away, she raced out the door. Her heart beat so rapidly, and she didn't know what to do. Flinching when she heard his office door open behind her, she ran into the elevator. Alone, her chest caved in. She had to go somewhere. He'd find her at home. No. She only had one place left to go. Alone, her chest caved in. She had to go somewhere. He'd find her at home. No. She only had one place left to go. She collapsed on the wheel. Most women got to come home to loving mothers who listened. Must be nice to be them. Sucking in her breath, Penny stepped out. The tightness in her chest transformed to her heart pounding. She stepped out, mentally rolled up her sleeves, and intended to yell. Geneva had plotted something, and Penny needed to end it. She would never be her. Flexing her fingers, she buzzed the doorbell. Her lips formed a straight line, and the humidity only added to the heat growing inside her. Jay shouldn't pay for her. Pounding at her mother's door, she heard the scurrying footsteps inside. "Open up!" Her mother opened the door, letting a cool breeze of air conditioning out. "Penny, I didn't expect to see you." She pushed past her into the house. "I'm here to talk." Her mother smiled. "I'm surprised. We should be celebrating your success, not fighting." Her hands curled into fists. "Mom, what were you doing with Mrs. Marshall the other morning?" Geneva shook her head. "Talking about you and Jay. But you are asking the wrong questions. Let me go get us something to toast with." Throwing her hands in the air, she yelled, "I'm not toasting with you. What were you both plotting, Mom?" Again with the wrong question and focusing on the wrong things, sweetheart. "His mother and I were having a disagreement. I want you to have his child. She wants you out of his life, but she'll let you stay if I help her out." Sweat formed on her back while she swept her hands through the air. She'd never get to be with Jay or have his child. Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought that back when she yelled, "With what?" "What did she want you to do?" Her mother answered, "With a project, honey." "Have you had lunch?" Penny glared at her. "What project?" "Borrowing his tablet. It was easy today. I walked into your place, took his tablet, and gave it to her. Now she won't object to you both getting together, so you should be happy." Crossing her arms, she snapped, "Mom, Arga, sit down, Penny. We have to talk." Her mother's knowing eyes sent iciness into her. She shook and flinched, wanting to leave now. "Mom, sit." Geneva pointed to a seat. Penny followed orders. Her mother sat next to her, took her clammy hand. She shook inside. She didn't want to know this. "What did you do, Mom?" "Just ensured you are well settled. You're my daughter and I want the best for you." Her shoulders became tight, staring at her mother's fake chest, toned skin, and cheery personality. "Stay out of my life, Mom. Then stay calm and head right back into bed with your sexy, rich boyfriend. Whatever happened, this could not be good. No, he's not my boyfriend. That boy's in deep when it comes to you, which only shows he has good taste." Covering her ears, she yelled, "Mom, stop it." Her mother's wide smile reminded her of an animal about to pound. Go home and have a lot more sex." Her voice was shrill. "Why?" Petting her knee, her mother gazed calmly into her eyes. "I want grandchildren." Gulping, her chest hurt. Covering her mouth, she knew. "Oh my, the condoms." Her shoulders fell backward. "I replaced them, took out the latex and replaced it with a lamb sheath. Paying the man off at the convenience store was easy. They don't pay them a lot anyhow. I also replaced your vitamins, and his, to ensure you have more than one this first time. We need his swimmers and as many of your eggs fertilized if we intend to get more in child support later." Her mouth fell open before she begged, "Mom, I'm not you. Don't do this to me. I did this because I love you, sweetheart." Everything was going well. You should be happy. I'm not saying you ever have to leave him if you don't want." She became disoriented. This was too much. Turning away, she spat out, "I'll never be you." "Fine, but you are my daughter. This is what's best for you." Squeezing her eyes shut, she yelled, "I hate you." Her mother's laugh boomed in the air. "Now go back to him." She yelped, "I won't." Her mother had a gleam in her eyes. Penny stared, getting dizzy. What else could she do? Her mother gave her a grin. "You don't have much of a choice." "What else did you do? You don't have any money." The direct eye contact, watching, assessing. She'd been like that with men all her life. Her eyes welled with tears. "Yes, I do. I'm leaving." Her cheeks were wet when Geneva told her, "No, you don't. I'm your mom, and your passwords have been the same since middle school. You don't have any money. I transferred it to mine." "What did you do?" "I took it to ensure you went back to your man." What had she done? She did everything her mother wanted. She shook her head, and her tears burned her cheeks. "How did you get into my building?" "We have a doorman." Smiling and looking pleased with herself, her mother put her chin out. He was eager, and I'm your mother." "I did what I had to do, sweetheart." Pressing her hands to wipe away the tears, she stood up. "Geneva, we're done. There is nothing else to say. Go home, where you belong." The slamming of the door echoed. She needed to scream. She couldn't be pregnant, and she couldn't go back. No. The tears came back, uncontrollable, as she started the car. How could she let this happen? She knew her mother. She never should have come back. She could never look into his eyes again. She couldn't do this. She stopped at the front gate of the community. Jay had one request, and her mother had betrayed them both. Picking up her phone, she texted Jay, "Your mother stole your tablet. Be careful and goodbye." Soon she headed north on the highway. Sleeping with the Gators couldn't be worse than staying in Miami. Next. Was Penny at home? His heart lifted. If she waited, he'd find her and apologize. Paying off her student loans had been pushy. Buying her the Jeep had made him happy but not helped. Somewhere along the way, he'd enjoyed fixing her life. But he should have kept out. Lately, his every other thought went to Penny. He had hoped to make her life happier, not cause problems. He hoped she'd accept his apology. He parked his bike in the garage and ran inside. His heart raced in his chest as he waited for the elevator. He glanced around, and his gaze stared at the empty front desk. No doorman? Strange. The elevator door opened, and he ran his keycard in the slot for access to home. He stared up at the glass ceiling. Penny must have waited. It was a good sign. Maybe she'd forgiven him then. He paid those loans so they'd both be free if anything happened, not to control her. In fact, part of his thoughts had been if they didn't work out, he'd not feel so guilty. The door opened, and every cell in his body froze. Someone barreled toward him and caught him unprepared. Then someone clipped his head from behind. He tried to call out Penny's name as he lost consciousness. He wasn't sure he succeeded. His name as he lost consciousness. He wasn't sure he succeeded. Jupiter, 90 miles away from the Grove. In her bag, she had a little over $100 in tip money. On that, she might make it to Jacksonville. Maybe. She'd likely stop somewhere else. Staring hard at the gas pumps, she slowly began to function again. She wrapped her arms around herself. How could she tell Jay? Her skin crawled while she got out of the Jeep to pay for gas. She kept her gaze down. What if she was too late and her mother had won? She had nowhere else to go. Looking up at the night sky, she listened to the sound of silence. The gas fumes kept her grounded. Putting the pump back, she almost tripped. She'd be a terrible mother. She couldn't walk straight. Her hand gripped her elbow until she climbed back into her Jeep. Looking over, she saw her phone vibrating. Her tears stopped flowing, though, stayed in the back of her throat. Taking a deep breath while keeping her eyes down, she answered. "Hello?" No one said anything. She almost put it down when the message light flashed. Calling herself slow, she listened to the message. "Penny, it's Sandy. Please call me back. There has been an emergency." Sandy? Penny's phone read, "Call failed," when she dialed her back. Taking one last look at the gas station, she ignored her hot cheeks and eyes. Jay deserved better, and she had no place else. He had to be fine. He better not have been in an accident on that bike of his. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he turned the car back south on the highway. Once she told him the truth, she'd be fine. Being in the middle of nowhere on a highway, her mind raced with what that message said. When she hit West Palm, almost an hour away from home, her phone finally worked. Sandy answered. "Penny, where are you?" Sandy shouldn't have to be burdened with her too. She said, "On my way back. What happened to Jay?" "It's bad. He's still unconscious." "He didn't deserve that." She flinched. "He had to be fine." "Where are you?" "Jackson Memorial Hospital. Back in Miami, an hour and a half away." She couldn't speak for a moment, but she did speed up a little. Her heartbeat raced. The words stayed low, near a whisper. "I'll be there." "Hurry." She couldn't ask the right questions. Before she could form the words, Sandy hung up. Her whole body shook when she kept picturing that motorcycle. Before she could form the words, Sandy hung up. Her whole body shook when she kept picturing that motorcycle. He couldn't die. Gulping for. At the front desk, they pointed her to the 9th floor. Getting into the elevator, she fought being dizzy. At the front desk, they pointed her to the 9th floor. Getting into the elevator, she fought being dizzy. Penny. Hugging her friend helped stop her. He was found beaten, but he's awake. Her mouth fell open. How? Who? Petting her hand. He was found beaten, but he's awake. Her mouth fell open. How? Who? Petting her hand, Sandy grimaced before she told her. That doesn't make any sense. A chest pain hit hard. Her skin tingled. Was her family involved? Biting her lip? That doesn't make any sense. A chest pain hit hard. Her skin tingled. At the door, Sandy stopped and used her hands to get Penny to go inside. Her legs went weak as she walked in, but she moved. Her body began to shake when. At the door, Sandy stopped and used her hands to get Penny to go inside. Her legs went weak as she walked in. Covering her mouth with her hands, she came next to him, putting her hands on his. Jay, nodding. Her body warmed up when he slightly lifted his head, covering her mouth with her hands. She touched his hair, arranged his blankets, and kissed his cheek before sitting next to him. He'd be okay. Her heartbeat went back to a normal pace, and the ache in her throat eased. She touched his hair, arranged his blankets, and kissed his cheek before sitting next to him. He'd be okay. Tears rolled down her cheeks when he took her hand. "I'm sorry, Penny. I'd never hurt you." The bruises on his face didn't take away from the light in his eyes. He deserved to know everything, but tears rolled down her. Stroking his forearm to not upset him, she said, "I don't know what to say." He squeezed her hand and his jaw set firm while he attempted to sit up, but the monitors went off. "Penny," the doctors rushed inside and, stroking his forearm to not upset him, she said, "I don't know what to say." He squeezed her hand and his jaw set firm while he attempted to sit up, but the monitors went off. "Penny," the doctors rushed inside and she stood up. "I'm here. Lie back down. Everything will be fine." Pressing his lips together, ignoring the doctors, he told her, "No. Go. Run. Where?" She had no place to go. She patted his knee while a nurse took his pulse, though his eyes never left hers. Someone in a white coat asked her, "Can you wait in the hallway, miss?" Penny nodded at Jay one more time before going out to see Sandra. "Why aren't his parents here?" Rubbing her forehead, Sandra glanced around the hallway before answering. Tilting her, "I have his power of attorney in case something happens to him." Penny bit the side of her mouth. She should have asked. She should have seen a lot of things. Shaking her head, she stepped closer. "No, what happened to his parents?" Sandy's tilting her head, Sandra pursed her lips. "He should tell you that." Penny bristled. She'd have to be more like him to get answers. "I should have asked a lot of questions." Frowning, Sandra gazed down. "You're here. I set him up with Sandy's eyes were close to tears. She knew. Why me, though? Penny fumbled and almost fell back a little. Then her feet steadied, but her shoulders caved closer to her neck. Penny, he doesn't have a lot of people. Sandra breathed in easier. I set him up with Eva when I thought you weren't coming back to Miami. I wasn't on his radar. Sandra held back a sob. You are wrong on that one. Covering her mouth with her hand, Penny gasped, then nodded. He named his company. I don't. Sandra breathed in easier, then smiled. Ah, so you know. She shook her head. I don't know why. Smiling, though her voice still had more unshed tears, Sandra said, men like Jay don't make friends. This attack, when she opens, I don't want my cousin going down a dark path. Please help me and be here for him. All those things he had done to help her financially, he likely meant to help her. But then so did her mother. No one listened to her. Closing her eyes, Penny told herself she'd never. When she opened her eyes, she set her gaze on Sandy. I have a right to feel angry and betrayed. Sandy took her arm and begged, Penny, I don't know what he did to you, but don't abandon him now. The guilt ratcheted up her spine. Her mother took money and ran. She'd never be her. Tightening her fists at her side, she made a decision. I don't have any place else to be. Sandy hugged her. Thank you. Whatever he did to you, let him apologize. She looked back at Jay's room. They had so much to talk about. She had so much to say. Hugging her friend, she nodded. I'll listen when he does. Through the window in the hallway, both women stared inside. Jay sat up in his bed arguing with his doctors. At least he'd be okay. Home alone froze her. She couldn't do it. The nurses wouldn't let her in to see Jay again. Her feet rooted in the ground, she gazed around. So she found a seat in the hospital waiting room and sat. Yawning, she almost fell asleep when an orderly came in. You can't stay here, miss. Sticking out her chin, she explained. I'm not going home. Not without John J. Marshall. He's not allowed visitors. Crossing her arms, she argued back. And I'm not leaving here without him. Who is he to you? Dropping her arms and letting them fall to her side, she shook her head. I don't know. First, a friend. Second, my roommate. Third, he might be my boyfriend. Fourth, Wait, I'll see if I can get you in there. She smiled. Thank you. He walked out and she brushed at her clothes and smoothed her hair. Follow me, miss. She caught up, though he didn't speak. At Jay's door, he opened it, pointed her in, and took a step forward to watch the corridor. Her limbs understood before her brain to go inside his room. The door closed behind her before she had a second to catch her breath. Penny, is that you? Jay's voice, low and weak, kept her moving. Stepping closer to the bed, she nodded. Dimples, where else was I to go? You are not safe here. Not until I finish something, and I can't do it until they let me out of here. She smiled. I can help you. His blue eyes darkened. She took a step back before she moved forward. No, I can't let you. Gulping for air, she stared at the black eye on his face. Jay, my mother was more evil than you know. He relaxed his shoulders and nodded. And you don't want to go home without me? No, not just that. She should finish her sentence. Opening her mouth, all that came out was, yeah, I should kick you out. Shaking her head before she tilted it. You won't. He sat up and his gaze never faltered. I'm tired. Tomorrow they let me out in the morning and I'll try harder. She stood beside him. Tomorrow I'll fight you. Scooting over, he made room for her. She laughed at him and pulled up the chair with the ottoman to sit beside him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tiredness won for a while. Yawning, she woke up to sun streaming in her face and Jay staring at her. Just seeing him looking so much better made her heart race faster. Sitting up, she hugged her legs into her body and smiled up to him. She'd tell him today. Before she could say anything, a nurse came into the room, stared at her and said, He's not to have visitors. Jay's voice stayed direct and firm. Penny's my girlfriend, and she's not going home without me. The nurse snapped on a glove. Well, that makes the exam more difficult. I was hoping once I finished with you to start the paperwork. The sun shone outside. Penny jumped out of her seat and told him, I'll go get coffee. Be back during visitors' hours. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Penny picked Sandra up on her way to the shop. Thank you for getting me. No problem. What happened to your car? Battery. Michael is getting it fixed. My place is going through a major remodel and I'm so tired of breathing in sawdust. Now let's get going. And Jay wants coffee. He texted me. Penny kept her eyes on the road. He could have texted her, but he chose his cousin. She had no right to be jealous. They were family and she was driving. Gripping the wheel, she decided to ask more questions. This time she'd be more proactive with her life. Sandra closed down on answering what happened to Jay last night, but Penny had a new tactic. I stayed with Jay last night instead of going home. I'm happy for you both. Pushing her shoulders back, she pulled the Jeep into traffic while answering. We have a lot to work out. You will. Keeping her grip on the steering wheel tight, she asked, So when did you become his power of attorney? Sandra's voice grew quieter. About 4 months ago. Penny pulled the car into the drive-thru and ordered 3 cups of coffee through the speaker. Sandra pulled up an app on her phone and reached over Penny to give it to the cashier before she had a second to reach for her pocketbook. Letting someone pay for her made her stomach feel heavy and empty. She kept her mouth shut, and the cashier took the order and passed Sandy her coffee. Sandy placed Jay's in the cup holder and held her latte in her lap. They pulled away, and Penny slowly sipped her drink. The liquid sent courage into her body, relaxing her. Taking a second sip did the same glorious thing. Emboldened, she asked, How old is that scar on his face? Sipping her coffee and looking out the window, Sandra said, Can you ask him that one? Penny nodded. She had a lot of questions to ask. Putting together the pieces to this puzzle confused her. She pulled into the parking lot. When did he start Penelope Financial? Sandy sipped her coffee while Penny parked. Without looking her in the eye, she answered, A few years ago. I'm going to ask you to carry this in to him while I stop at the desk to get a doctor's report. Penny pushed her head back on the headrest before getting out of the car. I wish he'd never lied to me. When they stepped out of the Jeep, Sandy told her, He doesn't answer to anyone these days, but I'm glad it was you that he opened up to, even a little bit. Penny, don't accept anything less than the full truth from him. I don't even know that. While opening the front door to the hospital, Penny glanced at the clock. Visiting hours started 2 minutes ago. She signed in at the desk, then asked her friend, What if I can't get past that? Sandy had to do the same thing. Penny waited for her until Sandy looped her arm in hers. We'll still be friends no matter what, but he's my cousin and much like a second brother, so I'm hoping everything works out. Narrowing her eyes, Penny asked, What happened between you and Wyatt? Sandra shook her head. You don't want to know. Focus on Jay and learning to trust him. Penny needed to figure out what to do. Hitting the button for the elevator, she told Sandra, Wyatt's my brother. I don't know if you know that, but if he hurt you, we were friends first. Going inside, Sandy lowered her voice. I hurt him too. It's how everything played out that makes me sad. But don't let me be your excuse to not forgive Jay. When the elevator beeped, Penny took the coffee from Sandra and made her way to his room. Pulling in her breath, she stepped into the room while Jay sat up on the bed. Get back into bed. He put his shirt on, buttoning from the bottom up. Looking up, he smiled, showing off his dimples. Is that my coffee, Pen? She'd start getting answers. I'm not sure if I should give it to you. You lied since I came back home, getting me to live with you, when we hadn't seen each other in years. Why? He hobbled over to her, reaching out. Can I have that coffee? I'll try to explain. She handed it to him and watched him whiff the delicious, earthy smell of his drink. She took a seat, reminding him. Sit back down. He took one more sip of his drink, standing in his shirt and boxers, smiling. She refused to fall for his sexy look. Luckily, he didn't notice and put the drink on his tray. I need to put my pants on first. The doctors will be letting me out of here soon. I have a broken rib, but that mends at home. They kept me overnight because I have money, but it's done now. Tapping her feet, she stepped closer, looking him over. Your black eye isn't helping your case. Finding his pants, he stepped into them and quickly dressed. It will heal. I've had worse, and I interrupted the robbery. My mother stole your tablet earlier in the day. I saw your text and deleted all access to files my tablet had. Someone who works for me must be working for my mother. Smiling, she leaned closer. Good. Now we're getting to something. Why me? And what did you get out of using me? He sighed. How do I start? You were going to work for my father. I needed to know how deep my mother's roots went into his company. Putting her hand in the air, she stomped. So you knew I was coming back here to work. You never asked about my job. Shaking his head, he sat on the bed to tell her. At the coffee shop you said Mueller Enterprises. Dad's company. I thought I could spare my dad in that place, until you told me you'd been fired. My mother did that to you. Inhaling, she circled him, though she kept her arms crossed. Why did you name your company Penelope? His dimples appeared. 'Cause you're pretty. She shook her head. Try again. Shameless flirting won't work. I had to try. He coughed. His face contorted in pain before he sat straight. The truth? Sitting next to him, she petted his leg. Yeah, I didn't want my parents to link my name to anything at first. He grazed her arm. Plus, when I did that in college, I wanted a name no one would pin back to me. But it needed to be a name representing smart and loyal. And it also needed to be easy to remember. Your name kept running in my head. People remember names. You're smart, and your name to me makes me think steady, trustworthy, and loyal. Everything a woman is supposed to be. Holding in her breath, she wanted to stop. Her fingers ached to hold him again, but she crossed her arms a little tighter. Why did we have sex, then, if you intended to use me as a spy? His eyes softened while looking at her, stealing her arguments. Technically, that didn't happen. I never asked any questions, and you never told me you'd been fired. Looking down, she stifled a soft sigh. Question withdrawn. It could have been anyone. Why me? His hand stayed on her leg, unmoving, but the sparks inside her for him to do more grew. He kept his voice low. You're beautiful, smart, and despite everything, I was falling in love with you. I shouldn't have lied, but I need you to leave now. Standing up, she swatted his hand away. Stop. What happened last night is why you shouldn't be in my life. I lied to you. Don't forgive me. Get out of here and don't come back. She pushed her chest out and snapped her hands in front of her. I'm not going anywhere, except home with you. No. She leaned closer to him, hovering over his body. That's all you have? Look, you freed me from all my responsibility. You need to... And Jay, I'm still angry that you used me and lied to me. But once upon a time I looked up to you too, and you need help. I'm going to nurse you back to health and help you through all this mess. His voice faltered and his eyes blinked. You can't. You need to leave, because whoever is after me will see you're my weak spot. She put her hands on his knees. You need help. I'm getting in my car to leave only if you are in the back seat. So we have two options. One, we ditch your plan and whoever did this to you. His voice sounded dark and determined. No. Setting her jaw, she rubbed his legs higher and lowered her voice. Option 2. I take you home, feed you soup, make sure you're good, easing my conscience, and help you. So are you leaving town with me? Or a slow smile of victory came over her until he crossed his arms. Option 3. You take the hint I'm a jerk and you leave. Unwrapping his arms, she put them on her hips while she laughed. I knew you were that before I... Pulling her into him, he stopped and coughed. So are you leaving town with me or sticking around? His arms didn't move, though his voice wavered. Penny, this is stupid. She'd take him home. She kissed his forehead. Jay's mouth went tight as his face winced in pain. Pulling her into him, he stopped and coughed. You don't fight fair. What are you two arguing about? Sandra, your cousin and I will be going back home today, and he's going too far in trying to keep me protected. But he forgets. Jay's mouth went tight as his face winced in pain. 10 seconds ago, I was the girlfriend. Now I'm happy. No, she's not. Jay's argument didn't... Your cousin and I will be going back home today, and he's going too far in trying to keep me protected. But he forgets. Thanks to him, I honestly have nothing better to do than nurse him back to health. Walking in to join them. Okay, fine. Security was updated. I'm happy. No, she's not. Jay's argument didn't hold water. She'd help him. Reaching for his chin, she met his gaze and directed him closer to her face. Then you are dropping everything and getting into my car. But first, she needed to fully understand before she... Okay, fine. Security was updated and we'll be fine. Penny smiled victoriously. She'd face off against Jay, deal with whatever he was up to, then take off. A small part of her heart cried out that he did love her. He'd told her, but she had to ignore that. But first, she needed to fully understand before she gave him her heart, though she feared her defenses were too late. She had a plan. Back off at home, Penny pulled into the parking lot with Jay sitting beside her. He hadn't said much, but the scowl on his face remained. When she switched off the engine, he mumbled, I'm going to need 5 minutes with my tablet. She understood this had to do with his mother, and she could use a few minutes afterwards to tell him what her mom had done. I'll leave you alone. Getting out, she intended to help him, but he held the frame firm in his grip and stepped down. His grimace softened her heart. He deserved better than that physical pain. Walking backward, she kept an eye on him until they reached the door. She swung around to open it first. Looking back, she watched his nose turn upward. You don't have to take care of me, Pen. I'm not a cripple. She leaned closer. You just left the hospital, Dimples. Holding the door, she pushed back to let him pass. His wrinkled nose didn't scare her off. She held back a smile, though, staring at his thick crop of blonde hair. Following behind him, she sped up to pass him when the doorman, McCarthy, stepped in their way, stopping them. Taking his hat off, he held it at his chest when speaking to Jay. I'm sorry for what happened, sir. The doorman who let people into your condo has been fired and is facing pending criminal charges. He'd been hired only last week, and we're looking deeper into his background now to see what the check missed. Penny covered her hand with her mouth. What had her mother done? And what should she do? Jay kept his voice confident and steady, touching the man's arm. I'm sure you're doing everything possible. McCarthy nodded. The police have all the videos and pictures of your assailants. A chill ran down her body. More than one. Biting her lip, she stopped moving. Jay didn't look fazed. Her gaze shifted to his clear blue eyes. He knew more. Jay smiled at the man. I appreciate everything you did. He sounded nice. Her eyes darted back and forth between the men while the doorman went back to his post. Blinking, she missed something. But what? Putting his hand on her back, he told her, Let's go upstairs, Pen. She nodded. Finding what to ask took more effort than 4 years of education. She hit the button for the elevator. Tapping her finger on her face, she asked, What did McCarthy do? He looked down and his entire face darkened. He saw the tapes in the back room and sounded the alarm downstairs. He is the reason I'm still in Miami. Those men were attempting to find my business records. The doors closed in the elevator. She came closer to him to look in his eyes and ask, Is Penelope Financial on the up and up? Or are you involved with illegal people and things, Jay? Stepping back, he flinched like she had hit him. She'd clearly asked the wrong way. He shook his head. "I'm not, but I'm shutting down a business that was. You've been nothing but great to me, and I'll sound like a brat, but I have to ask anyhow. Does this involve your mother?" He let out a deep breath before coughing. Putting her hand on his arm, she hoped she'd help him with that pain. Pulling back, he closed his eyes and focused. "Yes, I'm telling you again, Penny. You should call a cab, go get your car, and leave town." The doors opened into their home. She stepped out first. "Let's go in. I'll make us dinner, and I'm not leaving because of your mother. What my mother did, maybe, but yours doesn't scare me." As he followed behind her, she stepped into the kitchen. He stopped at the counter and put his hand down. "Penny, this isn't a game." After taking some baking powder and butter out of the refrigerator, she set up her ingredients on the counter, and in that moment it hit her. When had her last period been? Her breath caught in her throat and she refused to look him in his eyes. Instead, she gazed past him and tried to breathe. "No, my life is not a game. I won't be a pawn to my mother's plot. Go do your thing with the tablet. I'll make dinner, and then you tell me some more." Going back to the fridge, she found hard bread. She'd pick out parts to make breadcrumbs. From across the room, she heard his low voice. "What else do you want to know?" Putting her supplies on the counter, she gazed up. His pained expression eased her questions. "What were those men after? Why did you get me to move in here to begin with? What's going on?" Walking to the kitchen, he stepped past the counter and came close before asking, "The truth?" She glanced up, her lips opened. Nothing else but. His face turned white as he turned around. "Follow me into my office." After brushing her hands on her jeans, she did what he asked. In his office, he took a seat on the stairs leading up to the second-floor patio. She stopped moving and opened her arms. "What's here?" He pointed out the staircase and his eyes became stormy. "Go behind the staircase." Laughing, she asked, "What are you pulling here, a secret room? I don't see anything." Standing up, he gripped the banister and put his hand on her back. Taking her hand, he put it on the wall. "Push on that panel." A door opened when she pressed her palm there. "I'll give you the extra remote. If you are going to stay here, we need to make some new rules for the next few days." "Jay, you're scaring me." "This is a safe room." She couldn't blink for a moment. "I'd prefer locks and a door. In 3 days, maximum, everything will be settled." "I should have acted sooner, but if someone comes here and you can't get out, go into that room and close the door. And the computer's in here." He rubbed his neck and his face darkened again. "It's what my mother's men were after. I have files linking Mueller Enterprises financially to organized crime." Covering her mouth, she gasped, "Wait, I almost worked there." "I know." Dropping her hand, she touched his arm. "That's why you chose me?" Offering a small smile, he asked, "For my date or to live with?" "Date first." His smile grew. "No, you can think on your own. That was the biggest part, and you're too genuine to lie to me." Heat rose in her cheeks. She needed to tell him her mother's plot. "And to live with." He shook his head and paced back and forth. "I hoped I could spare my dad. I figured if you saw my mother there, you'd tell me. Then I'd have to buy out his business and put him in early retirement, ending any connections to my mother's friends." Fumbling for the right question, she blurted out, "Your mother?" Leading her out of the small room, he sat in his office chair. She couldn't let him leave. She needed to know. Following him, she pulled herself up to sit on his desk. He held his head up with both hands. His shoulders released tension. "Remember sophomore year when I went on the summer abroad trip and couldn't talk online?" She listened. "Yeah?" Fury entered his eyes fast. His body stiffened. "I wasn't studying. She had me kidnapped for the insurance money." Her body ached for him. She could hold off telling him about her mother for now, giving him space. She told him, "You're safe, here with me now." "But I'm confused." Pulling his head back, he held her hand. "You're not like her, Pen. She's controlling and owed these people money for investing. I was insured. She paid them off with the insurance money, ensuring everyone lined their pockets on Dad's dime and getting her favors that she needed to ensure she owned everything Dad touched. He rolled his chair over to his laptop on his desk, his nostrils flaring. I'm going to shut Mueller down now. I want you to leave and not be part of this. Standing up from the desk, she crossed her arms. I'm not going anywhere. I trust you, and I have to explain about my mother. Opening up a program, he focused on his laptop. Fine, later. In the next few days, if something happens in the middle of the night, get in that room and wait it out. Her heart plummeted and her hands went clammy. You're trying to scare me now. He gazed away from his work and stared at her. Look at me, Penny. You shouldn't stay here. Part of her agreed. She should leave. But you're the one in danger. You've got a black eye, some nasty bruises, and a cracked rib. His arms flailed. Let me ask a question. Would your mother kill you? She couldn't breathe. She had to tell him the truth. No, but she'd have no qualms about using me to get what she wants. He gave her a slow, secret smile that stopped her short. When silence clung in the air, he drew his lips in thoughtfully. It's why I have a hard time saying no to you. You understand? She forced a demure smile on her face. She'd tell him about her mother once he typed out whatever he needed to on his computer. So, what are you going to do exactly? Lines of concentration embedded in his brow as he went back to work. Buy out her connection with Mueller Enterprises. I'm hoping this means the rats flee the ship and my parents can take the money they get and retire. She eyed him thoughtfully. You're not looking to keep any of those mob characters around, are you? Without looking at her, he kept his head down. You shouldn't be here. I don't deserve someone like you. I'm going to make dinner. Do the right thing, Dimples. Right thing, Dimples. She took the glass baking pan out of the oven, noticing her breaded chicken shone a perfect dark brown color. She pushed into cleaning up the mess, hoping to ease the panic attacks. With an oven mitt, she put the pan on the countertop before heading back to her pot with the potatoes. The slamming of Jay's door told her enough. Her heart palpitations left her fighting off faintness, but she'd muddle through. She was checking on the green peas and carrots when his arm went around her waist. Wiping her brow with her hand, she stifled her sigh at his nearness. Stepping backward, he put his hands in her back pocket and asked, "How did it go?" Her nerve endings tingled. "I bought the company. I have a favor to ask you." Smiling, she relaxed her shoulders. She could help him. What? I need you to find all the mechanical design problems in the latest project. I need to tell investors the plans were structurally unsound, and it's why I'm canceling everything. The fluttering in her stomach stopped. You were looking to hire someone with my skills. I'll take the job if you're still offering. It's been yours all along. He stepped into her bubble and froze when his lips met hers. The kiss was a smoldering heat that stole her words. The warmth of his arm was so strong, so deliciously safe. Closing her eyes, she let a small shiver pulse through her. Putting her hands on his waist melted her insides even more, but she pushed back. We have to talk, Dimples. Penny, you're the one person who doesn't run. I can't fight it anymore, because I am falling in love with you, more every day. Jerking away, she almost fell. Tears formed while she turned to click off the oven. Vegetables are done, and we have to talk. You can't love me. You shouldn't. She turned, falling into his arms where she fit into his chest. He rocked her, kissing the top of her forehead. We can talk. You did mention something about your mother. I'll set the table with the plates and serve the chicken. In unison, they finished and put everything into bowls, she buying precious moments where she didn't have to tell him. Smells delicious, Pen. Thank you. Sitting across from him, she put the last plate of food down and unfolded her napkin. Finally, she glanced up to see the curiosity in his eyes. Tapping her foot on the ground, she opened her mouth. When will everyone know what happened? Tomorrow when they go to work. A few people will know tonight, but Mom will know tomorrow. Dad won't tell her bad news. He's afraid of her. His confidence only added to her legs jittering. I'm scared right now to say what I need to say. Just spit it out. I told you about my mother. Putting her hand on her leg to stop the bouncing, she met his eyes. She had to tell him. Her chest tightened before she spoke. Yours and mine are similar in their controlling behaviors, but mine is far more single-minded. What do you mean? Swallowing didn't stop her neck from getting unbelievably hot. Looking down, she willed herself to speak. She didn't just steal your tablet, Jay. I was heartbroken and sick that day. What happened? Her chin trembled when she stared up, seeing his clear blue eyes. She had broken in before. She pushed her head back, the tears flowing now. She drugged me. She drugged you. She switched out the condoms. She tried so hard to turn me into her. He stood up and moved his chair next to her. What? I'm not following. Coughing, she tried to stop crying. It didn't work. Sucking in her cheeks didn't work either, because tears wet her cheeks. I studied mechanical engineering to never be her. Offering her a hug, he whispered, I know, sexiness. You're a good person. This can't be happening. Pressing her lips together, she continued, No. I decided we could have sex and I wouldn't expect more. I let you buy dinner. I wore that fancy dress to impress you, and I wanted to come back here and steal those pretty shoes you bought me before I disappeared. His knees touched hers. I don't want your shoes. Penny, you're the most stable person I know. Explain what happened. Let me help fix this mess. Her hands curled around her sides when he put his hand on her lap to hold her. She drugged us. At this moment, I could be pregnant because she came in here and switched your vitamins for a sexual enhancement drugs. His brow curled. Pen, I wore a condom. She cleared her throat and stuttered. Made of lamb skin, with holes. She made. Her breathing became heavy, but she'd told him. What? Didn't he understand? She swallowed again while her head became hot, and she pumped my pills full of hormones to ensure I had lots of eggs to fertilize. If she gets her wish, we could be having quintuplets in 9 months. His mouth fell open, but he said nothing. Penny buried her head in her hands. She needed to finish this. He needed to know everything. I was at a gas station in Jupiter when Sandy called me about you. I had finally stopped crying, but I wanted to keep on driving and never come back here. Brushing her arm in kindness, he asked gently, You came back because of me? Yeah. And Mom told me she took all the money in my account, every last dime. I have nothing left. He nodded at her. Did you want to leave me? I'll give you whatever you want. Her shoulders curled into her body and her nose ran. The napkin didn't clean up her face, and nausea hit her hard. Closing her eyes, she told him, At that moment it would have been easier to never tell you. I'm so ashamed, as hard as I've worked against it, and in the end I've become her. With a deep sigh, he met her gaze. You are not making any sense. You're not her. First of all, you told me, which is more than she'd have done. Don't. I need a job and to pay my own way, Jay. I will work for you and find every detail in the plans for you, and I'll stay here if you'll have me. He nodded. Of course. Tightening her fists, she uncurled her arms to her side. But don't tell me you love me. You can't. We're a huge lie. He reached to take her hand, but she stayed rigid. Pen, don't hold yourself to her standard. Standing up, she put her chin in the air and placed her napkin on the table. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm going to bed now. She couldn't get warm. She listened to Jay put the dishes away, and she felt frigid. The freezing cold inside her didn't go away when she put her hand on the glass window and sensed the heat from outside. What if someone came here in the middle of the night? Her glance swept across her room, looking for anything that might move. Jay opened a bottle. She heard the clink. Quickly, she changed into her flannel pajama bottoms and tank top and raced out. Spotting him with a beer sitting on the couch without a shirt made her mouth drop open. "What are you doing?" Stretching his arms on the back of the sofa, he gave her a half smile. "Settling down, Pen. I need to relax." Stepping ahead, her legs wobbled a little, but she drew closer to him. Running her hands down her legs, she gave him a hesitant smile. "I'm scared." He patted the seat behind him, and his clear eyes made her heart lurch for an entirely different reason. He kept his voice low. "I don't like playing what-if games in my head. In a few days, everything will work itself out. I still think you should go." She nodded, eyeing the seat, though she remained standing. "No, I'll find what you need. And even if you put me up in a hotel somewhere, I'll still be scared and humiliated. It's better if I stay." He sipped his beer, then leaned forward. "I can't tell you no, even though I should." Brushing her pajama pants before she sat down next to him, she inched closer, taking his beer from his hands and taking a small sip. My mouth was dry. His stare at her lips made her body hum for attention. Looking down, she listened to her breathing when he told her, "Pen, I won't let anything happen to you. Not because of my mother." Sighing, she scooted closer again and admitted, "I'd lean my head on your shoulder, but that cracked rib of yours." His head relaxed against the back of the couch when he turned to stare at her eyes. "Then sleep next to me." She gulped, her entire body electrified, before she whispered her answer. "You know I can't have sex with you right now. I'm super fertile." His dimples widened before he let out a laugh. "Get your mind off my body. It will be easier to keep you safe." She laughed with him, letting her head fall back on the couch. His dimples kept her gaze when he stood up holding her hand. He let her go while her hand traced his calf muscle. He leaned down, picked up her hand, kissed it, and tugged to get her to follow. Taking in a deep breath, she smelled his warm skin, and finally she felt warm. She followed him into his room and headed straight for the bed when he opened the door for her. He closed the door, and his eyes watched her before he walked away, heading into his bathroom to shower. Her eyes closed and relaxed. Sighing, she felt the mattress sway when he lay down next to her. Without opening her eyes, she snuggled up next to him. He chuckled, fixing his pillow. "Your lack of grace is another honest part of you." Rolling her head up, she whispered, "I'm tired of talking now. I'm out of words now." He hugged her closer and fixed the blanket on them both. "Night, then. There are a few more things, but time will settle it." Her lips parted, and she knew she needed this stillness. She kept her eyes closed and drifted off. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The smell of coffee invaded her nostrils. Stretching, she lay in an empty bed, though his side still had some of his warmness. Twisting into it, she smelled his sheets and smiled. Keeping her eyes closed, she stayed still, even when she heard his footsteps come back into the bedroom. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he whispered, "I made you coffee." Without opening her eyes, she nodded. "I smell it." He sat on the bed and the sheets rolled away. Opening her eyes, she blinked. He had a cup in his hand. Reaching out, she sat up on her knees. He handed it over, mussing up her hair. "Sexiness, you did tell me you'd go to work and find the files today." Groaning, she nodded while using two hands to hold the cup. "What time is it?" He moved one foot on the bed while keeping the other on the ground. 7. I called the office and you're all set to go in." Sipping her coffee made her senses awake. With a half smile, she asked, "Aren't you going?" He sat back up and paced to the window. She followed him with her gaze while she sat cross-legged. "No, I'm working here this morning. I'll leak the news of my takeover bid and announce a press conference for tonight at 5. I'll need whatever you can find before then." Tilting her head, she tried to understand. "Will you be okay by yourself? You shouldn't be alone." He nodded to the window, not to her, before he came back to stand at the bed. "I'll be fine. It's just business from now on, and no more mercy for anyone." She stood up next to him, swaying a little on her feet before asking in a soft voice, "Even me?" Putting his hands on her hips to steady her, he lifted her chin to meet her gaze. Keeping you safe is my goal now, too. I need you too much." Her lips opened, half expecting a kiss before she closed her mouth. Shaking her head, she stepped back. "I'll get dressed. I won't let you down, Dimples. You never could." Without turning around, she stopped and her feet curled up. She wished she believed that. Holding her coffee in her hand, she stared down at it, promising to do her best. Getting dressed, putting the coffee cup in the dishwasher, and picking up her bag. Her mind sharpened on Jay. She wished she never had to let him down. He deserved better. She forced herself to focus on her car, the road, parking. But Jay's fierce promise to keep her safe made her yearn for the impossible. Adjusting her clothes, she straightened up and headed inside the high-rise. Jay's work. Penelope Financial. A silly grin caught hold, thinking about that. Smiling, with a bounce to her step, she opened the office door, where everyone stopped and stared at her. Disappearing into the ground didn't happen like she imagined. Raising her chin just a notch, she nodded, remembering Jay had hired her. With more assured steps, she continued going farther inside. At the first desk, she told the receptionist, "I'm Penelope Knightheart. I'm here to work on something." The woman stood up, stiff and shaking. "I'll show you to your office, ma'am." Raising her eyebrow at the woman's nervousness, Penny offered a tentative smile. "Don't call me ma'am. We're the same age." The woman shook her head with a glued-on smile full of nerves. Penny gave her an understanding nod until she told her, "Your boyfriend pays me and named the company after you. We're not in the same league." Her brows shot up momentarily right before she laughed. How silly. Reaching out her hand, she asked, "What's your name?" "Adina," the woman answered, taking the offered handshake. A smile returned to her. "Hi, look, I'm Penny. I'm not in any league, but I am here on a mission for Jay. Where can I get the plans I'm supposed to check? I'll get them for you now." Penny stared in her office. She'd talk to Jay about it later, but the task at hand was to find flaws in the design. Adina brought the plans in. After unwrapping the designs, Penny opened her laptop and went into concentration mode. A few hours later, her stomach grumbled. Dropping the pencil in her hand, she hit save on the computer. The smile on her face wavered while her mouth watered for food. 14 flaws already, and only 2/3 of the way done. Her stomach churned again. Sustenance would revive her work ethic. Getting up, she stretched her cramped muscles, prayed this was a period sign, then reached for her bag. Closing her eyes, she giggled at her foolishness. No lunch bag. She'd had enough pizza for the next month, possibly forever. She only lived 10 minutes away. After closing her office door, she locked up, then walked out. Fewer stares at her this time. Everyone focused on their jobs. As she raced to the elevator, her heels clicked on the marble floors. Food, say hello to Jay, go back to work. The plan made sense. The drive to her place by the water while the sun streamed in revived her spirits. Her muscles weren't tense anymore. Dimples would be upstairs too, making her smile brighter. The doorman nodded at her as she pulled into her spot. She waved back, hitting the button for the elevator while humming her favorite new song. Today, she helped that man waiting upstairs for her. When the elevator door opened, her light-heartedness dropped like an anchor in her stomach. Jay's horrified eyes stared at her from his seat near the entrance before his jaw dropped. She stepped off the elevator awkwardly. What was she supposed to say? He ran his hands through his thick head of hair. "You're supposed to be at work." Was she overheated from the humidity? She swallowed. "I forgot my lunch." He ran his hand down to his mouth, revealing a harder grimace before he took her hand, dragging her into his office. "Did something happen? What are you showing me? I can't explain right now." Keeping a firm grip on her hand, he opened the safe room under the stairs and shoved her inside. Twisting around, she felt the door slam in her face. Shuffling back, she stared at the door. Her stomach fluttered before she stumbled in the darkness. Cursing under her breath, she searched the wall until she found a light switch. Kicking the door, she yelled at him, but he couldn't hear. A sudden coldness hit her hard again. Her gaze darted around the room until she found a remote for the monitor. Fumbling to turn it on, she hit the button. Backing into the wall, she screamed. 3 men with guns stepped off the elevator while Jay walked over to greet the one in the middle. Shallow, quick gasps did not stop her entire body from tensing. Fumbling to turn it on, she hit the button. Backing into the wall, she screamed. 3 men with guns stepped off the elevator while Jay walked over to greet the one in the middle. Shallow, quick gasps did not stop her entire body from tensing. Back, her shaking hand going to her forehead. The door didn't open. She pushed harder until her muscles hurt. Backing herself into the wall, she closed her eyes. Why would Jay put her in here? To protect her. She tried to force herself to breathe in between gasps of air. Her gaze focused on the monitors. What was happening out there? Leaving the wall, she fumbled to reach out for the remote, almost falling. Her heart thumped madly. Scratching her neck, she prayed Jay was fine. But why would he lock her in? Picking up the remote, she almost stumbled over the chair in front of her before she hit the button. Her eyes flew up to the monitors. She had to see what happened, mumbling to herself, "Jay has to be okay." Blinking, she swallowed harder, needing answers, while she stood watching him on the screen walking back toward the elevators. The light for visitors came on, and she peered closer, needing to see. Jay brushed his pants and squared his shoulders when a man flanked by 2 more came into the apartment. Her hand went to her mouth to stifle a scream as she frantically searched for her bag. Tripping over her own feet, she found it on the floor and reached for her phone. "No service," flashed when she picked it up. Dropping it, she paced while she listened. The man in charge of the other 2 motioned for what must be his bodyguards to stand near the elevator. Rocking on her feet, she heard the menace in his voice. "Mr. Marshall, you bought out my business interests." Jay's parents. She almost tripped again. Gripping the chair, she sat down, listening to Jay answer. "I bought out my parents. It's time they retire. Would you like to sit down?" The man offered his hand to shake, which Jay took. "Come in, sit." Jay led the man to the dining room table and took his usual chair. The man smiled, pulled out a gun, and laid it down without pointing it. She couldn't breathe. Not enough air went to her lungs and she became lightheaded. Jay played with his ear, but leaned closer. The man put his hands in his lap. "Yes, I came to discuss terms. Do you expect to work with me the same as your parents?" She froze and jerked her head back. Jay's blue eyes shone clear when he answered, "No, I don't. I'm shutting down all their projects due to mechanical faults." Her skin tingled, though the man captured her attention when he asked, "Which leaves me?" Nodding, Jay crossed his legs. "Richer than you were before you threw in with my parents. I doubled your money when the deal was struck to honor your history with my parents." The man leaned back in the chair. "Is this because your mother had us kidnap you a few years back? It was just business, and now we're willing to negotiate with you." Jay shook his head, and Penny had a flicker of a smile on her face. "It is business for me, and good business to force my parents into retirement, taking over all their vested interests. For your generosity to my family, for the past, and to end any future business dealings we might have, I let you in my house to discuss what gift I can give you to cement the deal." The man raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "Your mother owned a factory in Mexico. Ensure I get controlling interest, and will never bother you again." Jay's dimples appeared and Penny's smile brightened. "This includes never contacting me or either of my parents again, ever." Yes, he was doing the right thing. The man nodded. "If that is a condition." Jay's piercing eyes and voice froze her. "It is." The man stood up, offering his hand. "Then you win. I will not answer if your mother calls." Jay shook it and clapped the man on the back. "We have a deal then." Covering her mouth, Penny wrinkled her nose. The man picked up his gun and put it in his holster while following Jay. I told your mother kidnapping you was a mistake. She didn't listen to me. Jay scoffed before he shook his head. She doesn't listen to anyone. I'll have the documents sent over this afternoon. The man motioned for his men to go with him. Take care, Mr. Marshall. Jay stood, smiling, watching the elevator door close. The tightness in Penny's stomach gave way to a shaky laugh of her own. Her eyes rolled up and a smile stayed on her lips. He had done the right thing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. His hands raced through his hair, and he stepped closer to her inside their apartment. Penny stared at him, fumbled backward, and dropped the remote. He stood still until she caught herself. She sighed, then he turned on his heels and marched toward his office, and her heart soared. Heat from inside her warmed her hands. She took a deep breath, then she ran to the door to follow him inside, again, but the blasted door didn't budge. Pen. She gazed back to the monitor looking into his office as he called through the speaker, "Go to the food pantry. Under the canned spaghetti, you'll find the key. Jeff." She looked all around the room and spotted the pantry. She reached inside the drawer, and her hands clenched a set of keys. She held on to the metal handle for a second, then removed her keys. Then she spun around on her heels and unlocked the door. She ran into his arms and drew him into a hug. He kept her close and rocked her. Her heart raced and she hugged him back. Without saying anything, she listened to him breathe deeper. Her own pulse raced and her heart banged in her chest. He squeezed her tight against his chest again. "I didn't want you here for this." Nodding, she stepped away a little, though she kept his hand in hers. Clearly, his eyes closed when he shook his head. "I'm sorry." Reaching her hand up this face, she traced his chin, landing on his cheek, while she smiled. "You didn't go into business with them." He rubbed his cheek on her hand, whispering, "I couldn't, sexiness." Her heart caught in her throat, and her heels lifted her closer to his face. "Why?" Taking her hand off his face, he kissed the palm before letting her hand go. "Because you told me not to." Curling her hand to her side, she met his eyes and hesitated. She'd never be her mother. She couldn't do it to him. "Jay, I'm proud of you, but..." He nodded and stepped back. "Penny, I need those plans you were working on done and ready to announce at 5. Her breathing normalized. She'd help him. He deserved to have it all. She relaxed her shoulders and her feet itched to go. "Okay, I've found some serious issues already. I'll go back to work and send everything via email before I come home." Turning away from her, he stared out the window. "That will be amazing. I have to finish this publicly, but please be home in time for dinner. My mother will likely pay us a visit, and I don't want to see her. I'll be here." Walking away from him and heading to the elevator did not stop her heart from racing. And so what that her feet bounced and she realized with a start she hadn't had a bite of lunch. She'd get him those files. He'd win against his controlling mother. One of them had to. When she hit the send button an hour before the 5 o'clock due date, she clutched her stomach. She needed food. She'd be no good standing beside Jay if she fainted at his feet from hunger. Stretching her legs, she stood up and took one more look around her office for the day. Working here full-time would be fun. Hugging herself, she smiled and glanced around. A maintenance man stopped in front of her glass door and added something to the empty nameplate. After packing her bag, she walked out, eyeing what he did. Penelope Knightheart, her name on its very own doorplate. Stifling a giggle, she stepped out. Food before fireworks blew up within the Marshall family. Her shoulders stayed back and she felt taller than she had in a while. She had helped him. She read the plans and marked notes everywhere that would need further study. All her work mattered today, and a feeling of satisfaction engulfed her. Going home would be amazing, and being with Jay after his mother came over. She'd keep him calm afterwards. Pulling her keys out of her bag, she left the elevator and aimed toward her car. Her jaw dropped and she blinked. Clutching her bag to her like a piece of armor, Penny put one foot in front of the other. Her mother didn't need to be addressed. Keeping her head up, she'd pretend not to see her. Geneva stepped in front of her. "Penelope, we need to talk." Ignoring her never worked anyhow. Biting her lip, she asked, "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Sweetheart." Mom's sweet voice. Penny's bottom lip stuck out. She called that her vulture voice, about to pounce on her prey. "Checking on you and your progress." Pushing away, Penny yelled, "I am not you. I am not a predator out hunting for meat. Men are the predators. We pretend to be victims. You must remember some of what I taught you." Her vision clouded, and her ears pounded. "Go away now. I won't use Jay." Her mother petted her hair and met her eyes. "You stayed with him. I almost gave up hope on you, but you're making me so proud." Proud? She could have showed up at her college graduation to support her then, not when she landed a man. Her pulse wouldn't die down while she clenched her hands. "I had no one else." Letting out a laugh, her mother smiled at her. "You chose to be with him and didn't run off. In time, you'll see my actions were justified." "Mom, drop it." She held back the increasing rage, though she wanted to fight her. "Jay's not the issue." Nodding, her mother smiled. "No, he's the guy I've been searching for all my life. Now he's in your life. Everything I worked toward, at least my daughter gets. It's good. Better that I hoped for you when you stuck with that poor, jobless boy. Now you're home and with a guy richer than everyone else. I'm not going to let you walk away from every desire you might ever have." Pushing away from her mother, she stared at the street. "Stop it. I want a guy who loves me for who I am, Mom. I'm not you. And Jay's a good guy who deserves so much more." Her mother's voice echoed behind her head, saying, "He's good enough to be used for his money." Twisting around to square off, her mother finished, "He has enough. He won't miss it, and he gets you out of the deal." Pulling her keys out of her bag, Penny cracked her knuckles before opening her car door. "Get away from me and my life. I won't use Jay. Not to make you proud, not for anything. All he's ever done is look out for me, which is more than I can say for you. I have to go because I have his back and I won't let him down." Her mother called out, "Don't screw up our dream." Throwing her purse in the passenger seat, she twisted around while her skin stayed molten hot. "I am not you. I will not use him for a dime. You will not get any money out of us. Muss." Curling her hand into a fist, she hopped into the Jeep, calling out, "Leave me alone, Mom. Don't call me. As far as I'm concerned, we're done. All I wanted was for you to find happiness, sweetheart." Penny closed her eyes as the door closed. All her life, she hoped to make that woman proud, but she never did. Her mother couldn't love anyone, and she'd never be her. Jay deserved someone so much better. He deserved love. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 5 minutes later, she pulled into a spot. Her mother usually made her upset, but now she felt strangely calm. Gulping, she tried to reason with herself. Her mother used people. She wasn't using Jay. Opening her door to get out, she reminded herself she'd helped him today. She smiled, swinging her legs out of the vehicle. She loved him too much to ever use him. She fell out of her Jeep, her knees and palms of her hands pushed on the ground as her bag scattered its contents beside her. She loved him. Sitting down, she couldn't move or close her open jaw. Nervous laughter escaped from her throat while her mind repeated the word love. She covered her face with her hands, the laughter turning to giggles. She loved that man. A car squealed past her in the parking spot. She dusted herself off and picked up the contents of her bag. She kicked off her shoes. She'd carry them because running would be good. Picking up everything, she almost tripped when another car zoomed past her. Steadying her feet, she first held off, then ran into the lobby, shouting out to the doorman, "Hello," and racing into the elevator, heels squealing on the marble floor while she slid to push the button. She jumped up and down on her toes. She had to tell him. The ding of the doors opening, and she bounced in before a neighbor had a chance to get off. She called out while jamming her card in the reader for her floor. Sorry. She'd been a fool. Loving Jay had always been there, she just hadn't seen it. When the doors opened, he called out from his office, Penny, you're late. I was getting worried. Dropping her shoes in the living area, she ran to open his door. He fixed his tie. Do I look okay for the statement? She stepped closer, smiling while she stared at him. Her heart hammered in her chest. I have to talk to you. Get dressed in a nice. His eyes fell to her knees. You fell. Are you okay? Coming over, he put his arm on hers. He stared into her eyes. The blueness and steadiness of his character was just one reason out of so many. Jay. The elevator door opened and she heard footsteps behind her. Jay kissed her forehead. Mom's here. I'm glad you're okay. He stepped away from her. She stared after him. He fixed the button on his wrist while nodding, gearing up for a confrontation. She had to catch her breath and fight the overall desire to run into his arms. Going into the living room, she stood back and watched him speak to his parents. She'd tell him after, when they were alone. She lowered her gaze, intending to wash the dirt off her hands. Tiptoeing through the living room, she hoped to make it to her room to change, but his mother called out, You are ruining your family for the daughter of a whore. Jay stepped in front of his mother, firmly telling her, Don't talk about Penny, Mother. She has nothing to do with what we're talking about. His mother shook with cold fury. Her hands clenched while she snapped. She has everything to do with it. She ruined you. Gulping, Penny stepped beside Jay. He took her hand while she told both of his parents, I didn't ruin Jay. He's a man, all on his own. Keeping her hand in his, he added, Thanks. Penny is the best woman I've ever known. Now apologize to her, or you won't even get that money. His mother wrinkled her nose and sarcastically repeated, I'm sorry. Jay's hand squeezed Penny's before he stepped forward. Try again, Mother. This time, say it like you mean it. Say it, his father pleaded. I'm okay with retiring. His mother's nostrils flared at her husband before she stepped back. Putting her hands to her sides, she nodded. Fine. I am sorry, Penelope. Your mother tried to sleep with my husband, and I'm a bitter woman who doesn't forgive easily. Penny put her free arm around her waist, rocked on both feet, then opened her mouth. Yet you used my mother to steal from our home. Jay smiled at her. She'd stay at his side. He had to know that. His mother rolled her eyes. It's not your home for long, girl. Not when John Jay finds out how you tried to use him for his cash. I didn't, I wouldn't. She let go of his hand, taking his arm to get closer. I have video. She dropped her hand while her eyes widened. What? Jay's mother gave her a smirk and a nod. Then she found a tablet from inside her red designer bag. Finally, she hit play. Penny had no idea how that could be. She needed to tell him she loved him without everything being spoiled. Her mouth went dry. Penny leaned in closer to watch. Her body chilled, recognizing her conversation from 10 minutes ago where her mother petted her hair. You stayed with him. I almost gave up hope on you, but you're making me so proud. Penny clenched her hands. I had no one else, laughing. You chose to be with him and didn't run off. You'll see my actions were justified with time. Mom, drop it. Jay's not the issue. His mother clicked off her tablet and gave them a triumphant smirk. She's using you, son. She didn't deny it in the video. Penny was beyond rage. Dropping her head, she nodded. Yes, I did. You cut that part. You chose half a second of a long fight we had. I would never use Jay. He's the best man I've ever met and my best friend. He stepped back. He deserved to hear her say she loved him without the audience. Gulping, she prayed he gave her a chance. Keeping her hands to her side, she shook her head. Jay, I wouldn't do anything against you. I'm on your side. He put his hand on her back as he told her, Don't go white on me, Penny. I know you have my back. Her spirits soared while a slow smile grew on her face. Jay kept her closer while he shook his head. Mom, I don't know what game this is, but you're not getting your companies back. Standing right in front of them, his mother said, I want my son back, not the company. Don't you see she's lying? She's taking drugs to get pregnant. Jay opened his mouth, answering fast, 'Cause I want children. She dropped her mouth and turned to look him in the eye. Don't lie to her for us. His clear blue eyes met her gaze. It's true though, it's not a lie. I don't care about her mother's plot, and I do want children one day. Penny would be an amazing mother, much better than either model we've ever had. His mother's voice turned softer. Glancing over, they both saw her put her hand on her mouth while tears formed in her eyes. Jay, honey, I shouldn't have put you in jail for cash. It was wrong and your father had no part in it. Jay's voice stayed firm. He can't say no to you. Now I want you both to leave. I have a press statement to make. His mother stepped up. We'll go with you. He shook his head and stepped back. No, we're done here. Jay put his arms around Penny and drew her into a hug. Neither of them said anything while they waited for his father to show initiative and drag his mother out. When the elevator doors closed, he whispered, I'm sorry about her. Leaning her shoulders into him, she relaxed. Don't, it's not your fault. After hugging her, he let her go. I have to go make the statement downstairs. We have 2 minutes left. It's right outside our building and won't take long. Nodding, she turned around, not wanting to put her hand on his face until she washed. I'd do anything for you. Falling out of her car was stupid, but she had no time for criticizing today. Running to her room at full throttle, she threw her clothes on the floor and washed her hands and knees. In her bra and panties, she threw open her closet and found a black dress. Turning, she saw him staring at her through the open door. His eyes had grown. Laughing, she put her hand on her heart. After the press conference, Dimples, I don't want to rush when we have all night to celebrate. His dimples grew on his cheeks and her pulse raced. Celebrate? Sounds good. Let's go. After throwing her dress over her head, she met his eyes again. Fishing out her silver shoes, she sat on the bed while telling him, though we're going to have to work at you being less controlling. Crossing his arms, he said, I'm not controlling. With a smile on her face, she rolled her eyes. You paid my student loans off without talking to me. I did it to free you. He stepped closer to her. She took his hand and helped herself stand up. You did it to ensure I'm indebted to you. She walked out of her room. She knew he'd stop her. He caught her when she tried to pass and she slipped into his arms. Squeezing her, he told her, I do love you, Pen. I shouldn't. Just wish you loved me too. I do though. I love you very much. He didn't move, just stared at her with his mouth open. Sighing, she took his hand, leading him through the living room and to the elevator. After she hit the button, he asked her, What? The door rang and she fixed his tie while walking in with him. She stood on her tiptoes to whisper, Make that speech, Dimples. She pushed him out the door and through the lobby where 3 corporate press people with cameras waited. He fumbled through his speech about mergers and structural damage, but his eyes kept coming back to her like he didn't believe her. She smiled back. The fluttering in her stomach and pride she felt for him grew while he talked. Jay had her heart and soul. He had it in high school and throughout college. Despite having a girlfriend, he had spoken to her weekly. She'd been stupid and almost left him because of her mother, but now she understood. The world was brighter, and she was safe in his arms and in his life. He coughed at the end of his speech, jarring her back to the present. He stepped back, took her hand, and waved goodbye to the business insiders. Inside the door, he drew her into him. Say it again, sexiness. She raised her eyebrows to tease him. We're going to have to work on your control issues, Dimples. Not what I wanted to hear. His cheeks turned red while he hugged her. But to be entirely honest, I bought your Jeep, and you're sending me the money, not some financial institution. She froze, then chastised herself. She should have guessed that. Without moving a muscle, she gulped, then answered, "You have to stop doing that. You have to be open, Pen." With his hands on her back, he stepped closer. "Don't hate me because I have money. I can't ever hate you, and I will be more accepting." She nodded, then relaxed while putting her hands on his hips. "I don't have a choice, because I love you." Meeting her gaze, he shook his head. "Too many words. I just want 3 in the one sentence, without any conditions, Penny. I hate conditions." He was right. Giving him a yearning look, she told him, "I love you. It's about time." He kissed her forehead while hugging her, leading her to the elevator. Reaching behind her, she pushed the button while meeting his gaze. "Did you mean what you said about me being an amazing mother and wife?" The elevator opened and he led her inside while keeping her body against him. Backing up into the wall, he had a low, sexy whisper. Every word sexiness. "I love you, and I said it first." He stepped away to run his card through to get to their floor. Before her skin had a second to miss him, the electric storm grew from his touch. His hand traced her leg, then he leaned down to capture her mouth. She opened her mouth to tell him, "You beat me one time. Don't let it get to your head, Dimples." "Kiss me," he ordered, and her lips ached for him. He was so close. The bell rang, and they stopped moving. Without tasting her mouth, he stepped back, but took her hand. "Get out of the elevator. What I am going to do to you doesn't need an audience." "Well, we don't have a lot of time. I'm pretty sure my period will be here tomorrow." "Good, but I want you even if you have my quintuplets or just 10 years from now." "We'll talk about that in the future." "Good, because I want you, right now." Her body trembled. When she followed orders, he reached down, pulling her dress off her body, throwing it on the floor. She pushed her head up and played with his hair until he claimed what she wanted. His kiss set her on fire, and she'd never have enough. When his lips descended on hers, the rest of the world disappeared. Love mattered far more. Thank you for reading. I hope you loved Penny and Jay's romance. The next story is Sandra and Wyatt's reunion romance in Favorite Mistake, or head over to my new series starting with Rocking Player to follow 6 sisters as they fall in love. And to find out about new books, sign up for my newsletter, https://victoriapinder.com. About the author. USA Today best-selling author Victoria Pinder grew up in Irish Catholic Boston, then moved to Miami. Eventually, she found that writing is her passion. She always wrote stories to entertain herself. Her parents are practical-minded people demanding a job, but when she sat down to write, she knew this was exactly what she was meant to do. Today, she continues